without your support, we couldn't have made this possible. So thank you for believing in this convening and the work that we bring together. Also, joining the co-presenting sponsors, CDPHP, they have been a great partner for many, many things, and thank you for coming on board for Food Summit this year. I'd like to introduce Kathy Leiden from CDPHP to say a few words.
Good morning, everyone. As Natasha mentioned, my name is Kathy Leiden. I'm Vice President of Community Engagement for CDPHP, and it's my pleasure to be with you this morning to help kick off today's Food Summit. I would like to first start by thanking each and every one of you for being here today, for showing up to hear the latest best practices, research, and innovations in hunger relief efforts. Seeing an engaged audience of this size today, it's truly impressive and a testament to the level of interest and commitment here in New York State to fight and prevent hunger. I would also like to acknowledge Broadview, our co-presenting sponsor, and their sustained focus on addressing food insecurity here in the Capital Region. Kathy Lanny, thank you for your leadership in this space, both as a funder and a true collaborator. Through our own experience at CDPHP in addressing food insecurity for our members, we have learned a great deal and remain committed to identifying and implementing solutions. We've also learned that it's important for us as an employer to be dialed into the needs of our own workforce, particularly those working in entry-level positions or who are new to the workforce and experiencing the so-called cliff effect or other challenging life circumstances that can contribute to food insecurity. This lens can oftentimes get overlooked, and I think it's important to keep in mind when designing solutions. While the hunger crisis here in New York State is indeed troubling, I feel very energized and inspired by the work of Alliance for Hunger-Free New York. Please know that CDPHP stands behind you and is here to support this critical work on an ongoing basis. We hope you enjoy today's program through this collaborative experience. May we all draw upon each other's knowledge, expertise, and passion for fighting hunger. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. And now I'm inviting other Kathy, double trouble we were just talking about, Kathy Lanny from Broadview Federal Credit Union. Coming up.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Okay. Thank you, and thank you, Natasha and the Alliance, for this incredible conference that you've put on and organized today. But most importantly, thank you so much for the work you do every single day to ensure that our community is fed. We've been at this at Broadview, well, I've been at this at Broadview now for 10 years. I joined this organization 10 years ago. And I said at that time that hunger was my thing. And we've been at this for 10 years. And certainly supporting the food pantry, we've seen amazing things come from this conference. Food pantries went mobile, low-cost grocery stores. Broadview put out a Freight Farm social initiative in our community. Yeah, we have a freight farm at our credit union. We did this because we wanted to encourage innovation in this space. We wanted to make sure that we were thinking about solving this problem. As a community, and Natasha and I have talked about this a lot, we're really good at serving hunger. We stock the shelves. We make sure folks have choice, all the things that you would think to serve hunger. But we need to now move beyond that. We need to solve this problem. I remember the very first Food Summit, our CEO, Michael Castellana, sat next to me, and we were listening to the Alice report. And for those of you who know Michael, he was getting redder and redder and redder. And I thought, I'm in trouble. So I see him leave and go to the back of the room and was talking to some folks. It might have been even you, Natasha. And he came back and he said to me, "We're smart people. We can solve this problem." So my challenge to you today is to recognize that we are smart people and we can solve this problem while we're continuing to serve. So thank you to Kathy and CDPHP for joining this conference as a sponsor this year. Food is medicine. That is so important, and I hope we hear a lot about that. But again, I stand here because I'm passionate about solving this problem, right? Hunger is the symptom of poverty. So we need to work on that too, right? All these wicked big problems, but we're smart and we can do it. So thank you so much for inviting us to join on this journey. Thank you to Natasha and everyone in this audience who is working together to serve and solve this problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. I can't thank Sage College enough for hosting us. They have provided this space for us. I was going to bring some soccer balls and hacky sacks for later, but I forgot. Sorry about that. I love the turf. But anyway, I want to thank Sage. They've been an incredible partner, and I wanted to invite President Christopher Ames up if he is here. There he is. Okay, come on up to say a few words. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Christopher Ames, president of Russell Sage College. It's really a pleasure to welcome you all here back to our Albany campus for the New York Food Summit. I'm gratified to see we got so many great minds and people committed to the public good to tackle the challenges of food insecurity, poverty, and public health. A special welcome to the food pantries of the Capital District and the Alliance for Hunger-Free New York and the Nutrition Department at Russell Sage College for the key roles they play in this gathering and in our community. I was thinking back a couple years ago, we had the so-called father of positive psychology, Marty Seligman, here on campus. And he had an interesting thought experiment. He said, imagine if newspapers came out once a century instead of once a day. And he said, what do you think the headline would be for December 31st, 1999, for the 20th century? So I'm thinking to myself, well, maybe it's about the rights of women, maybe about the death of colonialism. His answer was, human lifespan doubles. That was the description there. And similarly, the 20th century is a period in which, if you look at things like death from famine and world hunger, there's dramatic improvement until the last few years. And there are things that are stagnant worldwide. Some of that is one-time events, the pandemic, the effects in a lot of places in the globe from the Russia-Ukraine war. But another piece is not a one-time event. It's the effect of climate disaster and climate change on food availability. And as I think about that and about the new class of migrants, and that affects our country as well, who are climate refugees, I think that the concerns are all the more urgent. We focus here on food insecurity in New York State. It's a small and crucial part working in our backyard about something that is an urgent and pressing global problem. So I'm really impressed to see all of the energy and creativity that's here, and I wish you the best for a really productive day. Thanks.
Thank you so much for those words. So hunger, food insecurity, nutrition insecurity, it's a serious issue that we're currently seeing exacerbated to a point where it truly is a crisis in basic human needs here in our country and here in our own backyard. Since the COVID pandemic, I have been saying over and over again publicly that we are in crisis. Just this April, it was reported that 1 in 4 Americans surveyed in a Gallup analysis said that there have been times in the past 12 months when they did not have enough money to buy the food that they needed. Inability to afford food has never been higher in the U.S. than it was in 2023 since the Gallup started tracking this measure in 2006. According to the U.S. Department of Agriculture's latest report on household food security, 12.8% of households, about 17 million households across the U.S., were food insecure in 2022. And now we look at where we're at to date. Hunger rates are disproportionately worse for households with children and of color, single-parent households, and those located in rural areas. And recently, Feeding America released that nearly 50% of people facing hunger are unlikely to qualify for SNAP. So not only are we at a point where, yes, we need to solve poverty, but we have people who are working 1, 2, 3 jobs who are not able to make ends meet right now. Where do people turn to where they have nowhere else to go? People who can't qualify for SNAP. That is where they turn to you, the food pantries and our community-based food programs who are there as a last resort. For many years, we've been called the emergency feeding system, but we are well beyond emergencies. This is a supplemental food system, and we are in crisis right there with our neighbors in need. You have been working hard to keep up with this, and I just want to I know not everyone is here from a food pantry or community-based organization, but for those of you who do the work day in and day out as a volunteer or staff member, would you please stand up? I would like us all to give you some recognition for the hard work that you're doing. Thank you. Right here in New York State, our own Department of Health reported in January that in a survey of adults, 1 in 4 also reported experiencing food insecurity. So I'm going to give you a little bit of stats. I can be the stats person. New York food banks reported serving 62% more households and individuals in 2022 compared to 2019. We've got Alliance for Hunger-Free New York members reported service level increases of 20 to 100% increase year over year, 2022 to 2023. Alliance members have reported service level increases up to 600% higher from pre-pandemic service levels. And right here in New York's capital region, coalition of 70 food pantries, when you compare this year's first quarter to last year, we're continuing to see increases. 31% increase in households seeking assistance, 34% increase in visits. The pressure is on. The pressure is on. And this is on top of 9.1% increase in the cost of food inflation since April 2022. And that is why we're seeing so many people turning to food pantries, but it's also more expensive for food pantries and community-based food programs to do our work as well. Where do we go from here? Working together, we can do more than any one of us alone. That's the hope. It's us here today. I have hope because I see all of you, and I was at the FRAC conference last week, anti-hunger conference, and it was rough. It was rough going. There's some of our public representatives that don't get it. I enraged a public representative when I asked if they were familiar with the benefits cliff, and he became enraged. And we have a lot of work to do, and we have a lot of voices here that we can amplify and all together speak truth to power and tell them how important it is for people to have the basic need of healthy food. I love our tagline. We came up with it. Angie Weber in the house. Woo! We were brainstorming. The team. And it's like when we're coming together, what is this about? Collective impact, or collective action, infinite impact. That's our hope. Let's keep that in mind as we go through this day. Keep in mind who you're meeting, what opportunities there are to work together, and get involved with people in your own community. And we hope, if you're not a member yet of the Alliance for Hunger-Free New York, that you will join us today. So you're going to hear from a lot of topics. We always have so many people with so many wonderful things that we want to share with you all today. So please, I know that you won't be able to go to everything that you'd like to experience, but reach out to people afterwards, and we'll have presentations available. keep the communications and the conversations going. This is just one point in time that we continue to build from. So I hope you leave today inspired, hopeful, with over 300 new friends and colleagues. And with that, so let's begin our day. Woo! Getting pumped up, I have to make these noises. Woo! Anybody else need to do that? Woo! Woo! All right, with that, I want to invite a dear friend and colleague up, Samantha Adkisson, a member of the Board of Directors of the Food Pantries for the Capital District. I met Sam when she was working at Hope 7 as the executive director of an organization that runs a food pantry here in the Troy area. And she has the special honor of hosting our Fed Talks. So let's hear it for Sam.
Thank you, Natasha. Good morning, everyone. I'm happy to be here with you all, and I'm so thankful for the work that you're doing to serve these communities. We're very excited to bring the Fed Talks to you today. They're going to be between 5 and 7 minutes, and there will be time throughout the day to meet with our speakers and further have conversations with the topics that they're going to be discussing. We have a bunch of tables set up in the back, and so we ask if you're having conversations, that's where you do it, so we don't interrupt what's going on up here on the stage. So getting us started today is Katie Garfield, who is the Director of Whole Person Care at the Center for Health Law and Policy Innovation of Harvard Law School. In this role, Katie works to advance state and federal policies that better enable the U.S. healthcare system to identify and respond to social determinants of health. As part of this work, Katie leads the Center's Food is Medicine initiative. Katie is also co-convener of the Food is Medicine Massachusetts, a statewide coalition focused on integrating nutrition supports into the Massachusetts healthcare system. This Fed Talk will describe the 1115 waiver initiative and why it's so critical for nutrition stakeholders to lean in so that the waiver does not become a missed opportunity for the state. So we're going to invite Katie up here today.
Excellent. So thank you all so much for having me here at this great event. As you heard, for this Fed Talk, I'll be discussing how community-based organizations, healthcare, and the state of New York can really lean in to make an upcoming opportunity, the New York Medicaid waiver, a success. If that works? Yep. First off, I want to really acknowledge that we're in a fragile moment for this concept of food as medicine in the state of New York. So this idea that we can be directing certain nutrition interventions to respond to health needs as part of treatment. We had a big win in the state this year. The federal government approved New York's proposal to conduct a large-scale experiment in its Medicaid program, so our public health insurance system serving low-income individuals. And that approval included the provision and payment for food supports for certain Medicaid enrollees, that concept known as food as medicine. But it's important to remember that the demonstration waiver, this big evaluation and test, is ultimately an experiment. And in many ways, the future of food as medicine and just food generally in the healthcare system in New York depends on initial success over the next few years. And we're setting a really high bar for providing that success. We don't just need to prove that these interventions, these food as medicine interventions like medically tailored meals, produce prescriptions, medically tailored groceries work. We need to stand up new eligibility requirements, new workflows, new referral pathways, and new partnerships, and hopefully bring a lot more nutrition organizations into a complicated healthcare system. We need to do all of that and prove that these nutrition interventions work. So we're very much flying the plane while we're building it. And then at the end of all that, we're going to ask, did that plane fly better than all these other planes that have been flying for 10, 20, 30 years? And so I want to use my time here today to give my 2 cents about 3 things that we can do in the nutrition community to ensure a smooth flight for nutrition services under this Medicaid demonstration waiver based on what we've seen in other states. So first and foremost, we really need to be thinking about building a long enough runway so we can make takeoff as smooth as possible. And what does that mean here? Well, in other states that have launched similar efforts, we've seen it be really critical to make sure that nutrition organizations and their healthcare partners have enough time to establish partnerships and infrastructure that the waiver calls for. For example, it takes time to establish fair and appropriate contracts between nutrition organizations and other players in the healthcare system. It's also really critical to take the time to gather feedback from the community, like all of the organizations in this room, so that as the state makes decisions about eligibility, definitions, payment, that those decisions are informed by the organizations on the ground that are going to have to put them into practice. And we've seen stakeholder groups stood up in states like Massachusetts to provide that feedback on an ongoing basis throughout the course of the waiver. Okay, so we've hit the runway, we've taken off. How do we make sure the flight itself is successful? Well, I think I don't have to tell any of you in this room that the number one way to make that flight successful is to hire experienced pilots. New York has so many amazing nutrition organizations. This event is a testament to that fact. And these organizations have been doing this work for decades. And they have a deep understanding of how to meet client needs and make real impact. But we know from experience across the country that those organizations will only participate in this opportunity in the Medicaid program if the right supports are put in place. For example, New York plans to set rates or prices that they will pay for services under this waiver. If those rates are set too low, the state may price out some community-based organizations. This is because those organizations are often going the extra mile to use quality ingredients, source locally, all of these great practices that require financial support. Additionally, we need to make sure there's not only enough support for the services themselves, but for the infrastructure that's necessary to make those services successful. This waiver includes $500 million for infrastructure. We know from other states that the number one need for those dollars is to get them into the hands of individual organizations to address the upfront costs associated with new workflows, new technology, new staffing that's all needed to partner with healthcare. But we don't know yet in the state of New York how exactly that $500 million is going to be used. And I would argue that we as a nutrition community should really be arguing for the majority of it to be going into the hands of organizations on the ground that are implementing. And finally, we need to make sure that the system is flexible enough to support community-based organizations as they make this transition that can be bumpy into the healthcare system. The state needs to provide tools and support to navigate new systems. Things like guidance on how do we navigate patient privacy rules around data, things like HIPAA. How do we set up template contracts to even the playing field and the power dynamic between some of these large healthcare entities and community-based nutrition organizations? And we need to ensure that there are on-ramps that allow these potentially burdensome requirements have enough time for that adaptation. And then finally, we have to make sure that New York has a vision for how to land this plane. Again, the demonstration is an experiment. We need to make sure that there is a clear and achievable definition of what success would look like under the waiver. Yes, the waiver will have to look at costs, but I think all of you in this room know that there are so many other ways that nutrition can impact household and individual well-being. So are we asking questions like, how are these food supports impacting food security, disease management, patient experience at the individual and household level? All of these things can be part of defining success, so that we don't see the demonstration as a failure if it doesn't achieve on just one metric. And we need to evaluate the system. If food is medicine services fall short, we need to be able to say, was it because of the service itself or because of the system we put in place around it? And then last but not least, throughout the entire waiver, it will be so important for nutrition stakeholders like those in this room to urge policymakers to be clear about our destination. For the waiver to succeed, we need to have community-based organizations lean in wholeheartedly and take part. But we can't expect them to do that if the state won't also lean in and set a really clear vision for maintaining coverage of these services in the long term, so that Medicaid can become a sustainable, dependable funding stream for this idea of food as medicine. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Katie. That was wonderful. Next up, we have Kizzy Williams from the Cultural Center at 64 Quail Street and Allie B's Cozy Kitchen. Kizzy is a leading area chef, expert on Southern cooking, entrepreneur, and community activist and organizer. Kizzy owns and is the executive chef at Allie B's Cozy Kitchen in Albany. She's dedicated her life to educating and uplifting those in need, and always being a shining example of her own mantra that obstacles can be overcome and that dreams do come true. Kizzy is going to talk to us about community building and the importance of food pantries from a lived experience. Come on up, Kizzy.
All right, good morning, Capital Region. What an honor to be here today. Thank you, Natasha. Thank you, Food Pantry, for calling on me. I'm a little nervous, but I am excited. So today I'm going to talk to you not just about my life, but my community and the Capital Region. So, love. Food is love. Love is food. And when I think of that, I think of my mother. My mother is the original Allie B. And that was the one thing she had to give us, was food. She was born in South Carolina, and she came up here on a bus. Someone bought her a ticket. She came up to New York City. She got a job. But at the same time, she was unable to provide the nutrients in the food to her family that we needed. So she went places like the food pantry. And she also got on programs like EBT, and back then they called it food stamps. And as you can look at me and tell how I have grown through the food pantry. Look at me. I'm beautiful, I'm strong, I'm smart. And these are the reasons why we need the food pantry. Because the food pantry provides love through food. And when you provide love through food, it stops crime. It stops violence. And sometimes people don't get a chance to see the crime and the violence that happens where they don't see that is food being given. And I say things like that because I grew up in the projects. And I live right now in a more of an upscale neighborhood. And in the neighborhood that I live in, they don't see what I see when I'm in West Hill or in Orbit Hill. But the one thing that I can tell you about when you live in an upscale neighborhood is that it's people in these upscale neighborhoods that are going through the same thing that people are going through in West Hill. You just don't see it. And what's important about the food pantry is that they show up in all areas, not just West Hill. They show up in middle class areas, upscale areas, and feeding people in all communities. And it's important that we give the people the nutrients that they need, like strawberries. When I call on Natasha, when I call on the food pantry, they show up. They have a van full of strawberries, carrots, grapes, salads. And you know what else they do? They stop shame. See, when you're giving people food that's no good, then people are ashamed. But when you're giving people good food, then they're able to accept it and be strong and be proud about that. And that's what I do. I build communities through food. I run a restaurant. Every day when I go to work, I have 10 people show up at my restaurant looking for a dinner. And it's places like the food pantry that when I call on them, they're able to supply me with goods for the culture center. So that allows me to keep some of my money in my pocket so that I can pay my light bill. Isn't that wonderful? That's what we want. We have to partner together so that we can build these families and communities together so that we can stop crime. Just simple things like ice cream changes people. Isn't that something? Ice cream? And what I do is I'm able, because of the food pantry, okay? When I call on the guys, Natasha, she sent her crew in, I'm able to buy ice cream for my community. And people, they come up to me and they say, they call me Allie B, so they say, Allie B, thank you for providing us with ice cream. And you know what else I'm able to do? I don't have to say no. I want to be able to give the community as much as they need. When someone says, can I have 2 ice cream cones or 3 ice cream cones, you know what I want to do? I want to give it to them. I know what it is in life to want something as simple as that ice cream cone. And even though you may be an adult, we all want the same thing that we give to our children. We want an ice cream, we want an apple, we want a strawberry. We don't want the parents to have to suffer because they're providing for their children. And again, when I think about my mother, the one thing she had was food. Thanksgiving, every holiday, she would not just cook for us, but she would cook for the community. And it allowed me to be who I am today, where I'm able to get up and cook for my community. And you know what? Again, when I don't have the strength to do it on my own, I am calling the food pantry. So I'm grateful for all you volunteers that are here today, because not only are you helping the food pantry, you're helping West Hill, you're helping Orbit Hill, you're helping the South End, you're building the culture center. And the food pantry is building the culture center because we are partners. And you know what? As a mother of 2 boys and a wife, sometimes I get scared. You know why I get scared? Because I know what it is not to have. Some people don't even know what that is. Some people don't know what it is to want a strawberry. Again, I know what it is. And you know what else is special about the food pantry, guys? I remember when I was going to the food pantry to get food, and they would give me things like pineapples or a pizza. A pizza. Isn't that amazing that you can go to the food pantry and they give you a pizza? Because not only do we want to give them healthy food, we want to give them what they want. Because when you're giving a family something that they want, it removes shame. And when people are shamed, they don't show up. And this is what I would tell you too. 64 Quell Street is a community that has been full of poverty, gun violence, crime. But when the food pantry has showed up, I was shocked that on 64 Quell Street that we had so many middle-class families show up in one of the poorest neighborhoods for food. Isn't that something? That these were middle-class families. And this community is a community that is a diverse community. But when you see that you have a lot of white middle-class families showing up to 64 Quell Street, it tells you the need of the food pantry. That people need so much that they can't be ashamed. So this is what I want you guys to leave with today. Continue to support the food pantry. Call on Natasha for everything. But also showcase love. Food is love. And I love all of you guys. Thank you. And I could have talked longer, but they got me on a timer, okay? Thank you and God bless.
Thank you so much, Kizzy. Our next presenter is Darea Walters. She's the Chief Business Development Officer at God's Love We Deliver, an agency that last year delivered more than 3.6 million nutritious, medically tailored, high-quality meals to men, women, and children living with HIV, AIDS, cancer, and other life-altering illnesses in New York City, Westchester, Nassau, and Suffolk counties, and in Hudson County, New Jersey. Today, Darea will be talking to us about the MTM bill, reaching Medicare beneficiaries with medically tailored home delivery meals.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. Thanks so much to Natasha and the whole team for having me. I'm super excited to be here. So, I'm here to talk to you about the MTM bill. So, MTM stands for Medically Tailored Meals. Medically tailored meals are meals that are designed by a registered dietitian nutritionist, and it's specifically for individuals that may be dealing with some type of serious life-altering illness. Think chronic diagnoses, think those that may have had some kind of surgery and have complications. The goal of the bill overall is to improve health outcomes, to improve patient satisfaction in terms of their clinical care and their overall health status, and to lower the overall expenditures of Medicare beneficiaries. So, you might not know this. 2/3 of individuals that are in traditional Medicare or standard Medicare have no coverage to meals or other kinds of nutritional interventions. But then, in Medicare Advantage, about 1/3 of those individuals are in Medicare Advantage. If they are part of an insurance plan that allows it, they may have access to certain nutritional interventions, but that decision is left up to the insurance plan. It is not guided by the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. So, there's an opportunity for a disruption. We are proposing that there be a demonstration model or pilot that would help everyone to see if, and hopefully, yes, medically tailored meals can help individuals stay stably within their homes, and it would allow for that intervention to be allowed across the entire country. So, the Pilot Act, the proposal framework is that it would provide the intervention or pilot across 10 different states for a period of 3 years to make sure that as many individuals as possible are impacted. The services would be coordinated through 20 different hospitals. The reason being, those hospitals are providing clinical care while the person is inside the hospital, and as they're being discharged from the hospital, they would be enrolled in these medically tailored meals. Some of the diagnoses that are proposed that would be receiving the intervention include congestive heart failure, severe diabetes, individuals with COPD, chronic kidney disease, end-stage renal disease, which are individuals that are experiencing dialysis, and think of any other diseases that are perhaps combined that make it very challenging for individuals to stay safely in their home and to handle their own nutrition. The proposal would include that at least 2 meals or more a day are provided to that individual. It would require that medical nutrition therapy, one-on-one nutritional conversations with a dietitian are part of the intervention. We're excited to share, or I'm excited to share, that it has bipartisan and bicameral support. It's been a long run, maybe 2 years now, but we continue to pursue elected officials so that they would support the intervention. So I'm disheartened by what I heard earlier from Natasha in terms of some of the feedback that the group received, but we all have work to do to make sure that everyone understands the importance of proper nutrition. Potentially, the Health and Human Services Secretary would be able to report on the intervention in the sense of how was healthcare provided. So yes, we understand what's provided within the hospital, but once someone's in the community, how is that clinical care provided? And how can we see if anything has improved? Think of an individual with diabetes. Does their A1C improve? Have they been able to handle medications better, etc.? We would see potentially a lowering of hospital admissions and or readmissions. Hopefully, people would be able to stay in the home rather than be transferred to a skilled nursing facility or nursing home. Potentially, we should evaluate, as we heard from Katie, for patient satisfaction, meaning what was it like before you had this intervention and what is it like after, and how are you doing? Perhaps from a depression scale, anything like that could be included. And what is the overall cost to the Medicare program? Has it demonstrated any cost savings? And potentially, we would be able to look at any improved clinical outcomes for an individual's chronic health conditions. So, the MTM bill is an innovative concept as a demonstration pilot because for many years, Medicare didn't really think that there was perhaps nutrition insecurity or food insecurity for a population of seniors. But we understand that is a serious need. We've seen that across all of our organizations. So, many of you know from the TUF study that if everyone that had a serious illness and was eligible for medically tailored meals were to receive them, it would demonstrate a lowering of more than 1 million hospitalizations, and it would generate a potential of $13 billion saved. That's transformative for our country. So, I'm asking you to support, talk to your elected officials, you can talk to me, you can go to the Food is Medicine Coalition. It's a group of medically tailored meal providers across the country. The goal is to significantly lower overall healthcare costs, to reduce hospitalizations, and increase the individuals that can stay safely in their home rather than in a facility. So thanks for your time, everybody. Have a great one.
Thank you, Dorea. Our next presenters are from Siena College. Cynthia Bott is a licensed clinical social worker who has 25 years of social work teaching experience at the graduate and undergraduate level. Her clinical expertise is in psychiatric social work. She has worked with community-based organizations to assist with research that will provide them with the data needed to meet their program objectives. And Sarah Toledano, who is an educator, consultant, and community connector who helps people, organizations, and communities strive for their definition of success. Her work for the Center of Academic Community Engagement at Siena College supports students and nonprofit organizations in data analysis, program assessment, policy forecasting, as well as marketing and communication initiatives. She's a PhD student at SUNY Albany's School of Social Welfare, and today they will be discussing home delivery and why it matters.
Is this your thing? Mm-hmm. Go ahead. Oh, all right. We lost our home due to foreclosure. We were facing eviction and short on money. At the end of the month, nothing was left.
I have a master's degree. It's embarrassing. I had an awesome job, but faced horrible health issues and got fired.
My husband passed, and I lost the income he had. I'm working, but can't even cover the mortgage. I'll be homeless with 2 dogs if someone can't help.
I can't get away. I am babysitting my granddaughter Monday through Friday. By the end of the day, my feet and legs are swollen.
We are here today to present with Benny, who's a special guest. We added him at the last moment. We're here today to present the results of a survey we did with 213 folks who received their pantry items via home delivery. We had an opportunity to interview people in Albany, Rensselaer, Saratoga, and Schenectady counties. And what we really want to focus on today is how this population differs from the general population, in particular ways that they're vulnerable and the ways that you are helping to strengthen the safety net. We're going to be using a lot of the quotes that we got from them through the open-ended comments to finish out the conversation. And what you're looking at now are the reasons, it's a word cloud that shows the reasons why folks rely upon home delivery to receive their pantry items.
So as we conducted our analysis, there were 4 top reasons that respondents used home delivery. The first is transportation. I don't have a car. 8 or 9 months ago, the transmission died and it's $4,000 to fix. The next was disability. I'm disabled, can't carry bags, no one to help me. The third is getting around. This is a little nuanced with disability, but we decided to categorize based on how respondents themselves depicted their situations. So I'm homebound. I cannot walk more than 10 steps. I'm in pain, I use a walker. And the fourth is childcare. I have 2 young kids and it makes it hard to go someplace.
Oh, and he's presenting too, he's saying something. My health does not allow me to carry. I've got shoulder, knees, and joint pain. I've slowed down some due to age. In this study, the youngest recipient was 21, the oldest was 80. The average age of the recipients was 46. 43% of the population for the study is 55 and older, as compared to the median population in the United States, which is 45.5. In general, you are serving older populations.
I feel bad. I started working. Between my income and son's SSI, I don't qualify for SNAP, but I'm still struggling. You get something good, but it ends up hurting you. In our survey, we saw that 79% of respondents were female. That's compared to the U.S. Census, which says that about 50.4% of the population in the United States is female. Anecdotally, we found that many mothers reported losing benefits because of receiving aid.
I just have a GED. In our survey of the recipients, 70% had their high school diploma, as compared to the national population, which is 87%, and for New York State, which is 84%. Anecdotally, many recipients express shame about just having a GED. We counted that as having a high school diploma, but in terms of self-image and shame around that, there seems to be a lot of stigma.
I don't drive, and I can't walk all the way there because of knee and back problems. I can't carry stuff. In our study, 40% of respondents received state or federal disability. That's compared to 13% of the larger population. It's very clear that a disproportionate amount of folks within our study receive state and federal disability.
Food wasn't lasting. Food is expensive. I can't eat like I used to because of diabetes. I don't have enough to eat, especially the vegetables. Meats are expensive. Food stamps are not enough. In our survey of folks, 47% had very low food security. It does show that you're reaching the people that you need to reach, as compared to 5.1% of U.S. households that have very low food security.
I wasn't getting food stamps. My husband was not working and disabled. We had one income. In our study, 8 respondents reported having no income whatsoever. 46 preferred not to answer. And what we really wanted to highlight was the difference between the median monthly household income in our study versus the U.S. Census. So in our study, it was $1,300 for an income for a household per month. The U.S. Census says that the median household income is $6,215. This really shows the precariousness of income for home delivery recipients and that state and federal disability do not go far enough.
And then two other points that we wanted to share that came across consistently in the interviews. The first is that these folks don't waste anything. And so a value they have is sharing the little bit that they get. So here's some examples of that. I'm grateful for what I get and I shouldn't complain. Whatever I don't use, I share with others. I always share what I don't eat. And I get to make nice salads and share with grandchildren for the health benefits.
The second takeaway that we want to highlight is the immense gratitude that folks had for everything that you do. I think they're fantastic, and I'm grateful to them. They are all wonderful. I wouldn't eat without them. The Thanksgiving basket was fantastic. One time we got honey glazed carrots. They were delicious. I am so grateful to those people who volunteer there. They take a huge burden off me as a single mother.
And last, we're going to leave you with a slide that shows what are the items that people for home delivery rely upon to help make their ends meet, and two quotes. Many of the items are unknown to me, but I'm thankful for the food. I try my best to make meals out of the food I get, and this is my favorite. Sometimes they have really good shit, man. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our last Fed Talk of the morning will be led by B. Kennedy from the Comida para la Gente. He has over a decade of experience within food and hospitality. It was during a high school visit in 2015 as the West Coast Regional Admission Counselor for the Culinary Institute of America that B realized they were in the wrong place within the food system. He immediately quit and began a 7-year journey farming and learning about the systemic inequities within the U.S. food system. In 2022, he furthered his food justice work developing a gleaning program at the Rhinebeck Farmers Market, which resulted in over 2.5 tons of produce and value-added products being redirected from landfills and into BIPOC and immigrant communities. They believe food is a basic human right and is dedicated to feeding their neighbors and creating an equitable local food system. And Jamila Anderson, who is a queer and Black Albany-based community activist, abolitionist, trauma-informed yoga teacher, and doula. Jamila's experience with food insecurity, their work with food insecure populations, and their knowledge of the disparities within underserved communities in Albany and the greater capital region motivated them to start the food justice program, Free Food Fridge Albany. This project works with and for the community to help end the food apartheid epidemic that systemic oppression has created within majority communities. Free Food Fridge Albany aims to combat food insecurity, destigmatize underserved communities in all ways, and providing free fresh food and low intervention foods. Their Fed Talk is about cultivating connections, strengthening the safety net through collaboration, and is focused on BIPOC and immigrant communities in upstate New York. They will share insights on fostering collaborations between government agencies, food partners, mutual aid networks, and immigrant groups.
Also very nervous to be here with you this morning amongst such luminaries in our field of food moving and serving others. Totally still moved by Kizzy's talk just before us about food and love. Keeping with the theme, it seems like today, of collaboration, I have asked my good friend and collaborator Jamila Anderson to share on a few stories rather about expressing how we use progressive stack as well as using the push to steer model to create community-based solutions.
Awesome. Thanks, B. I'm also very nervous but very excited to be in a room full of such incredible people doing such incredible things. Free Food Fridge Albany and Comida para la Gente have been successful in identifying common barriers and challenges to feeding folks and their local food system, leveraging resources, and calling in community partners who don't typically use or follow a push-to-steer model to create community-based solutions. We, alongside many organizations here today, have had to scale up while remaining sustainable to address the increased need for fresh foods and meals within our community. And so I'm excited to announce today, Free Food Bridge Albany's community-rooted solution to this increased and sustained need is our newest project based in downtown Albany, where I live. Through an intentional relationship with Social Enterprise and Training Center, otherwise known as SEAT Center, a local youth workforce development agency, and in collaboration with diversified funders, a local community member, and other partner organizations. Within this year, Free Food Bridge Albany will begin operating a previously underutilized indoor growing facility. So for the first time, we will grow our own food and increase the amount of fresh greens that we can stuff our fridges with all year long. Thank you. Additionally, Seat Center will transform our produce and their new cooking facility and provide nutrient-dense meals for our free community fridges. This partnership will support local youth workforce development, employ a farmer in the off-season, provide culinary education, provide agricultural and culinary education, in addition to creating a self-sustaining solution that is both hyper-local and highly replicable. Always trips me up. Every time I practice that line.
Well, thank you for giving us that exclusive today, Jamela. That is certainly exciting news to be able to grow your own food for the first time. I'd like to briefly maybe share a quick story about Columbia County Sanctuary Movement. We are a services to organizing model within working with immigrants. Some of you folks may have even seen some of our members giving very impassioned testimony in the $1 Million Staircase about the need to expand safety nets to actually include them in them. Not only were they vocal in the $1 Million Staircase, they also came directly back to us. I co-lead, along with J.J. Kingman, the Comida para la Gente food programming. We do a grocery box, and we also do a hot meal service. Our folks came back to us and said, hey, there is some ingredients lacking from our grocery boxes, things that make us feel closer to home, things that are familiar in our recipes. So we took that feedback immediately. We brought that feedback to our partner farms this past winter, so January, around the time that they were creating their crop plans. We asked them to heavily consider this crop wish list. They did so, and currently we are receiving culturally relevant produce from over 4 queer and trans BIPOC farms located in the Hudson Valley. This new initiative not only is a great story to share with you folks today, but is also a great story with funders. I'm very pleased to say that, borrowing a model from the Glenwood Food Sovereignty Fund, we will now be able to increase that buying power and continue working with these farms throughout the season.
Amazing. Awesome. Free Food Bridge Albany and Comida para la Gente feel that to create a safety net of community-based solutions, progressive stacks should be used. In other words, those closest to the barrier or problem are the ones leading the problem solving. What that looks like in our work is using the push-to-steer model. Those with privilege, resource, money, figuratively, and in some cases quite literally, pushing resources into the people and communities that are directly impacted. Again, folks that are directly impacted are being pushed forward. They push, we steer. Thank you.
Awkward moment over. I want to thank Sam and all of our Fed Talk speakers, a really great range of experience, expertise, and all of the work that is happening. Let's give them all one more round of applause. Just a quick reminder, if you need a pit stop, if you need some coffee, feel free, take care of your needs. You need to stand up and stretch, it's okay. Go ahead and do it. We've got a long day taking in a lot of information, so do what you need to do so that you can be here and take care of yourself at the same time. It's now my honor to present our keynote speaker today, Chef Greg Silverman. I was introduced to Greg during the COVID pandemic when Pivot, pivot, pivot. Anybody remember those words? It was a very challenging time for those of us in the charitable food system when vulnerable community members could no longer volunteer, when we had to change our safety practices to get food out there. The innovation, the community of working together at that time was honestly heroic effort, and you all did it. I was grateful to meet Greg because at that point we started talking, food pantries in New York City area. We started bringing together food pantries that I knew of from around the state, and we started meeting and talking by Zoom to say, what are the challenges that you're facing right now, and how are you solving these problems? And while the scale of what we do is very different, in fact, WISCA serves as many people a year as our entire coalition of food pantries in the Capital District, it's about 70,000. The scale is very different between New York City and upstate, central New York, Adirondack, but the challenges that we were facing were similar. And coming together with food pantry organizations and other frontline food providers really helped us all get through. One example of how working together really empowered us is during the pandemic, frontline emergency food providers, food pantries, we were told by the state that we were designated as essential workers, as grocery workers. So we let everybody know, you're essential workers, you're grocery workers. When the vaccines came out in January 2021, I sent out communication to everybody I knew, hey guys, you're essential workers, you're grocery workers, you can get vaccinated. State came down and said, nope, you're not grocery workers, you cannot get vaccines yet. We thought, wait a second, it was convenient when we were pushing food out, what happened? We've been putting ourselves out there. And so this was a moment where we really came together across the state as food pantry and community-based organizations to say, no, we are essential workers, and our folks, our volunteers, our staff need access to vaccinations. And thanks to our efforts collectively, now New York State has an essential worker category for food pantry and charitable food system workers. So that was our first win, working together. So with that, getting to know Greg has been wonderful. He's got great ideas, passion, and a wonderful team. So it's my honor to introduce Chef Greg Silverman.
Use my timer. 20, 25. Just waiting for the microphone. Sorry. Is the microphone on? Hello? Can folks hear me? Hi, folks. Thank you for being here at the Alliance for Hunger Free New York Food Summit. First, as we're getting the slides up, just want a big thank you to Natasha, Peyton, the entire Alliance team, the food pantries of the Capital District team for putting this amazing event on, and all the volunteers, some who are up front, but maybe we can have them hear us even though they can't see us. So just a big applause for all of their efforts. This is kind of incredible, right? A couple years ago, we were all just sitting in our Zooms, and now we're packed in a turf armory, getting to hear about what's happening and trying to figure out solutions. I'm Greg Silverman from New York City, from the West Side Campaign Against Hunger. I'm a true New Yorker, born and raised in Utica, New York, Central New York, that is. Had my restaurants in Ithaca, New York, and Finger Lakes for a number of years, and have not been considered a New York City New Yorker because I've only been there 10 years, I guess. A couple months ago, Natasha reached out and said, hey, do you have that title for that presentation, for this keynote address? And interestingly enough, with a 6.5 and 3.5-year-old daughters, I was watching The Wizard of Oz the night before. And so I said, it was really, my kids and myself became fixated on the songs, on the yellow brick road, the curtain, everything about this movie that's been around for over 100 years. And so therefore, that is the analogy I'm going to be using today in weaving a path of a journey of my work, Whiska's work, the Roundtable, the Alliance, on this yellow brick road, whether we want to be on it or not, peeking behind the curtain a little bit. And I think you can use that analogy yourself as well in your own work. So please take my words with some grains of salt, but also transport it into your own world. Just to sort of level set here, just so I understand the room a bit and we understand each other, like the range of work that's happening. Who here is from an organization with over 50 staff? A large number. Who's here from an organization with more than 10 staff? Who's here from an organization with 10 or under staff? Any organizations have 0 full-time paid staff? Yeah. There is a huge range when it comes to fighting hunger in New York State. And so every one of us has a part to play in this effort. Okay, so the truth of the matter is my background is as a chef. I had restaurants for a number of years in Ithaca, New York, so I always think of my work through the lens of kitchens and restaurants. So the menu today, the agenda, we're going to start out with, we're going to set the table, a little bit of mise en place, get organized. We're going to get into the main course, and then we'll have some future dishes we might want to create. And so I started out having restaurants in Ithaca, New York, a coffee shop, a farm-to-table restaurant, a wine bar, and we do things that might sound familiar to you. So every day we would actually build out a strategic plan. It's called a prep list. We would fill out the prep list every day, do all our cooking, complete all the tasks every day. Every day we would have some innovative practice. We would build out a pilot. It's called the special. The truth of the matter is, what happens in kitchens is this, for me, is the same thing that you all do every day. We come together as a team to put out amazing products for our customers. The difference between restaurants and oftentimes food pantries and frontline food work is that we don't charge for the food. And that's a very lovely place that where most of us are in, that we can give out food to the community in need. So I came to this work through cooking. I left my restaurants, moved to England, spent time. I realized that no one wanted to listen to a chef, I'd say in 2008. People really thought, like, what's a chef? Stay in the kitchen. Now maybe we listen to chefs too much, but at that point I decided to go back and do some additional schooling, learn about food and nutrition policy. I worked for the City of London, teaching cooking courses. When Jamie Oliver would do his cooking show, going into school kitchens across the UK, I would get hired to clean up that mess. What that mess was, my job was, and it was in my contract, reinstill a sense of confidence and self-worth in the frontline food providers, just like many of us. And so that was my job. See that these amazing frontline people are doing amazing work, support them so they can do the great work they're doing. And that's what we think about a lot of times at Whiska and the Roundtable and the Alliance, how to make sure that you all have the tools to do the work that you know best on the front lines. I left London, moved to DC, worked for Share Our Strength, leading this Cooking Matters program across the country, bringing grocery store tours, trying to understand how to convince elected officials to expand SNAP and WIC, right, through grocery store tours. I was lucky enough to work with the Let's Move team focused on Chefs Move to School, bringing chefs into kitchens to actually use their skills in different ways to help expand school meals participation. But the truth of the matter is the whole process has always been about cooking. It's always been about cooking up change, making specials, having fun together as a team, and making sure no matter what work we do, that the table you're sitting at has amazing food for the people in your community, your families, your friends, your community. And so that's what brought me to New York City, and I ended up coming back in some sense to the restaurant world, I think of it as, Whiska is an independent restaurant in some sense. It's a frontline food provider that is innovative and creative, works together as a team, doesn't worry sometimes about the barriers in front of us. We just go forward and make sure all of our customers get what they need. So, and who are our customers? Whether you live in New York City or other parts of the state, these figures are somewhat familiar, right? What we're seeing in New York City and other places is that food insecurity is up for children, for seniors, for historically marginalized communities, and it's only gotten worse since the pandemic ended. So, what do we do at Whiska? We've been around 45 years. Many of you know us because we were one of the first groups who ever created a customer choice pantry over 25 years ago. We believe that's really important, giving people choices. 25 years ago, we thought the key choice was, do you pick an apple or an orange, kale or Brussels, what type of rice? We thought that was what the all-encompassing meaning of choice. And we're going to get into all the other choices that exist out there. But when I got there, we were giving out 15% fresh produce. And we were told I was being told we were the best. 15% of our food was fresh produce, and that's amazing. And having come from Washington and working on my plate and things like that and making half your plate fruits and vegetables, I wasn't really convinced that that was the best. With my colleagues at Whiska, we started transforming the work, started refusing ultra-processed product. A truckload of food came in, and without even saying the products first, it was sugar, salt, and fat. AKA, it was rice-a-roni, it was hamburger helper, it was soda, it was a bunch of processed cookies. And this was the poundage we were supposed to distribute. And this was supposed to get us to helping our community be more healthful. And we said no. And I called up the group who gave it to us, and I said, I need you to do a pickup. They say, we don't do pickups. I say, you do now. And in the end, they said, okay, we'll pick it up, but we're never giving you this type of product again. And it was almost like I was being slapped on the wrist. And I said, thank you. And my colleague Allison, who's a dietitian and nutritionist and leads our programs, was like, this is amazing. Very quickly, what we saw was our percent of fresh produce elevated just because we started decreasing the amount of ultra-processed products. And that was a huge transformation. We now give out about 50% fresh produce. And we still make sure, behind all this, that we're making sure every customer, I think of it back to the restaurant, that the food is like the amuse-bouche at a high-end restaurant. It's like it brings you in the door. But the core group work, a lot of this is getting people the main course, the benefits. So we have an amazing team signing people up for cash and non-cash benefits. And we do all this in relation to, obviously, systems change and trying to change the narrative on this. Well, as we all know, and this is the last 7 years, it's a graph, right, that shows the transformation of our distribution at Whiska. For the first few years, we started adding a few mobile distribution points. The numbers start go up a little by little. Halfway through the graph, you can see the spike. That's the pandemic. We all know this. We all started serving way more people. Became more difficult for our teams. At a certain point, more and more federal benefits especially kicked in, tax credits, things like that for our community. And we actually started to see wins related to food insecurity for our community. And then the pandemic ended, and we in our esteemed wisdom, nationally and at the state and city level, decided the pandemic's over, we can cut back on all these supports. And what we see as a result, along with surging food pricing and a migrant crisis and increased rent, is a spike that's way higher than we ever hit during the pandemic. I was talking to my team yesterday at one of our locations at 86th Street. We served 600 families just yesterday. Just a regular day now. Used to be 200. This is the new normal in fighting hunger, picking up the pieces where the public sector drops the ball. Whiska alone, and I think we're an example of other groups, we're going to spend an extra $1 million on top of what we budgeted just on food. Like $1 million, can we afford that? Probably not. Our CFO is here. He's going to make it work. He's going to make it work for us. But we're going to make sure our customers get the food that they need. This is a picture when I go back to choice. You're familiar with much of these type of pictures. Small pantry, maybe 6 or 8 families can show up at a time in the door to shop. They're waiting for hours to come in. Some nice clean rows of shelf-stable product, 6, 7 types of vegetables, maybe 5, 6 types of fresh fruits to choose from. People making sure they're getting the best quality product, and that's why they want to choose a lot of times, because sometimes the product was inferior, right? We didn't always get the best product. Pandemic changed a lot of things for a lot of us, right? You know, what we realized, we had to shift our model in lots of ways. Everyone has these stories, right? Look, we built out community partner sites. We said, it's not good enough to bring people to food. We need to bring food to people. You know this, and many of you who work in summer meals, it's the same idea. Why are we dragging people far distances in New York, coming across the whole city to get food just because our food is really good? No, people deserve better than that. So we opened up before the pandemic a dozen sites, exploded to 50 sites across the city in the heart of the pandemic. We have about 30 right now. Partnered with hospitals like New York Presbyterian. We have about 1,500 families now getting home-delivered groceries. You show up at an emergency room twice and screen positive for food insecurity, and you're a mom with a kid 0 to 5, or you're a senior, you're going to get home-delivered groceries and access to benefits enrollment. And we build hubs in communities to get people that food. And these are just examples of like choices changing, right? Distribution pickup points for DoorDash drivers to bring food to people's homes. Bringing a mobile truck into community. You see in other locations around the country, refrigerated locker boxes for fresh produce. Like, the world is changing, and we have to change with it because our customers deserve it. Our customers deserve the same conveniences and the same respect and dignity that any other person gets in their food purchases. Because it's all about our customers. It's the same as when I think of it when I had restaurants. We're focused on our customer. Will I say that the customer is always right all the time? No human being is always right. But our customers know best what they need. And we want to make sure we're listening to that and giving our customers what they need in terms of product, distribution, and the choice. And what are those choices often? Where do I want to get my food? When do I want to get my food? How long do I want to travel to get my food? Because the dignity of being able to stay home potentially, as you heard in the presentation before. I'm a caregiver. I have an injury. All kinds of reasons. And so we want to really push on those things. Because choice isn't about just apples or oranges, right? Most pantries have a very limited number of products anyways, to be frank about it. The range of products, this is not Whole Foods or Walmart with 10,000, 20,000 SKUs. This is 50 products to choose from. So let's give people the choices that really they find are impactful. So WISCA, right, we give about 80,000 customers food per year and have benefits enrollment. About 2 million pounds, maybe 2.5, of fresh produce this year. Over 2 million pounds of $2 million of SNAP benefits. That number's been down. We've had a lot more customers who aren't eligible for SNAP and a lot of those barriers. So we're trying to work on that. And just really trying to find as many distribution points for our community. And you can see, if you look at the map, you know New York, the dark blue dots are WISCA distribution points. We're concentrated in the upper part of Manhattan, Harlem, Washington Heights, Inwood, into the South Bronx. That's sort of our core area of engagement. But there's other partners that we work with doing amazing work as well across the city. And so the red dots are members of the Roundtable. And so the Roundtable is a network of 8 emergency food providers, separate organizations, all who came together, like Natasha and I as well did at a state level, but this is at the local level, to impact change. And some of the partners are here today, folks from Met Council, folks from Project Hospitality are here. Like, we have 8 groups. We started out, we said, look, I as a restaurant owner, what I know is that our purveyors want to increase our prices all the time. I remember it was every year, there's a tomato blight, the price of tomatoes goes up, it never comes back down. And so 4 organizations came together, had support from New York State Health Foundation and other groups to build this out, and we pulled invoices from an entire year, every food purchase from 4 organizations, and we looked at it all together, a massive amount of data for us to do. And what we found is huge variety in pricing. For example, WISCA was paying 10 cents more per quart of milk than our friends at Common Pantry from the same purveyor. So we had a little phone call with the purveyor. And the purveyor said, it doesn't work this way. You're all separate organizations. I'm like, I completely understand that, but you do understand that there's 8 organizations now who are really good friends, who are willing to work together, and we actually want to test out lots of different wholesalers who could do great work, and we hope will give us these prices that we're willing to show to everybody. And the purveyor discounted our milk to 10 cents. Our organization at Whiskas saved $10,000 in the coming year on that one product discount alone, right? The 4 organizations that started this roundtable saved 20% on their food purchase costs just by sharing data. We didn't purchase one product together. Then we started purchasing product together. What did we purchase? Purchased truckloads of oats, purchased truckloads of shelf-stable milk, truckloads of Finger Lakes beans, using our Nourish dollars in different ways, all separately, but some of us couldn't take 22 pallets of oats, but my organization could take 4, and Common Pantry could take 6, and Met Council could take some. And so we would just come together in a shared truck. And so because we share information, we share knowledge, because there's no proprietary thing. It's sort of like back to the restaurant world. People used to come in and say, I really love that steak you all made and that marinade. Oh, what's the secret to it? I'm like, there is no secret. Print out the recipe and give it to the customer. This is just craft, right? Now, do I think that any customer can make the steak as well as I could? Well, there's a difference. I'm a good chef, but I also had an amazing team serving the food, and we had beautiful lights, and we had music. There's a whole thing around that. So it's all about teamwork. And so that network, we provide across the roundtable separately 52 million meals. We give out 28 million pounds of produce. We actually move mountains of food, and we can move mountains of policy as well when we put our minds together. We went to the city a number of years ago and said, the Emergency Feeding Assistance Program, now known as CFC, is giving out over $20 million of food to the Pantry Network. Amazing project. Only shelf-stable product. So what did we say? We said, this is wrong. We want there to be access to fresh produce. There was one line in the RFP that needed to change. That one line gave access to fresh produce to every pantry in the city who got that program. Now, do they have to give out 52% fresh produce like my organization does? No. Do they need to be able to have the ability to buy a case of oranges or a case of potatoes when they want to? Yes. That's all we want to do is give choice. Choice isn't just about the customer. Choice is about agency for agencies, for all of you in the room, and we want to make sure there's more and more of that choice. Why does all this matter, right? Because the picture you see up here of a long Depression-era line waiting for some free, right, this says free coffee and donuts, waiting for some processed food because people are hungry and in need. Not much has changed in 100 years. Where we're coming up on 100 years from the Depression, and we're still waiting, people crammed in lines, waiting outside to grab some oftentimes substandard food because the system is broken. When at the same time, there are warehousing systems all over this country that can pick and pack amazing product and get it to you, in 15 minutes. They can get it to you by drone. And we're making people wait in line after traveling an hour and a half on subways, buses, trains, and patching things together. It's an absurdity. Why do I say all this? And we come back to the yellow brick road, right? We are in the emergency feeding yellow brick road. West Side Campaign Against Hunger, like many of your organizations, has been around for 45 years. More than 4 decades in an emergency. I say this a lot, but emergencies last hours. Emergencies sometimes last days. A pandemic is a rare occursion that an emergency lasts a few years, but emergencies don't last decades. That is a perpetual failed state. And we have been in it. And we have stayed on this road. And we have been willing to walk down this road year after year because we want to serve our customers in the best way we can. But, at every level, as you look at these pictures, right, I can't tell if these are on-ramps or off-ramps, or should I have made them into potholes on the road. HIPNAP, we love the program in a lot of ways, but it hasn't nearly expanded to meet the need over the decades. Nourish popped up in an amazing way during the pandemic. Many of us have gotten Nourish funds, but it's been constricted in how it's access to direct support, right? It's now going through more regional networks that are not on the front line, and these folks do not understand what your customers need. Who understands what your customers need? Your customers do. And you are talking to your customers regularly. And this goes back to, I forget the full term, but it was the push and sort of push-pull, this idea of like push to steer. Like we want to listen and be engaged and make sure that we're doing the right thing. You can't do that. I spent years in Washington. The farther away you are from the problem, the less you can actually impact the solution. We see the same thing. We're still, Wisca doesn't, but many of you, I've been to your pantries, are still getting dumped on bunches of ultra-processed product. Corporate groups are saying, look at us, we're so great, we donated this many pounds of food. That's just product. It's calories. It's poundage. It is not health. We're seeing a TFAP program. How many of you get TFAP? Here's TFAP. TFAP, Temporary Emergency Feeding Assistance Program, federal foods. So you have to make your customers sign an attestation that they're living in poverty. And then now people are saying, oh, it's only once a year. I'm like, once a year is one time too many to make people sign an attestation that they're living in poverty. That's not dignity. So Wisca, we don't take TFAP anymore. We're done with it. Until that program befits the dignity of our 80,000 customers, we say no. And we demand that others advocate as well who are running these programs. And we haven't seen that advocacy. And the advocacy is at a state level. We've talked to enough people at USDA. We have control at a state level to make modifications. In the Farm Bill, many of you were in DC last week getting pushback from elected officials about SNAP, saying there's no cuts happening right now. We know these are cuts. We know these are difficult times. And our elected officials, we want to be going on the offensive, expanding SNAP, not decreasing SNAP. This is the world we live in, right? We're constantly being told, stay in your lane, stay on that road, and that's not just going to happen anymore, right? There's a new road. There's many new roads, and you all create your own roads all the time. For us, you can read articles about this in Food Pantry News, in Food Bank News. You can see these pictures on the right. These are boxes of our fresh produce that go in our food as medicine boxes, right? Amazing, fresh, perfect product. There's no rotten product, no mushy greens. These products are best practice, best quality product because our customers deserve them. And there's a picture of our new warehouse in Washington Heights. And I put that up there because it's a beautiful new space. And every member of our roundtable across the city has a separate real estate or construction project happening because there is a new world out there and we are all transforming and we want everyone to be there with us. Like we're all changing how we do work and we're going to continue to make those changes. Because our community comes first. I put some of these pictures up of some of our community partners, some of our community volunteers at Wisca. We had on the right, we had 1,000 customers and volunteers come together a few weekends ago, block party. What do we do with that block party? We packed food in the middle of the street, in the middle of Central Park West. We packed food for tens of thousands of bags of food. We wrote hundreds of letters, paper plates that we brought to Washington and brought to City Council. We wrote notes for our customers. Everyone's involved in this program to change the way things go. And we do a lot of advocacy, right? We spoke to that. It's all a lot of fine print, but we spend a lot of time together, as these pictures attest to. For example, at the roundtable, the mayor in New York City is trying to cut the emergency feeding budget, CFC program, from 57 to 25 million, cutting it in half. What's the pandemic over? There's no need. No, it's because we've all stood up our work so well that the mayor is deciding to cut back. So we all came together on the front line. Everyone from every member of the roundtable, Food Bank, City Harvest, United Way, everyone came together to say, no, this will not stand. We brought our elected officials together for the opening of our warehouse. You always have to engage these elected officials, city, state, federal level. We also engage them in small group work, right? Because you have to have discussions, right? Not just on the Hill, but in the community. Bring them out to see your work. And I say all this, and I put this picture up with sort of some pictures of our warehouse because people keep commenting that it doesn't look like a warehouse to us. Maybe it's because I had restaurants. Maybe I'm focused on a beautiful space for our customers, for our staff, for our volunteers, making sure that we have great technology, making sure we have safe spaces, right? That's what's important. And on the side over here is Ramona Navarro. She's one of our board members. She actually just presented on Food as Medicine in Washington last week. She has a fierce look on her face because she wants to see the world change. Ramona was speaking about the work that she does leading our community food distribution with our partner Nido de Esperanza. She knows about Nido as a staff member. She first was a volunteer there. She knows about their work because she was a mom in the program, a single mom of 3 in need of support from a network of other moms and support in terms of food, support in terms of other supplies. And she knew about WISCA because when she had her first child, people recommended she go to 86th Street. So she left Washington Heights every month with her kid in a stroller on the subway, having to break down her stroller on the bus. If you've had to do that in New York City, you know it's a complete nightmare. You're shopping, you bring 30 pounds of food, you get on the bus, and the bus driver says you got to break down your stroller. And like, so you're trying to hold your kid, you're breaking down the stroller, you got 30 pounds of groceries, you take up 4 seats that don't exist. Like, this is not dignity. And so Ramona, right, one of my bosses, right, my board of directors are my bosses, and she knows this work better than anyone because she is on the front lines day in and day out, distributing the food, and she comes from the work because she's seen the work. And that's what's important to us, right, is that as we go on this, and I keep getting back slightly to the road, like as we go on this road, we all have different strengths to share. We all have different weaknesses, personally, societally, but we all come together on this road, and maybe it's a new road. Maybe we need to get off this road. I'd say we already have, and the world is changing. And every one of you here are the people who are transforming the cities, the towns, the villages, and this entire state. And I implore you to keep doing it, because when we look behind the curtain of who's actually behind the curtain, and the curtain is how we transform the whole community, it's every one of you. These dots are the Alliance people, all the groups working to fight change, to fight for change across the state. So I thank everyone who's got a dot on that map of all the work you do on the front lines to make sure your neighbors and your friends and your family and your community members are fed. We have to keep pushing on this. We have to push harder. We have to advocate more. And it starts with a group like this. So thank you so much for letting me be here.
Thank you, Greg. We have some very special guests coming up to give a reaction and a response to Greg's keynote. And so I'll invite them all to come up at once, and we can sit in the chairs. Quick responses. First, I'd like to invite Assemblymember Angelo Santa Barbara to come on up, New York State 111th District. We're very grateful for you to be here. Can join us. Next, we have Whitley Hasty from FoodLink. Come on up and join us. And we have Annette Nielsen from Hunter College Food Policy Center. Come on up. And our fourth keynote responder is Joel Berg of Hunger Free America. I think each person here is going to be coming from a different perspective, and so looking forward to these responses and reactions. So we'll start with Assemblymember Santa Barbara. If you'd like to come on up.
Oh, okay. Are these working? Do I need this?
Oh, they're on.
Oh, they're on. Okay. Yep. Hello, everybody. It's great to see such a wonderful turnout here today. I want to thank the organizers for bringing us together. I'm Assembly Member Angelo Santa Barbara. I grew up in the city of Schenectady. I'm a first-generation American. My parents are both immigrants, came to the United States. My dad worked for GE for more than 30 years. I actually didn't speak English till I was in first grade because I lived in the same house with my aunt, my grandmother. We all spoke, nobody spoke English. So I struggled a little bit in life, but eventually I found my way because of my community and the support that we had along the way. I graduated high school, served in the reserves, Army Reserves, came out of the service, and I was actually a civil engineer for a very long time. I loved engineering, I loved math, I loved science, so you probably wonder, how did I get into how did I get here, right? And the answer is, when my son was born, he was born with autism, and it really changed my life. Got me into a life of public policy. I began to serve on different boards, and it led me to where I am today, to focus on issues like what we're talking about right now, in addition to a number of other issues that I think are important. I served on the Agriculture Committee for 12 years. A lot of the legislation, a lot of the programs that we're talking about came through that committee. We talked about it in one way or another. I also work closely with the Schenectady County Food Council. I think some of the members are here. Yeah. Oh, there they are. Okay, so the Schenectady County Food Council has been just wonderful. Such a great organization. They invited me to be on the steering committee, and it really opened my eyes to a lot of things that we could be doing better at the state capitol to address food challenges, to promote food security. And I also volunteer with a lot of organizations, a lot of food pantries, a lot of food distribution events that have been happening in my community. I think that's important for elected officials to see firsthand what's going on. And you'd be surprised who participates, who's on the food lines. A lot of times it's people you know, people that have employment, that have jobs. With inflation, we just heard about inflation, rising costs of food. You see people that have employment, that have jobs, that by the time you pay the rent, pay expenses, there's no more money left for food. And they rely on these organizations. They're doing a great job. Every Sunday I go to a Street Soldiers. Anybody here from Street Soldiers? So yeah, okay. So I've been working with them quite a bit. They do, and sometimes it's snowing, sometimes it's ice, sometimes it's whatever the weather is. They're always there, and people always come. People always come because it's something that it's important, something they need to do to support their families. Serving on the Schenectady County Food Council Steering Committee, as I said, helped me work with my community, engage my community in a different way to make a lasting impact, whether it's things in my community or legislation up at the state capitol or funding. I think it's more than just a coalition. It's a good example of people coming together with a shared goal and implementing that goal and finding ways to involve our community to make sure everyone has access to nutritious food. So today, it's an honor to be here. I was pleased to be invited to be able to talk about. This is one of the most pressing issues of our time. This is something we've been talking about at the state capitol, and what we just heard is food insecurity is on the rise, no doubt about it. The lines are getting longer. We're seeing more and more people rely on food pantries. We're seeing more people be affected by this issue, and we see it in all of our communities. And I think, as I said, more elected officials should visit their food pantries and see how serious this issue really is. More and more people are struggling to find enough food, which means for all of us, especially for people that are representing these communities, elected officials, we need to find new solutions to ensure everyone has access to nutritious food. As I said, this was a top issue at the state capitol. We've had a lot of members of our community come up to a number of press conferences where we highlighted this issue. We had testimonials. We talked about how it's affecting our community in many different ways. It was great to see more involvement from the community to talk about some of the programs we just heard about that we pushed for, that actually some of that funding did end up in the state budget. But there's no reason all of these programs can't be fully funded. When you think about the context of the state budget, this is a very small piece of that. So these programs should be funded to the max because what's more important than making sure people have enough food? HIPNAP, SNAP program, Nourish New York, the Double Up Food Bucks, Universal School Meals. These programs are all very important, all in their own way. They serve our community, and they're all very important and should be important to all of us across New York State. HIPNAP, making sure that funding gets to food banks, to soup kitchens, the SNAP program, and we talk about inflation. We talk about how much everybody knows how much more food is costing when you go to the supermarket. Double Up Food Bucks is something that's important. Nourish New York, I love this program because it takes excess food from that farmers make and puts it into the food banks, puts it into the system. Perfectly good food that can be used. That's a wonderful program that came through the Agriculture Committee years back. And the Universal School Meals, kids going to schools without having a meal over the weekend or even for a day or for whatever amount of time it is. How will we expect them to learn if they don't have access to food, if they don't have a healthy meal? It makes This is something that we shouldn't even be thinking about funding. It should just be done every single year to make sure that all kids have a healthy meal, so they're prepared to learn. They have access to breakfast. They have access to lunch. In Schenectady, the school. Anybody here from Schenectady schools? Schenectady schools. The community school model that they have been implementing has a food pantry component in it. And a number of other things, and that's important. Open up those schools to the community, making sure that people feel comfortable accessing food and all the other needs that they may be looking for. These programs all help a lot of people. They help a lot of people get food. They help a lot of people stay healthy. I do want to talk about a few pieces of legislation that I've worked on this past session. We talked about, with the Schenectady County Food Council, we talked about urban farming as one of the things that can be a component of this, how it can play a role in providing fresh, locally grown produce directly in our communities, but also teaching people how to grow their own food right in our community. But that's always a challenge because, especially in urban centers, right, population centers, hard to find land. It's a big challenge. You know, where do we have these farms? What do we do? And this Food Council was talking about doing some grants for startup farmers to be able to use some properties. So we came together, and an idea came up at one of our meetings, and I love this grassroots type thinking where we think about ideas that actually can affect the entire state, and it actually turned into a piece of legislation. We called it the Urban Farming Land Initiative Act, an idea to take vacant properties owned by land banks and use them for urban farming, for community gardens, repurposing these properties to empower communities, to reduce food deserts, to also help serve the mission of land banks. Land banks are funded by the state. They have a mission of taking vacant properties and revitalizing them, putting them back in use. And this is a great use. And a portion of those properties we felt should be used for community gardens. That's a great use. Not only fights food insecurity, but also promotes environmental sustainability, boosts local economies. Studies have shown that urban farming can improve a community's well-being. So the good news is, and this is a great story to tell about how everyone in this room can make a difference. Our group came together. We came up with this idea. We talked to our local land bank, the Capital Region Land Bank, and they were fully on board with it. Almost like, why didn't we think of this before? Because we have properties that, quite frankly, we can't rebuild on. They're either in an odd location, or they're too small, they don't meet zoning requirements. So these properties just sit there, right? Why not put them back into use for this issue? So the good news is I introduced the bill. We all advocated for it, and the bill did pass both houses, and it's waiting the governor's signature right now. So hats off to the Food Council. Thanks to all the members. Also want to talk about food waste real quick. About 1/3 of all food in the United States goes uneaten. It's an alarming stat. Most food ends up in landfills, and that is not good for the environment. And it's a waste, right? It's a waste. Perfectly good food going to waste. Another piece of legislation that was passed this session that I co-sponsored looks to change that by expanding New York's food recycling and donation program. It focuses on reducing waste by redirecting more of this food away from landfills to those in need, cutting down on those harmful landfill gases, saving money for the people that produce the food to have to send the food to these landfills, and to help feed people that are struggling. The bill reduces costs for these places that produce excess food. On average, we waste about 35 to 40% of the food we produce. That's a big number, and it has a big environmental impact. By making more of this food available to people in need, this bill helps address the issue that we're talking about here today and reduces that food waste. We talk about climate change. That's a big issue as well. When you send food like this to landfills, it does produce those greenhouse gas emissions. So it solves a lot of problems by expanding this program. Food waste contributes significantly. You think about the landfills, how much food goes to landfills. It does contribute significantly to greenhouse gas emissions. So what this bill will do is it requires these food generators to donate and recycle more food over the next few years, reducing the waste, and also expands the maximum distance for food scraps from recycling to 25 to 50 miles, allowing more to participate in the program. Again, it ensures that more perfectly good food reaches those in need rather than decomposing in landfills. So these are just a few examples of some legislation we were able to do this year, but we all know there's much more to do. And it's up to all of us to make sure that we're talking to our elected officials about what we're talking, the issues we're bringing up here. Yeah. And just keep in mind also, not just at the state level, every level of government, everybody can participate, everybody can be part of the solution. We can't just sit by while New Yorkers go hungry, especially when it comes to children. We talked about those universal school lunches. Working together, we can make our community a better place for all of us. We could all be a catalyst for change. The example that I gave you with the Schenectady County Food Council, getting that bill passed, that's something that every community can come together, come up with ideas, and make sure that your voice is heard. Bring it up to your elected official and talk about what's important. This is our passion, right? And it's important that we express that. This is important to us. It should be important to the people that represent us. So I want to thank you for this opportunity to speak to all of you. I want to thank Natasha and the organizers. She's been up at the Capitol quite a few times herself, and she's been right there advocating for this. And I want to thank all the organizers that are here. I know SICM is here, a number of other organizations that I've worked with. Thank you for your advocacy. Thank you for working on this issue. This is a really pressing issue, and you have my continued 100% support to finding solutions that make sure no New Yorker has to go to bed hungry. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblymember Santa Barbara. So earlier when I expressed when I was in D.C., I enraged a public representative. There are so many public representatives that do care, and I love that he encourages you all to invite them to come down to your pantry, tell them what's important. Our second keynote responder is someone who I actually met in D.C. when she was giving a testimony at a Senate hearing on SNAP benefits. She's just an incredible human, Whitley Hasty from FoodLink.
I was just going to use that microphone in my chair because I'm extremely nervous to speak today, which is strange because I have some of the most difficult conversations that one could imagine in the work that I do. Proud to have them because they're important. My name's Whitley Hasty. I am a mother of two, a community advocate and community worker that has lived with and sees and recognizes and tries my best to address barriers to access every day. I've been with FoodLink, the regional food bank located in Rochester, New York, for going on 3 years. I'm also I want to thank the Alliance for Hunger Free New York and Natasha for inviting me to speak. Again, I don't know why I'm so nervous. I love talking to people. It's part of it's my favorite thing to do. It humbles me, whether it's on the phone or at community events or in a classroom setting. It's inspiring to know that everyone in this room feels the same way, and we can learn from each other. I do challenge all of us to find some real actionable items to leave with today, like meeting with Fork and Field to talk about how Double Up Food Bucks is expanding to some grocery stores. That's amazing. Or the MTM bill, which I knew nothing about, knew not as much about. That's amazing. And thank you, Greg, for the metaphor of the new road ahead, because it does look like incorporating people like myself, like you mentioned Ramona, those with lived experience, those with voices that can really speak, truth to what it's like to experience barriers to access. So I really found my niche in connecting with my neighbors last year as a WIC outreach specialist, which is how I met Joel. Joel actually took Natasha and I on a wonderful personal tour underneath the Capitol in D.C. was one of the most amazing experiences I've had while I was down there. And so with that opportunity with Hunger Free America, I really found my comfort zone of connecting with families and individuals and those that are hesitant and embarrassed and shamed for asking for help when it comes to finding food. And that just astounds me. I'm a WIC mom. This is the last year, actually, that I'll be getting WIC. My son is 4, and when the program ends for me, I mean, it's just going to empower me even more to continue to advocate for federal nutritional programs, because no matter how much work we do feeding people today, it doesn't really match or come close to the work that federal programs do, which need work. SNAP needs work. New Jersey's minimum of SNAP is $95. Why can't New York do that? You know, so I ramble sometimes. I didn't know exactly what I would say. I do love the fact that, like Greg had said, you know, we're picking up the pieces where the public sector drops the ball, and the need to bring food to the people, right? Food as medicine is not a new idea. But it's never been more important, and this year the WIC program is actually celebrating its 50th year of proving that food, when it's prescribed, can prevent rehospitalizations due to a social determinant of health. So it's not new. We just need to continue banging the drum. And so while my everyday work helps folks that are eligible, because there's still a large percentage of those that are eligible for benefits like SNAP and WIC that don't apply due to hesitancy and the extreme polarization in this country right now. It isn't lost on us that there's a percentage of people that don't qualify for those, and that is where, you know, food banks and emergency food systems pick up the slack. But I'm never going to stop, you know, cheerleading for the fact that federal programs are important, because they're sustainable, they're proven. And so yes, the new road ahead does look like all of us in our own silos, because in Rochester there's so many resources that align, and I think when we come together sometimes it's amazing that, like, we're all still kind of introducing ourselves to people when, you know, there's, I don't know what I meant, I don't know where I was going with that. I just think that, you know, the new road ahead, yes, does look like our separate silos of good work coming together. So I thank you for inviting me today. I just want to express how inspiring it is to be in environments like this, where I can take back to my organization more ways to contribute to my advocacy policy. It's my favorite part about my job, learning more and more about how we can affect the landscape of food, the policies behind it, because I don't know why these words is on a daily basis resound in my head. Robert Reich saying that poverty is a policy choice. But make no mistake that we have the power to change things. So, thank you.
Thank you, Whitley. And now I'd like to invite up Annette Nielsen, who I got to meet in person at a food tank convening in Boston, all the way in Boston, but she's in New York City. But it was great to meet Annette Nielsen of Hunter College, New York City Food Policy Center. Invite her up.
Thanks, all. Yeah, I work at the Food Policy Center in New York, and I just want to say a huge thank you for this invitation to participate in today's programs. My hat is off truly to Natasha, Peyton, Kathy, and the entirety of this stellar team that is making a difference in so many lives every moment. And they do their work with great humility, grace, and kindness without bringing ego to the table. I'm a huge fan of Greg's work, too, at WSCA, and I first learned about him when I was living in Washington County a number of years ago. One of his board members had a home up there. And at the time, this was early 2000s, I think, or maybe mid-2000s, hearing about a grocery store model or shopping with dignity was truly innovative, transformative, and also kind. Greg, we share a little bit of common space in terms of where we grew up. I was born in Little Falls. I didn't know you were brought up in Utica. My mom is here, a former home ec teacher. She grew up in East Herkimer, and I grew up, most of my life in the Adirondacks in Northville. So it's nice to have those Venn diagrams happen. So when we think about this whole sustainable change in our communities, it really does take big thinkers, big doers, and sometimes also big policy. In this space, particularly, we need to maximize all of our resources, particularly those that are financial, as we have so many vying for the same slice of the pie. And I think, a lot of us have learned over the years, especially through the pandemic, that, when we think about sustainability in this space, it's going to happen through collaboration and big picture connecting the dots. Before I was working directly in food and ag, I had a career that included being in politics and government. I worked for some big thinkers like U.S. Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan and Dick Ravitch and Ted Kennedy. And I see those people as big thinkers along with many other elected officials like the assembly member that we have here who are going on to do this good work. One of the big takeaways I had from working with Senator Moynihan was that he said if there's any policy or passion that you have about a topic, be prepared. It's going to take 30 years at least. And I can't say I disagree. And I think all of us who have been in this space for some time know that to be a truism. I also applaud and consider myself to be one of the doers. When we look at the work that's done across our state and seeing this outstanding representation of collaboration, whether it's for-profit entities like East Harlem's Tierra Kitchen, which is, for those of you who may not be familiar, it's a shared-use incubator kitchen for food entrepreneurs. But they staff volunteering events, and I know they were just at WSCA, I think last week, at the warehouse doing work on, and then, I got to partner with them as part of the center where we are. We had a pilot project this semester which involved retrofitting 2 vending machines as food pantries, and they were called smart pantries. And so we had a refrigerated version as well as a shelf-stable version. And the refrigerated one held lots of produce that we purchased through wholesale through Grow NYC. Tutu, are you here? And that was a really, and then of course we had prepared food items from Tierra Kitchen across the street, which was a way to support all these small food entrepreneurs that exist right in East Harlem. So we got, fresh salads, soups, and wraps in a campus that houses grad programs for nutrition, public health, social work, and many of these students are also struggling. 30% of students across the country are food insecure. In New York City, that number rises to 40%. So many of our students, and we don't have a cafe on that campus either. So, and there weren't a lot of options in the neighborhood. So having fresh food available was really key and really helped in that way. So that was really a program that was started but put on a hard pause during the pandemic by my predecessor, Charles Platkin. He, came up with that idea, as well as another big thinker idea, which was our neighborhood food resource guides, which, for a center like ours, which is more academic than it is program in the community so much, we provide information and data, right? So this project is still ongoing, and I'm proud to say that, we have interns that update this information every single semester. But the neighborhood food resource guides are found on our website at nycfoodpolicy.org. And, while it's specific to New York City, all 59 community districts throughout the 5 boroughs, people can go and look up where their food pantry is in their neighborhood by the address. They can find out if their local store has special hours for seniors or older adults. It has, where can I sign up for SNAP? All these pieces that are really key when you're addressing food insecurity, and were really important during the middle of the pandemic as it was raging, right? So, I celebrate, all of the work being done in this space, whether it be, a new regional food hub that's happening through GROW NYC, looking at the very collaborative Anti-Hunger Advocacy Committee. We are really lucky, I think, to be in this state with people who think long and hard about these topics. But with the thinkers and doers, we also need great policy. And, I applauded during the pandemic the Nourish program, as it supported not only our food pantries, particularly in New York City, where we were seeing so much need, and so many of us were delivering food, but it supported upstate farmers, which we want a resilient food system to exist in our state for sure, and regionally. And, farmers really, at that point, their markets kind of had closed down. Restaurants weren't buying in New York City because they weren't open. Schools were closed for the most part. So we needed a way to support both sides, right? Our produce side, our production side, and our consumption side. And when you look at policy, that was one initiative that happened that is now codified. And, I'm hopeful, we see programs like that continue. I will say, when we think about these policies, we need people that can enact them. And we need those individuals who are going to make sustainable changes that you all want to see. So whenever I'm speaking to students or younger people, I always try to encourage them to get involved in the election process. That might be voting. That might be, making sure the people they want to see in office have on their platform these topics that are so key to what we need in terms of the change, or run for office themselves. Looking at you, Whitley. She needs to run. With it. So, anyway, so in thinking about all of this, we hope we see change that enables everyone to have enough to eat, a safe place to live, education, healthcare, livable wage, and through all of this, let's follow the examples of Greg and Natasha and so many other of you in this space, having a collaborative nature and keeping kindness in the picture. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Annette. And, this is what I'm talking about. You don't know the amazing things that are going to come out of this summit. Whitley for office. Whitley's like, okay. We don't know. We don't know what all is going to come out of this. So Joel is in a tough spot because he's the last speaker between you all and food. So Joel Berg of Hunger Free America has been, he probably doesn't realize how much of a mentor and inspiration he is to me. I kind of jokingly say that if everybody just would do what Joel said as far as implementing policies and funding from a federal and state government perspective, we wouldn't have to have this meeting today because hunger would be solved. And I kind of joke, but I'm kind of not. So want to introduce Joel Berg of Hunger Free America.
Thank you for that. So I'm going to give a 5-hour Fidel Castro speech and you can starve, you SOBs. Just kidding. Thank you, Natasha. Thank you, all these amazing guests. I told Whitley if she does run, I'll take a leave of absence to manage her campaign. So thank you all for coming. And I'm so honored to follow my friend and colleague and mentor, Chef Greg. And I just want to build upon what he said. You've seen The Wizard of Oz, right? I can't imagine a 3-year-old that scared me at 20. But the ending of The Wizard of Oz is they figured out it was all a myth. It wasn't true. They were being sold a lie. And so if we want to carry on that analogy, the lie is that the only way to end hunger in America is all of you to do this ridiculous work of having neighborhood-based organizations feeding out one can at a time, one can at a time, one can at a time. It's not just a joke, Natasha. Let's follow these policies and end hunger in America. This conference wouldn't happen in Germany. It wouldn't happen in France. It wouldn't happen in Scandinavia. Not because they're less caring countries, because they don't have hunger. It's not small, little, isolated island nation that doesn't have a hunger. Big, industrialized, diverse countries don't have it. Why? Because they pay living wage jobs. They trust poor people with cash. And they have an adequate safety net. And even conservative governments. I see someone here has a tote bag for the great book group, Doctors Without Borders. Some conservatives now want us to have borders without doctors. Had to throw that there. Conservatives in Canada, you don't support universal health care. Conservatives in Australia support universal health care. Conservatives in the UK and Germany and France support universal health care for all the reasons, Canada's so horrible, you got to wait for your health care. You don't see people streaming over our border from Canada to avoid the horror that is universal health care. So let's get real. It's not this pie-in-the-sky thing that can't exist. It exists in the real world. Let's talk about wages. In New York State, the minimum wage in most places is $15 an hour. The legislature has pushed the state to do better, particularly the Assembly, over the years. But there's a sub-minimum wage in New York. A sub-minimum wage. $15 isn't enough to live. But if you work for a tipped company and you don't happen to work in a rich neighborhood or people are generous in their tips that day, you get below the minimum wage. They're supposed to fill up the gap. That doesn't happen in the real world. The Governor Hochul, just a few blocks from here, could end that today by signing an executive order directing the state wage board to say that everyone gets the same minimum wage. And if that doesn't happen, I hope the legislature changes that. Number one. As my old boss Bill Clinton said, if you're working hard and playing by the rules, you shouldn't be poor. I don't think anyone should be poor, but particularly working people. The very people, and by the way, the same people who are against minimum wages are against the safety net. So I know it's popular to say, this is not a political issue. This is exactly a political issue. It's now as political as gun safety, abortion, and climate change. And we've got to tell people if they're against raising wages and against the safety net, they're pro-hunger and they're anti-life. Congress is again trying to cut the WIC program for pregnant women and children under 5. The WIC program has prevented a few 100,000 babies from dying at birth. If you're trying to take away that food and still call yourself pro-life, you need to be called out. The amazing work of the emergency food system is unbelievable. What Chef Greg and the Roundtable have done in New York City is just unfathomably amazing. The growth they've had under ridiculous conditions. But let's understand that and all the amazing work you do, just how inadequate it is. We heard, they're serving 50 million meals a year. That's amazing. There are 1.2 million food insecure people in New York City. So by my math, that's about 43 meals a year per food insecure person in New York, or about 4% of the meals they need in the year. Whitley talked about the importance of the food safety net. And you understand, we have this very, very, very rich uncle named Sam. Those of you from here know he's named after Uncle Sam Wilson of Troy. Got a guy in my local reference here, purveyor of meats to the U.S. Navy in the War of 1812. I'm showing off now. But we have this very, very rich uncle named Sam. And the SNAP program in March alone provided $642 million to the state of New York. Over this year, it's going to be $7.7 billion to the state of New York, and there's vast underparticipation in these programs, vast underparticipation in WIC. Half the people eligible for WIC in New York don't get it. Half the kids who get school lunch don't get it, don't get school breakfast. And yet, despite that underutilization of the federal safety net, it provides 17 times, 17 times the dollar amount of food as every food bank, food pantry, soup kitchen, gleaning program in America does. 17 times. And they say, oh, we can't afford it. Well, we're spending $900 million of government funds to build a new stadium for a billionaire football owner in Erie County. I love the Buffalo Bills. I love Western New York. But that's about 9 times what the state spends on emergency food each year for a billionaire football owner for something that's used, what, a dozen times or less times per year. It's all about priorities. We say, oh, the poor people, they're sucking off the public, whatever. On the way here, it's humiliating to say you have to go through New Jersey to get here from New York, but I went by Teterboro Airport, which you know is a corporate airport with all these people going by, and when a billionaire is going through that airport, they're getting the same help from air traffic controllers that you and I do when a few hundred people are guiding our commercial plane. So that means that billionaire is getting 300 times the help from the government that you and I are, and infinitely more help than someone who can't afford to ever fly. So let's not demonize poor people, say, oh, the safety net's for poor people. We have a massive corporate welfare safety net for the wealthy. It's time we build the movement to demand we enter the rest of the civilized world and end hunger in New York, in America. Excelsior means ever upward. Fancy Latin should start with going ever upward starts with ending hunger. I hope all of you can do SNAP and WIC outreach at your agencies and join with us and Natasha and Chef Greg and everyone to build the movement to demand our elected officials end hunger in New York and America. Thank you.
That is like microphone drop. Oh, thank you. Thank you. We have had a lot of different conversations at you. Time to feed your body. Take a few minutes. We've got a little bit of an early lunch. Thank you so much to Healthy Cafe Catering for lunch is in the back. And just incredible speakers, incredible group. 12 o'clock is when the afternoon symposiums will start. So if you're staying here on the main stage, we've got one here, but give yourself a little bit of time if you're going into one of the classrooms, either in this building or the building over there. Thank you, everyone, for being here today. Please enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
I'm like, oh my God, is a timer over there? Yeah.
Oh, that's okay. Let's get a big shot here.
Some Justice Gonzalez Rojas has a bill with budgets called the HOPE Act that would do 2 things: allow people to apply for multiple benefits, and 2, to help people save money to save for college or to get a car, etc. In my previous life, I was a Democratic operator, and I think part of the reason the Democrats are losing people is not seen as aspirational. I'm obviously for redistribution of wealth, but that's not what the masses are referring to. They want people to go. So I think both from a substance standpoint
Hello. Oh, hello, everybody. It is 11:59. If you're not in the presentation that you want to be at right now, good time to head there. Actually, it's now 12 o'clock. Hurry. Get to where you want to be. I'm just kidding. Okay. So here in the main stage, we have Advocacy 101, your questions answered. I'm going to start in 2 minutes. So I'll invite Assemblyman Santa Barbara, Joel Berg, Dee Dee Hill, and Kevin Cleary up to join me up on stage. We'll start in 2 minutes. If this is not the presentation that you were wanting to listen to right now, now's a good time to head to the other location. We'll start in 2 minutes here with Advocacy 101, your questions answered.
Hi, Natasha. I'm Dee Dee. I'm sorry. I'm gonna. Yeah, we're gonna. Yeah. Good. Yeah, give him all the hard questions.
I'm always more comfortable standing here, I think. And you guys can sit here, but would you like to stand up when you're talking? No. No? Okay. Just chat with each other. Okay, we'll just chat then. And I'll probably just stand here. Or should I join you? I don't know. T-minus 30 seconds to Advocacy 101, your questions answered. 29, 28, 27.
How you doing? A little caffeine fuel today? Good. Yeah, it really's a nice drink too.
Where is Joel Berg?
I think one of the guys that previously spoke.
Paging Joel Berg. He can't be far. Paging Joel Berg, come on up on the stage. Paging Assembly Member Santa Barbara, who's also getting water like me.
You think. Thank you. I feel like sitting on the far left. It would be very I think that's appropriate. Can I do this? Okay, I'll be back. Yeah. They'll wait.
Oh, here's Joel. Woo! If you are here for Advocacy 101, feel free to come up closer if you want. Otherwise, Otherwise, stay where you are. But we would love for you to come up a little closer if you feel like it. Oh, yeah, they're coming closer. Yay. It'll feel like a more intimate conversation, and really appreciate it if you want to come up a little closer for those of you who are here for this presentation. Got my timer. I'm going to put it right here. Okay. So, welcome to Advocacy 101, Your Questions Answered. Again, I'm Natasha Pernica, Executive Director of the Alliance for Hunger-Free New York and the Food Pantries. I'm here joined by Assemblyman Angelo Santa Barbara, Joel Berg from Hunger-Free America, Dee Dee Hill from Schuyler Center for Analysis and Advocacy, and Kevin Cleary of Kevin Cleary Government Relations. I don't know about you all who are here, but advocacy can feel very scary if it's not your daily job. And at the Food Pantries for the Capital District, for many, many years, we purposely did not advocate. Our members and our board felt very strongly that we educate. We provide statistics and educate and awareness, but we do not advocate. And in 2020, when that was such a chaotic time for all of us, but in the emergency feeding system, it was a very challenging time. And I think our food pantry members, our board members, our staff, we actually did a strategic planning in 2020. And one of the things that came out of it was that we need to be doing advocacy. All of our stakeholder groups said we need to be doing advocacy because we are getting the brunt of this huge issue that is so beyond our capacity as charity alone, and we need to be advocating. And out of that, we knew that we needed to come together as a state coalition of food pantries, and that is where we came together with Hunger Action Network and newly formed the Alliance for a Hunger-Free New York to do not only working together, but also to build upon advocacy. So how many of you in the crowd currently do advocacy work? Just raise your hand. Oh, this is great. Good. How many of you, this is new? There's some newbies out there. That's perfect. So, woo! Great. So I think this is going to be a great conversation. So I just wanted to start by having each panelist just tell a little bit about yourself and what are you bringing to the conversation today, your role in government advocacy, anti-hunger work. And we'll start with Kevin.
Hi, Kevin Cleary. Have my own lobbying firm in Albany. I've been lobbying for 35 years, maybe, and state government work before that, and I worked for the Assembly for 8 sessions. I've represented a wide variety of interests. I do a lot of disability work. I do a lot of behavioral health stuff. Do a lot of health care. Represented the city of Rochester for 12 years and some school districts and hospitals, and you name it, I've been there. So I think I bring a fairly broad swath of experience to the table. The nice thing about food is everybody's for it. A lot of my advocacy is both for and against. So this is welcome. So I think one of the things we need to talk about is, and I think you're right, is how competitive the environment is. Even though there's $239 billion in the budget, there's lots of hands out and lots of competition. And if you're not playing, you're losing. So,
thank you, Kevin. Assembly Member Santa Barbara, you got to speak earlier, but if you want to just kind of share a little bit about your role in this conversation?
Sure. And thank you to everybody that's attending here, and welcome to people that are looking to learn. Advocacy is very important. I think we talked about how we can get things done in your local community. I gave the example of the Food Council coming up with an idea that actually turned into a piece of legislation in Schenectady County, and that's how it works. Contact your elected official, you lobby for the cause, make sure that you give reasons, make sure that you get support from your community. My background, I'm a civil engineer, so how did I get to the state assembly? When my son was born, he was born with autism, and it really changed my life. I left that 15-year career to begin advocating for people with disabilities. That became important to me. It's a passion of mine. I began to serve on different boards in my community, the Autism Society, a number of other groups, and it led me to where I am today, to fight for things that I believe in, to advocate for causes, to speak for people that sometimes don't have a voice for themselves. And this issue is right along those lines, that we need to fight for people that need our help. The advocacy is a big part of it. Getting community support, getting letters of support that you can present to elected officials. That advocacy is what makes change. It's an issues that affect all of us, issues that you feel strongly about. If it's your passion, you should be talking to your elected officials. You should be looking at what you want to see from our state government, or any level of government for that matter. It's one of the most important things we could do. Our voice in our democracy is one of the most important things we can do. And I'm here to give a perspective from being an advocate for people with disabilities, being an advocate for the issues we're talking about today, but also being on the other side and hearing people come to my office, when people come to my office, and what they lobby for and how that process goes. So I'm looking to share that experience and to give some help on what can be more effective when you take these meetings. Tuesday is lobby day at the state capitol, and if you've ever been up there, it is just completely full of people. The elevators don't work because there's so many people going up and down. It gets very crowded. It's very hectic. So it's an environment that people maybe aren't used to, but it's something that can be navigated. You make appointments. You try and get to people that are available. Try and talk to the people in your district, but also try and talk to people on different committees that may be key to your advocacy to getting done what you want to get done. So I'm looking to share that experience today.
Great, thank you. Thank you. And Dee Hill from Schuyler Center.
Hi. Is this on? Yeah, great. All right. I'm Dee Hill. I'm Policy Director at the Schuyler Center for Analysis and Advocacy. The Schuyler Center, we have been working for 152 years to advance policies to improve the lives of low-income and marginalized New Yorkers. And among our priorities, in this chapter of our long life is to end child poverty in New York, to usher in universal child care in New York State. Universal school meals is a top priority. Also looking to establish holistic, preventive oral health care for all New Yorkers. And this is just to name a few of our priority areas. And I will say that we have never been accused of a lack of ambition, right? We are always asking for what we know New York children and families need. How I came to this work, I've been in this role and in this world for about 8.5 years. I am one of many recovering lawyers, perhaps, in this field. I started my law career representing unions, which I carry a lot of what I learned in those roles to this work. I represented Teamsters and ballet dancers and opera singers and laborers and many other working folks. And then I also worked for the Attorney General's office here in New York and on a tropical island in the Pacific, and was a law professor at Albany Law School for a while, and loved all those roles. But I have to say, doing policy work is my favorite job ever, and I think it is because it holds the potential to make change, prevent harm before it happens. I feel like certainly in my role as a lawyer, I felt like I was reacting and picking up the pieces too much. And here we have an opportunity to get things right at the front end before folks are harmed.
Great. Thanks, Dee Dee. And Joel?
Aren't you glad you came today? How else are you going to hear the phrase Teamsters Union followed by ballet dancers? And as the son of an engineer and sharing a panel with an engineer, I'll give my favorite engineering quote, so to speak. The ancient Greek philosopher and mathematician and honestly engineer Archimedes once said, "If you give me a lever big enough, I can move the world." And policy is that lever. And you figured that out if you want to do something about autism, that you couldn't just do it being with an autism rights group, that being in the legislature had a huge impact. So I cut my teeth. I grew up in Rockland County, was very involved in politics there, then became a professional political operative. I ran a few congressional campaigns, some of which won, some of which didn't. Worked on a bunch of presidential campaigns, some of which won, some of which didn't. And the one that won was Bill Clinton's. I was one of the first, I think, 40 people on his campaign when he was an underdog. And then I got a great job working in his administration. I was at USDA for 8 years, working on hunger issues and the startup of the AmeriCorps program. And I was lobbied. So as a recipient of lobbying, I got to see a little what's worked and what was less effective. And for the last 23 years, I've been running this nonprofit group, which was the New York City Coalition Against Hunger. We turned into a national group, but clearly one of the top things we do is try to influence public policy through what we call both an inside game and an outside game. Getting to know the elected officials on the inside as best as possible, but also making it clear we can bring outside pressure to bear when sometimes it's necessary, sometimes even with your friends.
Thanks. So this is an incredible wealth of knowledge here on stage. I want to focus, here's the main conversation I want to focus on today is kind of what are the biggest lessons that you've learned doing your work in the role? How can advocates prepare to be meeting with elected officials? What is, dues for preparation? What's most effective? What are effective strategies? And what should we not be doing? Do you have any advice on don't do this? And I think that'll help because we do have some beginners here and some folks who have been doing it. So I think this will set us up for some good conversation. So first, kind of what are the biggest lessons that you've learned to share with folks today? And would anybody like to start, or we can just go down the line? Okay, start with Kevin.
Okay.
Take it, Kevin.
I think in New York, in terms of, especially for an issue like this, which largely involves requests for state funding as well as general policy, I think people underestimate the need to get in ahead of the budget and make their case. We have a budget that comes out in January that's acted on typically by April. I think it was mid-April this year. And the fact is, especially with money, if you're in the budget, you're not coming out. So you can almost retire in January if you've done your job and you've advocated before the executive, either the division of the budget, the governor's staff, the agencies, probably a combination of all of the three. If you can make your case effectively, set the stage, and actually give this governor something to announce in January regarding food, I think you're in pretty good shape because the legislature is not going to take any food money out of the budget, right? I mean, the legislative role is usually to supplement what's in the budget, and the supplementation on a percentage basis is fairly small. There's a lot of inertia built into the budget, a lot of funding that's carried over from year to year, so there isn't always a lot of new funding. So it is incumbent on, I think, groups to make their case to the executive first. And then you also have an opportunity because the governor gets 2 shots at amending her budget if she didn't quite get it right the first time. And then the legislative session, the season starts. So I just think that from a lesson standpoint, I think people underestimate the need to get in early with the executive.
I really appreciate I really appreciate that, Kevin. Assembly member?
Yeah, that's a great point. Is that when you are advocating for something, it is important not to wait until January when the budget cycle starts, because things do get crazy up there. There's every single issue that you can think of, everybody pushing for funding for whatever program or whatever initiative it is. So it's good to get in early. It's also to make sure that if you're coming to the Assembly, you're looking for a bill or a piece of funding, make sure you have a Senate match. Make sure you got a partner on the other side, because it's a three-way agreement. So a lot of people will come and talk to Assembly members and never go over to the other side to talk to a senator to say, all right, we have to have an agreement here. So you got to have a champion in all three, and then approaching the governor as well, because they're gonna have a final say as well as to what actually gets in the budget, or if it's a piece of legislation. How to get it passed is you got to have a Senate match. You got to make sure it's done by the end of session, and make sure the governor is willing to sign it. So these are things that bills can get done, but there's a process to it. There's also a lot of times bills will have amendments. Funding will have changes. Sometimes funding will get put together with other funding. So be prepared for unexpected changes, that there's still a path forward, but it may not be exactly the path that you envisioned. It may be an amended version of the bill, or it may be a funding stream that people have to apply for. It's not going to be particularly to your organization that you're advocating for, but it may come out of some funding that's available. This happens a lot of times with infrastructure funding, where it's not going directly to a municipality, but there is infrastructure funding available for people to apply for their project. So just be aware of the process. I think that's the main thing to get it done. There's a process, and it takes all three houses.
Great, thank you. Dee Dee.
So, yeah, I'm going to, echo a lot of what my fellow panelists have said. I think before I got into advocacy, I really didn't understand the outsized importance of the budget. And I think it's so important also to recognize that in New York State, the governor has outsized power in creating the budget. And so, if you want to win, you really need to get your priorities, the funding that folks need in the executive budget. So that means really, like, we're kind of late already. It's like right now that you have to start your push in July for a January executive budget. I think the other where we have seen the greatest successes, particularly in securing the significant funding that we need to move the needle on hunger, on poverty, on childcare. You need a big tent. You need a strong outside game, to Joel's point, and also you need to be advancing effective policies, effective solutions, and the only way that you can be sure that you're doing that is if you have the individuals who are going to be impacted by the policies that you are advancing at the table, at every table. And they need to be at the table when you are really even talking about what really is the problem, because you may think you know what the problem is, but maybe you're missing some of the nuances. And if you don't understand what the problem is in all of its nuance that you're trying to solve, you may put all your heart and energy into a policy or a funding stream that isn't going to work, isn't going to really serve the New Yorkers you're seeking to help. So I think that is absolutely critical. Folks need to be at the table when you're crafting the legislation and all the way through. You're not just trotting directly impacted people out for your press conferences. They are there. They are on your steering committees. They're with you every step of the way. When they say to slow down, because maybe you don't have it right, you slow down. Like it really has to be everyone in it together. And sometimes you do have to slow down to speed up, right? You have to slow down and really listen, make sure you get it right. And then I guess the one other thing, and the inside game is really, really important. You really, You do need some folks. It's helpful to have some folks that really understand the inner workings of Albany, which there are some just, you can be almost there to the finish line and then some weird rule comes up that you didn't anticipate, or at the last minute there's just this one little legal flaw with your bill, and if you just need people that can help resolve that quickly before the time runs out. So the inside-outside game is super important. But I would say building your base and having diverse voices with you and leading the efforts are really the most important part.
I agree with all this. Because we're in Albany, it's understandable that a lot of this discussion is based on state government. I also point out, again, the vast majority of money, even in New York State, spent on fighting hunger is federal. And there are key federal issues on the plate right now. And New York has a unique opportunity to influence this. We're not a player in the presidential race based on the Electoral College, but we're a key player in the fight over who wins the House of Representatives. And the first rule of politics is get elected. The second rule of politics is get reelected. And the third rule of politics is don't forget rules 1 and 2. And so people who might not give you the time of day in other years, if they are in the fight of their life, whether they're going to keep their seats, some of you in the Hudson Valley or some other places where there are true races that could determine the fate of the U.S. House of Representatives, and literally hundreds of millions of dollars, maybe billions, are going to be spent on this. Get them now and get them to commit. So what I say applies to a campaign for federal, state, or county. Is first, I think it's important to have a concrete goal of what you accomplish. 1 or 2 very specific things you want to accomplish. And my rule is they should be bigger than could be accomplished if you didn't exist and if there was no advocacy campaign, but not so big if they did it, they'd lose their jobs, the elected officials, because if that's the case, you haven't convinced the public enough. So, for instance, personally, I feel that undocumented immigrants should have all the same food programs as everyone else, but if he voted for it, he'd probably lose his job. And so it would be irresponsible of me as an advocate to try to get him to do something, or any of them in the legislature, do something we haven't built enough public support for. So I think every campaign, and there are 2 ways we move legislation or executive action. I'm just being blunt. I'm taking everyone here off the table, but one way is pay to play. You either donate to an elected official or you donate to a lobbyist you hire a lobbyist who donates to elected officials. And it'd be naive anyone to think that a lot of American policy and New York policy isn't based on that. The only way, if you don't have a lot of money to donate, is you need to build a social movement to pressure them. And I think there are 3 things besides the inside game and getting to know elected officials. Number 1, most importantly, organize the people most impacted. Most people who run pantries and kitchens, unfortunately, never engage the people they are feeding to speak out on their own behalf. Oh, we don't want to hassle them. Ask them. Most will feel thrilled to be given the chance to speak out. So that's number 1. No social movement in the history of the world has been won by one people on behalf of another. If it was just up to us men, all the women here, you still wouldn't be voting. So engage the people most affected. Convince the people in the middle. It's true. You think we'd have this progress on civil rights if we were waiting for George Wallace? No. We wouldn't have had marriage equity if it was just up to straight people. It's just a fact. We wouldn't have disability rights if it was up to people without disabilities. It's just a fact. We're never going to win unless the people most effective speak out and demand that their elected officials do this. Number 1. 2, real quickly, convince the people in the middle. I live in Brooklyn. If I just spend, agreeing with people at Brooklyn coffee shops, I'd never get anywhere. You got to go to the suburbs where they're swing voters. You got to go to upstate swing counties. You got to talk to people who don't agree with you, who could agree with you. And then the opposition, you have to oppose them democratically, respectfully, but factually, and to say, oh, we're not going to respond to them, that's going to give legitimacy to their argument. That's ridiculous. A ridiculous argument non-responded to one day becomes conventional wisdom the other day. So organize the people most effective, work to convince the people in the middle, and then respectively rebut the opposition.
Thanks. These are all really great insights. Appreciate this conversation. So the next kind of area I wanted to focus on is, so how do you prepare? How do you prepare talking points? What do you bring to a meeting? What's helpful for the elected officials? How do you prepare, Kevin?
Why don't we have Assemblyman Santa
Okay.
talk about
Okay.
what he thinks
Okay,
is
this is great.
effective.
What's effective?
Yeah,
Assemblyman?
I just one more point I want to make on the last question real quick. Also, I didn't mention the committee structure. also, it's great to talk to your elected official, but they may not be on the committee that you're looking for. So if it's an energy bill, there's a whole committee process. That bill will never see the light of day unless it gets through that committee. There's a committee chair, and there's members of that committee. So it's great to talk to your elected. You want them on your side, but also know who's on the committee. Have you talked to the members? They're going to be the first ones to vote on any piece of legislation before it ever gets to the floor. So I just wanted to circle back to that. So back to the other question. So when you're preparing to go up to lobby at the state capitol or any I guess any level of government, especially if you go to Washington D.C., you want to make sure you know who you have to see. You want to make sure you have an appointment to see the elected officials that you want to talk to. Make sure you have. You're probably going to have limited time. So they see a lot of people, especially at the Capitol here on Tuesday. We see a lot of people. Make sure you have a clear, concise agenda. Make sure you have facts and statistics that you can back up. And I find this, I say this all the time, testimonials. You can bring somebody with you that can share a personal story. If it's hunger, if it's food insecurity, bringing someone that can share a real world story is one of the most effective things you can do. If it's somebody from that elected's district, even better. Hey, I live in your district. I've been struggling with this issue. Here's what's happening to me. That's a real world connection. Now it's a constituent. Now it's somebody that is in their district, somebody that's coming to see someone that they may have voted for, someone that they have supported. They're having an issue. Those are very, very effective. So I think, keeping those points, keeping on track, making sure you see the committee members on that same day also, because you're going to have some time once you see you're elected. Take some time to introduce yourselves to the committee members, even if you don't have an appointment. Stop in. If you can't get in, leave your information. Have a packet with you. I find that most people that lobby that come up, they do have a packet. They have quite a bit of statistics on what they're lobbying for, what the key points are. Have that clear, concise agenda. Make sure you know who you're seeing, and I think that keeping those points in mind, it does get crazy on lobby days, but keeping those points in mind, I think, can be very effective for you.
Does anybody want to add?
Yes, please. The game has changed in Albany now with Democratic supermajorities in both houses and a Democratic governor. I actually think it was better training in the old days when we occasionally had a Republican governor and a Republican Senate and a Democratic Assembly, because then we had to be a little bit sharper and more on our game and less appealing emotionally and more on the facts. I think it works fine now, but it worked fine in the past. I think the nice thing about food, and I've always felt this about my disability work, I've always felt this about my mental health work, is it's not a Democratic or a Republican issue. It's every district in this state has a food problem. And sometimes you may not be lucky enough to live in a district that has someone in the majority representing you. That doesn't mean that you don't need to work with those people to help you develop a chorus around the issue that you care about. And I think a lot of people ignore their local legislators as a result because they've been hearing stories about how, and decisions are generally made by the majority. There's no question about that. But I do think if you've got a friendly minority and a very sympathetic minority on an issue, that can help you as well. I agree with most of what Joel said, but and also, from a lobbying standpoint, Tuesdays are incredibly difficult, and some meetings get canceled, and some meetings get handed off to a junior staff member who needs to file a report with their elected official. It's much easier, I find, in the Capitol, behind the chambers, actually requesting to see the legislators who are on the floor, and that's actually where you get a better chance occasionally, actually meeting with your legislator. Send in a card, but you have to have your 5-minute drill ready. It's not just a question of, you can copy stuff off the internet, give voluminous information to support your argument. Unfortunately, in the Capitol and the LOB, not too many people are going to read that stuff. A couple might. I think that you need to sharpen your arguments. You need to be prepared to say everything you need to say in 5 minutes, and that's incredibly difficult and challenging. But that's really where it is, because if I call out Assemblyman Santa Barbara to talk about an issue, he's not going to have a half an hour to sit and talk to me, right? He wants to know what's going on, what's important, why is this important to me, why is this important to my district, why is it important to the constituencies that I care about? And to get that across in 5 minutes is a challenge, and to some extent separates the people who know what they're doing from people who don't know what they're doing.
I appreciate you, Kevin, because I was coming to the table this year with very long documents of statistics and stories, and it is challenging. That's why I'm a newbie, so I'm here learning with all of you. Anybody else want to add to preparation?
Yeah. Oh, so the question is preparation. Well, I think I'm actually going a little bit sideways to strategy, but I just wanted to pick up where we talked about the importance of influencing the budget. I think that the meetings with assembly members and senators are so critical, but if your eyes are on the budget, think about ways that you can generate interest and the attention of the governor in the summer and fall through things like op-eds, through earned media, through events, have an event like this and invite the media and be clear about what you're asking for in the budget. Like get the conversation going early. And I think another thing that is so important is not just educating and having meetings with lawmakers, but identifying those lawmakers on the committees that have the power to advance your goals, and develop them into not just supporters but champions. So that involves really getting to know them and see and working together, sometimes on a whole slate of legislation. I'll give one example, a pretty extraordinary example. In our efforts around universal child care, a few years ago we had a newly elected senator who was also newly appointed chair to Children and Families, which is the committee that really makes most of the decisions around child care, Senator Bridgeport. And Senator Bridgeport didn't know much about child care, but was an eager learner, and he sat with us, a lot of advocates and providers and parents, and educated himself. And then he decided that he wanted to go off session, in the summer. He took a tour of that we helped to organize. The advocates helped to organize a tour of child care providers in every region of the state. And we developed a plan, what happened on each of these days, which was, a visit and conversations with child care, educators and directors, and then an evening conversation so that members of the community could join that conversation and talk about the specific child care challenges they were facing in that region. And then out of that, not only did we, the senator really became an expert over the course of those several months. There was also a lot of media generated, and we also, the senator's office created, in coordination with one of the advocacy leads, created a report that became sort of a roadmap for much of the advocacy that followed. So, I think creatively. There's a lot of ways to raise attention and work towards your goals.
I'd say the challenge is, to be really effective, you need to be prepared. The good news is it's never been easier to be prepared. And what I mean by that, if 60 years ago you wanted to know a lot about the elected officials' background and the background of their staff, you probably had to have been a lobbyist or a staffer to have been there for a few decades. Today, you can find much of that out within 5 minutes. So you should know, first of all, know their district lines. Right? Know which towns and cities they represent, know whether they have a safe district, meaning they don't really particularly have tough primaries, or in some places the primaries are the tough elections, not the general elections. Know if they have a tough general election. Know what previous positions they've had. In New York legislature, it's really important to know whether they're on good terms with either the Senate Majority Leader or the Assembly Speaker, or on bad terms. There's no legislative body in America more controlled by the leadership than the New York State Legislature. So that's all critical to know. And you've got to know basic civics. The valedictorian of my high school in Rockland County, New York, going on to MIT, brilliant guy, didn't know the difference between a U.S. senator and a state senator. And so it's really important, if you're lobbying people, really know the issues that, before them, what they have power to do. There's an old joke, someone called up a U.S. senator to get their pothole fixed. And they said, "Why are you calling me? I'm a United States senator. I decide on treaties, Supreme Court nominations." They go, "I know, but I want to start at the bottom." Another thing, not to argue with a fellow panelist, I would say the New York State Legislature, you cannot tell really a lot about someone by the voting record these days, because that virtually 98% of the stuff doesn't come up for a vote. It's all decided in back door. And then there's like this huge budget deal that either they have to accept or not accept. I will say at the federal level, you can do more of that. And in my opinion, but based on the facts, let's argue another time, this used to be a bipartisan issue at the federal level. Bob Dole was a great leader on this. Richard Nixon was a great leader on this at the state level. Nelson Rockefeller, Republican, was a great leader on this. But just the facts, not being part, just the facts. In the last 5 years, every time there's been a vote to increase funding for hunger programs, every Republican from the House of Representatives in New York voted against them. And every time there's been a bill to increase them, every Democrat from the House of Representatives has voted for them. We hope that changes, and we hope we can get back to bipartisan. But right now, it's my opinion as an advocate, not as a lobbyist, that we have to also deal with the reality that's out there.
I appreciate the diversity in perspective and experience that you all are bringing based on the roles that you play. Does anybody want to add to that? Otherwise, okay, yeah.
I have, I guess, the most underrated piece of advice, and it sounds simple, is the clear ask. Because a lot of times I do spend some time with people in my office, and they never really ask for anything. They're not really clear on what exactly they want me to do. And sometimes at the end of the conversation, I will ask the question, what is it that you want me to do? Is it funding? Is it legislation? Is there a particular? So be specific on, right to the point. What is the issue you're trying to solve? What is the ask? I just want to also back up what you said, going to the back of the chamber. If you can't get an elected official at their office, or if they're in session, it doesn't mean you can't see them. And I think that's a very good point, that you can go to the back of the chamber, hand your card to the security, and they will go in and put that card on their desk. And I rarely, if there's something going on where I'm speaking or I have a vote I'm waiting for, I won't go out. But I very rarely do. I always go out. Very rarely do not go out. Always see what is it that they want to talk to me about. So I do give time when I can in between votes or in between discussions on the floor. So I think that's very effective. Also, the other thing is that do your homework. So if you're looking for an issue, you're looking for a specific thing, take a look at what's out there already. There may be a bill already out there that hasn't moved. And versus trying to create a new piece of legislation, you can back that legislation and say, hey, I'm here for this issue. There's a piece of legislation. I'd love to see you co-sponsor or support it and try and get it out of committee.
I also add that often elected officials have more time at their district offices than in their legislative offices, particularly if you're a constituent or have constituents go there, and also invite them to events. Again, I'm not being too cynical about politics, but I've been in it a long time. Sometimes the communication staff of elected officials are driving the agenda 5 times more than their legislative staff. And if you can get them good attention at a media event, and get them in the paper or interview, that will dramatically enhance your ability to have another conversation with them. So the other thing is, as confrontational as I may seem in this, I also think I'm staffing the elected officials, right? You never surprise them. You give them the pluses and minuses, and then you want to argue on your side why your side wins out, but don't pretend something's non-controversial if it isn't. Let them know what that is, and then same in dealing with the media, make their jobs as easy as possible. I'm not saying ever staff crib something from your fact sheet, but if you can put something that they can easily turn into their own press release, their own fact sheet, their own bill, the more, and they're understaffed, you have a zillion issues to work with, your staff is dealing with a zillion issues. The easier you can make their job, the more likely they're going to be able to work with you.
Thank you. So we've got about 6 more minutes. I wanted to just, if anybody has a quick, don't do this, I think it would be helpful. And then I wanted to give a few minutes for any questions in the audience. So anybody on the panel have a quick, do not do this, or please avoid this?
Don't go out someone's house with a bullhorn. Unless you just can never get a meeting after a decade. And don't spend all your time focused on process. We demand a meeting, won't you give us a meeting? And then you get in the meeting and you have nothing to say. Focus on the outcomes, not the process. And remember, thank your friends and reward your friends. Just don't go after your enemies. They rarely hear thank you for doing that, and that's really important as well.
I guess I'll add, as far as communication, sometimes it's best to call the district office or call the legislator's office. Emails are great, letters are great, but a phone call as well, leave a message, is always a good backup, a good effective piece. Don't assume that if you left a message on social media that the legislator ever got it. They get a lot of messages, a lot of social media traffic, and it's very easy that your message will get lost. Most likely will get lost amongst thousands of other people commenting on there. So that's a don't. Don't assume that you put something on Facebook or send a messenger that message actually got read, because it's probably, like I said, thousands of others right on top of it. I think making a phone call, for me, when I get a phone call, I think it's the most effective. We get thousands of emails too, and we do get through them, but you may not get a response for a while until my staff can actually get through all these emails once we print them out and figure out which, what the issues are and who we have to get back to.
I'm sorry, super quick. Don't give up. Because, and I mean, that sounds a little Pollyannish, I know, but the reality is, it is very rare that you win the first year out, almost never, even for something that is simple and self-evident. But if you, and you have to recognize that part wins are part of the way. So if you have a bill and the first year it gets passed in the Assembly and gets out of committee in the Senate, that's huge. That's huge, and you claim it, and you thank everybody, and then you roll up your sleeves and you start right away to prepare for the next year. And the next year it's gonna go through much faster. It will, particularly if you remind everyone, all the Assembly members, you passed this last year, so let's not even, let's just get this done and let's get it to the governor. So, I think it's really hard when you have at your tables, which you should, the folks who are directly impacted by these policies, because for them it's really hard to hear you have to wait another year, because this is their lives. This is they're missing meals. They're struggling, and so you have to figure out a way to acknowledge that and maybe work as a community to address some of the most dire needs. But you have to assure folks that that they actually are making progress.
Kevin, do you have any don'ts?
Yes, don't talk in the bathrooms and don't talk in the elevators. That's what I tell my clients when they show up. We had too many stories of people complaining about legislators or their staff, and then all of a sudden the senator comes out of the stall in the bathroom, and he's right there. And people, especially on crowded days like Tuesdays in Albany, are very frustrated. They're new at the thing. They've been on a bus all day. They're all pissed off for whatever reason, and all they want to do is rant. And all of us, unfortunately, there's lots of ears as well as lots of mouths in the Capitol.
And don't lobby anyone in the bathroom.
Oh, I've done some of my best work in the bathroom.
Okay, I take it back.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so we've got just a couple minutes. Does anybody, yes? Here, I'm going to let you talk into here so that.
What about contacting staff that might be the specialists?
I'm sorry, say it again.
I don't know how big the government is in New York.
Yeah.
But like in Washington, you would maybe not meet the senator, but you'd meet
I
a
think
staff member that was in charge of.
that's entirely appropriate, and I think we often are tasked with contacting our federal representatives, and will call on an issue and we'll have to call like 3 or 4 times and talk to a staff member before we actually get a response. So the don't give up part is important. Make the call, but then, if you don't get a response, make another call and just,
If you can't get them and a staff member picks up the phone,
yeah,
and you say, look, I've got this issue, I really want to talk to somebody in your office that can help me. Can the staff member take that issue and say, hey, Mr. Senator, this person called, and I think this is really important. Does that happen?
Yeah, that happens all the time. And, my chief of staff is right here, Nicole, and that happens many times where she'll come over and grab me and say, hey, we need to get back to this person who called about this issue. Or this person, we weren't expecting somebody at the Capitol. Oh, this person is here at the Capitol. They didn't make an appointment, but they'd like to see you. I think, we should see this person. So, I'll adjust my schedule. So it's always good to leave a message with the staff or try and talk to the chief of staff if you can. If you can't, then leave the message with the staff member. I think that's appropriate.
And also, one thing that wasn't discussed was developing relationships with these people so that you meet them the first time. You might send them a letter, thank you for meeting with me, sending them information throughout the year so that they know who you are and they know you're legitimate.
Yeah, I think the follow-up part is also good. The follow-up is another communication. I think if you meet with someone, people that I meet with, I always send them follow-up. I send them a thank you note. So I think that relationship gets built that way, making sure that you're appreciative for their time, they're appreciative of your time.
And treat staff as important people in and of themselves, not just as a conduit to their boss. In some offices, they're extraordinarily influential. I'm not just saying that because you're sitting next to a chief of staff.
Okay, we're coming up on time. I'll just do 2 quick questions if that's okay. We've got a gentleman here.
Yeah, thank you. Great information from everybody up there. My question is, how do you advocate for something if, there's a bill or a policy that's already out there, it's been passed, it's in there, the funds are there somewhere, hiding somewhere, and you try to find information about it, and nobody seems to know what's going on. I've been working with a consumer for almost 6 months now on on something that's out there. It's a mobile and modular home replacement program, and I've called just about every level of government out there trying to find. Nobody knows anything about it.
Call my office, you'll get your answer. I know that program. Yeah.
Okay.
Nicole will give you the card.
Great, and we're going to take one more quick question, then it'll be time to move to the next session.
Thank you for sharing all that great information. My name is Hannah Maya. I work as a farmer and trying to do policy advocacy in the ag world. But one of my questions was what do you do if your representative just will not take a meeting or a call with you? And then you're saying don't go and yell outside their house, which is sometimes feels like your last option. But what do you do if people will not respond to phone calls, emails, or just take a meeting with you?
In your free time, not representing your nonpartisan group, work to get a new representative.
Ooh, any other feedback on that one?
Well, that shouldn't be the case. That's really
the truth is it happens.
Crazy and unacceptable for your own representative to not meet with you. And so, vote them out of office. But also remember that you want to target the committee chairs anyway. You also want to develop those relationships. And if you find lawmakers who are really committed to what the policies you're advancing, they are always looking for allies and folks with information and stories and data to help them advance that policy that they're passionate about. So lawmakers have a special responsibility to their own constituents, and it's a shame that you're not experiencing that. But it is also the case that these are state lawmakers. They represent the state as a whole, and they have their own areas of expertise and passion. And so you can get a meeting with somebody who is not your lawmaker if you explain what you want to talk with them about.
Let me quickly revise and extend my remarks. Also, if you really can't get a meeting with the member or their staff, if you can figure out any of their campaign donors that you know, any religious leaders that you know may have influence, if none of that works, I still don't think you should go to the House. But if you've tried everything else, you can certainly have a press conference outside their district office and invite the media and explain that the only way you can communicate with them is through the media, since they won't meet with their constituents. Assuming you're a constituent, since it's perfectly their right not to meet with someone outside their district as well.
Great. Well, these are some great questions. We're at time, and I just want to give us a big round of applause for our panelists. Thank you for being here today and taking your time. And I love "Don't Give Up." I'm taking that with me today. Thank you so much, everybody.
I'll follow up on the pink. Some health insurers. I represent a lot of environmental stuff. A lot of this extended producer responsibility stuff.
We do some of the adult ones.
Yeah. Well, my guy Harvey is Mr. Anti-Adult. So I represent that assessment.
Oh, the association.
No. He represents the psychiatric rehabilitation services. They generally don't like to go homes because the conditions aren't so great.
The conditions are awful. No, we represent like the efforts to give the consumers, the residents, some rights, small part money and stuff like that. It's a tiny bit of public health. Anyway, it's all about trying to give them, have something.
Yeah, my clients are about that stuff.
Yeah.
Rosenthal? Well, it used to be NIAPRS, now it's the
Yeah. But now it's what? What are they calling it?
Alliance for Rights and Recovery. And I represent Mental Health Association in New York State also. And I think Glenn Liebman there.
Yeah, we know.
Of course.
Of course.
That's where I'm on my way over to now. So, all right, well, it's good. Yeah, it's interesting. It would have been nice to have more people, but you reach who you can, right?
Exactly.
But this armor is like suspended time. I mean, it could be like 8 o'clock at night right now for all I know. Is it like really 1 o'clock in the afternoon? I don't have any sense of time.
Yep, it's weird.
All right.
For like a plane to come in.
All right, we'll see you.
You will be. I mean that. Testing.
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 You know what's nice about reading my reader?
All right. Welcome, everyone. We'll be starting in about 30 seconds. Hello and welcome everyone to our next panel discussion in the Food as Medicine pillar. My name is Victor Russak. I work with the food pantries for the Capital District. I'm the moderator for this panel, and we have three lovely people, amazing experts in the food as medicine space here to talk about tailoring services to the individual while also scaling up to larger populations. And so first I'd like to introduce Marla Guarino. Marla Guarino is a registered dietitian who works as the director of programming for Buffalo Go Green, a nonprofit organization that combats food injustice by providing sustainably grown, pesticide-free produce for their urban farms. Before her career in the nonprofit world, she had a 20-year career in the food and beverage industry, and operated a popular Buffalo restaurant featuring local sustainable foods. Next is Angelo Calbone from LifeWorks Community Action in Ballston Spa. Angelo is a parent, a nonprofit manager, and has a long history in the hospitality industry. He loves that he's able to work somewhere that has its main focus to help people on a daily basis. When asked for a fun fact about himself, he responded with, "I promise I am not tired, I just have 2 kids." And then we have Allison Rosenthal. Allison is the Chief Program Officer for the Westside Campaign Against Hunger, lovingly known as WISCA. WISCA is one of the largest emergency food providers in New York City, serving 70,000 to 80,000 people a year. Their food pharmacy program alone serves approximately 3,000 people every other week. Fun fact about Allison, her biggest win as a registered dietitian is that her 9-year-old daughter has the favorite foods. Her favorite foods are collard greens and kale, and she prefers brown rice over white rice. All right, so just for our first question for this panel, to do some level setting and context building, if you could each speak about what your current program is like and what the scale of your program is, and we'll go in seat order here, so starting with Marla.
Okay, thank you, Vic. So, as in my introduction, I am the Director of Programming for Buffalo Go Green. It is an agricultural and wellness-centered nonprofit based in East Side of Buffalo. The East Side of Buffalo has had decades of disinvestment. It's subject to food apartheid and high diet-related disease. And if anybody in the state remembers, if I'm sure you are, the Tops Massacre, our farm is 5 minutes walk away from there. We do focus on nutrition education, food access. We operate 2 urban raised bed and hoop house farms and 2 hydroponic container farms. The hydroponics allow us to harvest 12 months out of the year. We were an early adopter of the food as medicine kind of model. We successfully launched in 2016 with our first clinic and have grown to 3 clinics. Our food as medicine program has served, at that one clinic alone, 7,200 patients over the past 5 years. Thank you. So how this program works is we take our wonderfully grown food and put it in a mobile market, and then we have a voucher program. And so at the federally qualified clinics, we have our doctors, our champions. They give the veggie produce prescription vouchers. They go to the market. We're conveniently parked right outside. And then they'll do the follow-up. How is it working for you? Behavior change and such. We also operate a Veggie RX food pantry at one of our health clinics, and that's a pediatric clinic. And so we're slowly growing that. So that's available year-round. We do a lot of food bag deliveries. This season, we have a partnership with Independent Health Foundation for their healthy options at home. So Buffalo Go Green provides home delivery of fresh produce and dry good bags to 125 families weekly for 3 months over the course of the growing season. We're also proud to be a part of the Highmark Health Buffalo Niagara Medical Campus Research Project, Food as Medicine Research Project, where 125 participants will be getting surround services such as mindfulness, wellness, and we provide the food bags, and that will be delivered for 6 weeks. And the food bags, we also do cooking classes with that. So it really is measuring behavior change. We're going to be upping the real, I'm a dietitian, so like kind of the more specific disease state food bags and medically tailored meals program in the future. Thank you.
And Angelo.
Okay, Angelo Caldoni with LifeWorks Community Action in Saratoga County. We are a community action organization, so we house a few programs. The most notable, WIC, Head Start, Weatherization, and we also operate food programs where we have a food pantry that is serving about 800 services a month. Many of those are delivery-based, and inside of that is where our Food as Medicine program lives. Our program right now is on the smaller side, about 30 participants in each cohort. But it operates very differently than our food pantry does. So it affects our operation and the capacity that we have very differently. We run a full choice food as medicine program. Basically, we serve as personal shoppers. We have a budget. We have a list of acceptable and dietary requirements for each person. Then we find out what they need, what they want, and we fulfill those orders on a weekly basis. Our regular pantry is in touch with people as they come into touch with us, I should say. So we fulfill orders when people are reaching out to us, placing orders online through our digital platform. Our Food as Medicine is all over the phone. We are personally reaching out to the people proactively, making sure that they have their food coming to them on a regular, consistent basis. Even if it is not on top of their mind, we are making sure that we are in touch with them. The other thing that we make sure that all of our Food as Medicine orders are delivered as well. Again, on a weekly basis, it does work into a capacity-wise where 30 people doesn't sound like a lot, but that turns into 120 services over the month. So that has a big impact on a pantry, even as large as we feel that we are. It can affect that capacity. So that is our model right now, being full choice delivery and proactively in touch with everybody on a regular basis.
All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Allison Rosenthal, Chief Program Officer at the Westside Campaign Against Hunger, or WISCA. We are one of the largest and most successful food pantries in New York City. And as you heard from Chef Greg before, we really pride ourselves on innovation and consistently evolving our food distribution models to ensure we are providing the healthiest, freshest, highest quality food with dignity and choice. Each year, WISCA provides over 4 million pounds of healthy food to nearly 80,000 New Yorkers. And as Greg mentioned earlier, over half of those pounds, more than 2 million, is fresh produce. Our food as medicine work, which is called our Food Farmacia, is a collaboration with WISCA and New York Presbyterian Hospital and Columbia University Medical Center. We've been working together with NYP and Columbia since 2019. And our work over the years has taken on many different forms as we've learned to grow our work together. But our current iteration of our work is, the way it works is NYP is screening all of their patients for the social determinants of health. And when patients screen positive for food insecurity, and they also meet other targeting criteria like a young family with children under the age of 5, or a pregnant woman, or a senior, 65 plus, with 2 emergency room visits. They are then referred to our Food Farmacia program, and they are enrolled in WISCA's Digital Choice Pantry. So once a patient is enrolled in our Digital Choice Pantry, they're getting text message communication where they then have the option to choose between 4 different box types. They then receive this food home delivered directly to their apartments every other week for 6 months. So they're receiving over 40 pounds of food for 6 months every other week. And again, over half of that food is fresh fruits and vegetables. Our work together has been rigorously evaluated by a team of researchers at Columbia University. And we've been able to demonstrate that this work together not only improves food insecurity, but also improves eating behaviors and health outcomes. We have about 4 published journal articles together, and we are now in a phase of work where we're expected to double our work together in this upcoming year. And we're hoping to distribute 1.5 million pounds of food to nearly 3,000 NYP patients in this calendar year.
Thank you for giving us a little bit of background and context for the current work that you're doing. And so now we'll get a little bit into more of the nitty-gritty details about your food as medicine programs. And as you heard, there's a little bit of variety in terms of the scale of the operations among the 3 panelists. And so our next question is, in thinking about scaling up a food as medicine program, what aspects of the program become more difficult to manage? For the smaller organizations, what challenges have you identified? And for the larger organizations, what are some of the ways you've overcome those challenges? So we'll start with Allison in the larger organization response.
Yeah, sure. So as we have grown our food as medicine programming and scaled it to the point where we're now, going to be serving 3,000 customers, we've had to make some, trade-offs and some decisions about how are we providing choice to our customers? What level of choice are we providing? And what choices are we able to give to the participants? When we began this program, we were operating out of the basement of a church, like many food pantries across the state are likely operating out of. And so we needed to factor in what was the space that we're working in, what was the staff that we had to fulfill the orders that were coming in. And so, in thinking about the number of food choices that we wanted to provide, we knew that with each choice came a greater inventory and an exponential number of types of boxes that had to get produced. So we landed on providing a modified level of choice for our customers because, again, we had those space constraints. And also we utilize a largely volunteer, staff to actually fulfill those orders. So by having sort of set options that we are offering, it also enables us to very efficiently pack and get those orders out in a consistent way. Also, in terms of home delivery, throughout the course of the pandemic, we'd work with many different last mile delivery providers, and including Lyft and Uber Eats and DoorDash, and we had modest amounts of success with those groups. However, there were some limitations as we looked to scale our programming. So, for example, with DoorDash and groups like that, in New York City, they're only willing to travel 10 miles, a 10-mile radius. They also will not go through tunnels or over bridges to get the food to customers. So we had to set up borough-specific distribution hubs, which put a lot of strain on our staff and also our trucking logistics. And another limitation was that you couldn't really train the drivers, right? It was just random drivers that showed up. And so there wasn't that opportunity to train the drivers in what your core values are as an organization and how you want the customer experience to feel like, when they're handing over those boxes. So as we grew, we decided that we needed to go with a private last mile delivery company that hired consistent drivers, that allowed us to train those drivers in WISCA's core values, that also allowed our customers to come to know and expect the same driver every other week, right? There was an opportunity for a relationship to be built. So, those were some of the considerations and sort of trade-offs that we had to make as we were looking to grow our program. And I think as other groups look to scale their work, I think you need to really think about what space do I have, what infrastructure do I have, what trade-offs am I willing to make to be able to, grow to more and more, get food to more and more patients.
Thank you. And Angelo, how would you like to respond from the perspective of a smaller organization?
So it's fun being the smaller organization. For us, we are the largest pantry in our county, so it is a different perspective in a conversation for us as far as from my organization. But that said, we have done this growth. Pre-pandemic, we were doing about 50 services a week in our regular pantry. We're now doing about 50 services a day on average. So we've grown almost 4 times the amount, and so I can tell you what that looks like, because our current Food is Medicine program is personal shopper. We are essentially what we have on our shelves from procurement sources, from the food bank, from donations, or from grocery stores. And what we don't have, we are going out to the grocery store and actually buying the food. It's a really cool program. It is fresh. It is current. We guarantee that we will have every single thing that a customer orders. But we built it to be within the funding stream that we had with our current Food is Medicine program that actually runs through the food pantries, and the size of the cohort that we were working with, which was typically between about 25 and 35 households at a time. It is completely sustainable, and it works wonderfully, and is a manageable level of work for the size of program that's being run. Going beyond 35 household, it really kind of falls apart. The growth beyond that, you're working with a grocery store, so you're walking in and saying, I need 15 bags of carrots, and I need 10 heads of lettuce, and I need all of these different things. At that level, it's fine. Moving beyond that, we need to start looking at wholesalers or actual distribution chains. But not only that, we need to have cold storage. We need to have fridges that are large enough to hold these things. So everything changes as you grow, and I think that that's really one of the things that I wrote down was, to be comfortable with the capacity. Set your goal and be prepared and comfortable of being happy with where you're at. Growing beyond your means is only going to hurt the quality of service, and that affects not only the customer, but then it can come back to the funding source and the funding stream, which could then potentially negate everything that you're doing altogether. So I think, growing, it starts from every single building block, not only capacity, but physical size, space, refrigerator shelves. It goes across the entire board. That's all in the back end, but also then how are we taking these orders? What is our method of communicating and interacting with these customers that we're working with? At the moment, for our Food is Medicine, we are proactively calling and being in touch with every single person. We are not running them through our digital platform to make sure that we have a little bit of an extra sense of customer service with these individuals. Again, moving beyond that number, it is not so scalable time-wise or staff-wise, to make that commitment. So allowing it to be a little bit more automated and a little bit more automatic would be necessary with that as too.
Thank you. And Marla, your perspective.
So we've been around since 2015, but we are definitely poised for some serious growth over the next, year or two, the advent of the 1115 waiver. And starting from our organization being an agricultural organization that, concerns itself with food as medicine, that growth from just being a mobile market to making, really precise, food bags and precise food boxes is going to take a lot of work. So we have identified some main challenges. First, our staff is a small staff. We have 6 people doing all of this work. And we are going to grow. We are going to get, more people, more funders that, believe in us. And so we're already developing organizational and operational growth model that we are going to put into place. Our challenge of space and how to house all this stuff, we're answering with a long-term goal of our organization was to have a wellness and agricultural center, and we are now seeing that happen. We purchased 3 warehouse buildings. So we started with 1 small urban farm with 1 small garage. Now we're going to have a holistic wellness and agricultural education campus with a commercial kitchen, community space, treatment rooms, and a 5,000 square foot hydroponic farm and area for processing. It's going to be a lot of things that we're going to find out how, when we have the space, it's going to be great. We're going to grow the food that we want to put into these bags, and stay true to our vision that way. But then all of the other things, all the other logistics. So again, logistics of home delivery, we talked, the 3 of us talked a lot about that. We are using DoorDash. We are doing our own home delivery. We are going to find out when those numbers fly up, how we're going to have to do that. So we have actually learned a little bit recently using our healthy options at home with Independent Health, being able to deliver to 125 people 3 bags every week for 3 months. We've learned how to staff it, where to put the goods, the space, and do we continue to subcontract with DoorDash. So we're in the process of learning and perfecting in that way. Technology, we're going to have to learn what technology and other trainings too when we're doing, HIPAA compliance, and if we take on home delivery, our delivery drivers are going to have to know, how to use the technology or how to use, and be HIPAA trained. We need technology for our crop plans, for our growing, for our processing, and for our delivering of our inventory. Again, I'm looking at these 2 as mentors, and I told them I'm going to be calling you very quickly because we are in a period of great growth. And so I just wanted to say, We also work really closely with a number of universities, and we have been on research teams, and people are starting to pay attention to our work and they want to study it. So we are in the process of developing evaluation measurement tools, better surveys to collect that data. So that is really important. We have started this trying to find food is medicine compliance is easy. It fits with people's tastes, their cultures. We need to find out whether or not all of that work is really working. We send them off. So we need that data collection. We need to be able to survey more frequently and keep that housed, and work with our partners and universities to show our success. So lots of challenge right now, but we're in for it, and we're going to do it.
Yeah, thank you so much. And as many of you who work in the food space know, creativity is key to finding solutions to some of these difficult problems. And these three are very creative individuals in the way that they've come up with some of those solutions. And so this next question relates to that creative work. What are some ways that innovation, collaboration, or technology can be used to keep services individualized at a large scale? We'll start first with Marla to talk about collaboration and some of the work she's doing there.
I think everybody in this room can really say that collaboration is the bomb when it's done well. It's really amazing. And so we know to create positive changes in the health of our participants and our neighbors that we have to be working on all levels, local, state, national, doing systems and policy work that affect, and we have to be the voice for our neighbors. We work from the smallest block clubs to the largest healthcare institutions and banks and foundations, and we have pleasure doing business with them. We love it. We love the partnerships. It's a joy to feel like you're in the fight. I like the whole thing about being in a restaurant and you're on a team and you're doing this. When you can spread that collaboration out and feel you're in a team working together, it's a beautiful thing. We do foster our collaboration by being a co-leader of the Western New York Food is Medicine Coalition, where we discuss research, policy, food systems, and service implementation. And we also help plan our annual symposium, which I hope you guys can join us in October, the Western New York BNMC Food is Medicine Symposium. So that is also to foster collaboration, education, and partnership. We partner with our community food entrepreneurs for culturally appropriate foods. We love to contract with our local neighborhood chefs and give them the creativity to develop meals and to put together these bags and do cooking classes. They get such joy out of it. Our participants get such joy out of it. We have a fresh to-go meal program that we're going to be developing, and we're going to be really looking at those chefs and being like, what do you got? And here's our food that we just grew. We like to grow and work collaboratively with our other farmers and our food system actors. Our mission to completely support local and sustainably grown agriculture. We all are in New York. We know that's not a 12-year proposition. We do have greenhouses and hydroponics, but we still, we need to have other food partners and distributions that we can provide foods, fresh, great foods to our participants. But we want to keep fighting the good fight to have our local farmers be able to provide these food as medicine implementation. We have nice, long-lasting, and positive relationship with our funders. We all need money to do this work. So collaboration and knowing your people, your funders, and they say, Buffalo Go Green, we're so excited. We want to work with you. And we're like, great. And the last I think I would like to just talk about is I feel like this whole work is like a Rubik's Cube. There's so many different parts, and you have to learn how to collaborate. So I need to know, who's my mental health people, who are my transportation people, who are my housing people. And so we work alongside them because we're down talking to their neighborhood and listening to what they need. So again, collaboration, always a very positive way to do this work.
Thank you, Marla. I love that Rubik's Cube analogy. And Angelo has some great points about technology and how they're utilizing that at LifeWorks.
Yeah, so, technology in my mind means efficiency. And when scaling and growing, you have to have that. Without it, it is, it's just not going to happen. In our current iteration at LifeWorks, we have 2 full-time people and 4 part-time. The 2 full-time are basically our administrators of our food pantry that are the backbone of actually making all of this happen. Outside of that, it's about 100 volunteers that are boots on the ground, that are interacting with our deliveries and everything else. It's incredibly labor-intensive to run a large pantry, as many of you know. So I don't even know what these numbers that you're talking about look like. I will when I come and visit. But so how did we scale and maintain some of these things with the staff that we have, with the volunteers that we have? And the one thing that we did was an online ordering platform. So we use PantrySoft. I think they're actually here somewhere, so little plug for them. But they allow an online ordering platform on our website that allow customers to go on at any time of the day. So it is fantastic. We've got orders coming through at 2 in the morning, at 7 in the morning. We've got orders coming through at 3 o'clock in the afternoon when our phones are ringing off the hook, but we don't need to take their call because they can place it themselves. They can choose whether they want it to be picked up or delivered, schedule an order slot. All of this can happen, and right now about 3/4, maybe a hair more than that, of our orders for our regular food pantry are taken completely autonomously with no interaction from our staff. It's incredible. We could not achieve this growth without having help of technology and having that efficiency. So what does it look like for our Food as Medicine program to scale? As we look to say, how do we go from 30 to 300 with the waiver, hopefully when that goes live? It would be implementing that level of support and technology to allow orders to be placed and to let go of a little bit of that hold that we have with our proactive nature and allow people to be placing their own orders.
Thank you, Angelo. And Allison and her work involves a really innovative, super cool idea using smart lockers. Wondering if you could speak a little bit about that.
So, as I mentioned earlier, Whiska really prides itself on innovation and finding new solutions for getting food to people. And so, in keeping with the original question, how are we keeping services individualized? And at Whiska, we believe that we do that through choice. And again, as Greg mentioned earlier, it's not just the choice of apples versus oranges, but it's the choice of how, when, and where are we getting this food, right? And so, that's been our focus, and we're continuing to have that as our focus. We are growing our work so that there are hyper-local food distribution points in the city. So can someone go and get that food from their neighborhood community-based organization, from their church, from their local school? Or do they want that food home delivered directly to their door? Or do they want to travel to our original headquarters on the Upper West Side, where they might have a more community experience? And so what we're doing, along the lines of technology, because that is also a very important aspect of our work as we scale. We also, too, have a digital choice pantry. People are placing orders independently from their cell phones. But the goal for us, or the vision, is to also build in the choice, not only of what type of food do you want, but where do you want to get that food, and when do you want to get that food? And so that's where we're headed. And then to bring it back to what you mentioned, also as part of our vision, something that we hope to accomplish in this fiscal year is to build out neighborhood-based smart lockers. So can somebody place their order for food with our digital choice pantry and then pick it up from a refrigerated smart locker, down the street from them, but but pick it up at their own convenience, right? Like they don't have to, form at a pantry line at 7 in the morning and wait 3 hours. What if you work all day and you can't get there between the hours of 9 to 5? A smart locker will enable that kind of flexibility that gets rid of the shame, right, and the stigma, and really meets people where they're at. And that's what we're all about at WISCA, is really meeting people where they're at, decreasing any and all barriers to food, and making it as easy and a dignified experience as possible for people to access the food that they deserve.
Thank you, Allison. Yeah, some really creative, amazing innovations that you all are working on. And in keeping with time, we want to make sure there are time for questions as well. And so for this last question, if you could give just a brief 60 or 90-second response for this last question in what are some best practices in integrating food as medicine programs into an existing organization to maintain the integrity of the organization and avoid mission drift. And we'll start with Angelo, go to Allison, and finish off with Marla. 60 to 90 seconds on best practices in integrating and keeping with the mission.
Okay. Know your capacity. Know what your end goal is, and have a sense of a plan to get from point A to point B. I think knowing what you are capable of right now. Food as Medicine needs to run as its own independent program. As much as it can sit within a particular food pantry or its own or something else, it does build into that capacity. It builds into what you're capable of doing otherwise. Be prepared for that. It is not something that can be taken so lightly just to say it will happen. And then be comfortable with that. And then from there, know where you want to go and begin to build your roadmap. If you want to start and go all the way, it has the ability to kind of rock the boat with what your current customers are already receiving from you. So you need to make sure that you're respecting your current customer base, but also how to build an additional one with Food as Medicine.
Yeah, so I think, with this 1115 waiver, there is big opportunity for a lot of our groups to grow Food as Medicine work significantly. But I think a question that we've been grappling with internally at WISCA is, how much of that work, we don't want to become exclusively a Food as Medicine organization. We want to make sure that, like we're saying, that we're staying grounded in our mission, and WISCA's mission is to ensure that all New Yorkers have access to a choice of healthy food. And so we've had to think through our operations. We just opened up a new warehouse space in January in the heart of Washington Heights. We now have over 10,000 square feet of operational space. And, we're fortunate to have this incredible partnership with New York Presbyterian Hospital that's, like I said before, doubling in size this year. But, some of my, I think Greg said to me, do we want to become the NYP warehouse? Are we going to remain WISCA and, continue to serve all New Yorkers, not just, our Food as Medicine participants? So we've made some decisions to sort of balance out how we're using our space. And we're actually outsourcing a portion of our work. So we work with a produce wholesaler that is helping to pack some of our produce boxes, freeing up operational space for us to continue to serve the more than 30 other distribution sites that we have. And again, I think this is important because as the opportunity with the 1115 waiver, I mean, it could very easily take over everything that you're doing. But I think we have to remember who we are as an organization, what are our core values, what are we originally, setting out to do, and sort of, make some trade-offs and make some decisions about how you're going to balance that.
Yeah, and those are, we all can learn from that too. I just want to kind of say, know your uniqueness, and know your mission. mission drift is super easy. Our mission is to grow the neighborhood. All right, so we work with food justice, food systems, and food as medicine to, I loved the woman earlier talking about push to steer. I can't remember, steer to push. Okay, so we need to know that we are speaking for our people and doing work for our people. So I also really believe in knowing that special quality or that uniqueness we don't want to lose. So, we do these wraparound services where, we do gardening and farming workshops, and we bring people who are in our food and medicine programs to the farm. We have cooking classes right on the farm. We eat together. And so how much do we want to grow where we can't continue to offer those services? We decided to build right in our neighborhood when we decided to build that holistic wellness center so that we can remain grounded in the neighborhood. And there's going to be so many other partners that are going to be able to do the neighborhood that's, 10 miles away from us. But this is our space, and we're really excited to be there. So yes, definitely just keep knowing your people, knowing you're speaking for them, knowing your mission, and know what model you want to build and what special, unique things that you have to offer that people will go, oh yeah, Buffalo Go Green. I love them. I want to work with them, and I want to go there if I'm having any issues or problems. So thank you all. I really appreciate the time to talk about Buffalo Go Green because we're really proud of it.
Yeah, and thank you. And so we've got 6 minutes. If anyone has questions that you would like to ask our amazing expert panelists here today, we've got a microphone here up front. Feel free to come up and ask a question in the microphone.
Hi, thanks very much, everybody. Really love the innovation commentary. But you're all describing how flexible even your own daily work is in this, and we know that that's part of our challenge when we have kind of fractured funding and not necessarily reliable systems or expectations. I'm really curious about what your job descriptions cover, because I think that would be something that would be helpful to illustrate to the larger system. And they do everything. I know they do. But even just outlining what some of the positions and roles, and then some examples of things that they're not really expecting. I think is one of the blind spots of the food system and moving food is not understanding what it means to move food at that level, and helping us build pictures of that a little bit so we can talk to policy differently, I think it's just one thing that I think helps even those of us in the middle trying to communicate some of this, illustrate what does this mean. I did an interview with God's Love We Deliver in 2017. And when they shared with me that they were working with 10,000 volunteers per year, one, it was a bit boggling, especially knowing their whole trajectory, and then along came COVID. And how do you manage a system that's dependent on primarily volunteers? So how do you, just trying to understand, what would we term or how would we frame up what the roles would be if we were correctly funded, if we were able to meet all of our needs for that interaction. So I hope I'm not making sense. Thank you.
So other tasks as assigned, I think is the catch-all. No, all joking. I mean, a job description is a great collective of specific tasks, but it doesn't qualify a person completely. You need to hire for personality and for passion. If you have those two things, the rest can follow, as long as this is what you're saying that you have the opportunity of doing it during a day. but by no means we are fully transparent and try to scare every single person away that walks through our door. If they still remain at the end of the interview, we're like, maybe we got somebody here. But personality and passion, step one, everything else will follow. But truly, be honest with somebody. If you're not honest, they're going to last 3 hours and then be right out the door.
I think, like in the example of God's Love We Deliver, and they rely on, 10,000 or however many volunteers. I think that doesn't necessarily mean that they're not properly funded. I mean, what I will tell you from WISCA's experience is that we also rely on thousands of volunteers annually, but it's also one of our biggest fundraising sources. Our headquarters is based on the Upper West Side of Manhattan, and we are packing thousands of bags of food every day out of that facility. And those same volunteers live in the same community where, maybe one of the richest zip codes in America. And that's the way that they feel like they are part of our WISCA community and get invested in the work and actually are really helping to not only physically make that work happen, but many of them are also funding the work. So I think volunteers, yes, there are situations where isn't the proper staffing and funding for the right positions in an organization, but I think relying on volunteers could be a win-win.
I mean,
sorry.
We can't hear you. Could you? Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think when we think of volunteerism, and I run a not-for-profit as well, there's a balance, but the balance is also about teaching our current and younger generations about the need for healthy food themselves, that the wastefulness, and all of these other pieces when their own classmates don't always have a meal to eat.
Right.
And I think it helps, I know Emoja here does backpacks too, and I don't know, I just think that I get the strain, but I think it's so helpful from a teaching perspective.
Yeah, actually, I'm going to, one of the things I was going to say, which is kind of in line with that, is we don't have the thousands of volunteers yet. And my job description is, cutting kale and collards and picking blackberries for the market, as well as everything else under the sun. But what we try to do is align with the medical school and our high schools, and we bring them in, proctor them. We have days where they can come in and work together. So actually we're having a day come up where some very gifted high school students who are interested in the health professions are going to come onto the farm. We're going to have a full day with mindfulness and harvesting and getting in the dirt and then packing up the market and then having a cooking demonstration. And alongside them are our medical students. We're bringing Jacobs School of Medicine students with them. So we're really trying to get to that younger generation, the education, getting their hands in the dirt, showing them how it's done. So a lot of our volunteers are actually students. We really love working with students from, probably middle school and high school, like the little ones. It's kind of showing them, but, we can. But the ones that are really going to be able to pack the boxes and help us load everything are the high school students. And then, our dietitian students love to do stuff. So, yeah, I think it's very important as an educational process. Yeah.
Thank you. And we are at time, but if you do want to connect with them, you have more questions, you want to have more conversation with them, in your program, there will be a QR code associated with this particular panel. You can scan that QR code and connect with our panelists today. Thank you so much to the three of you for being here and speaking on your Food as Medicine work. And I hope you enjoy the rest of the afternoon. And if you have any questions, as always, look for someone in a Alliance for a Hunger-Free New York t-shirt. They'll direct you. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Things have changed since 2 weeks, so.
Gotcha. Did you want to use that computer?
Is that all right?
Yeah, let me just go get the
No, I have it
the
downloaded
USB-C.
as a PDF, which doesn't bother me, but will it bother this?
Here, what we can do
Excuse me, sorry.
is,
Or I can present it with Google Slides, or I
if
can
you,
just download
if
it.
you want to put it on that, oh, do you not?
Oh, I don't. No, that's okay.
Actually.
That's okay. This one's not far enough off. It's just a couple numbers that I want to update.
Yeah, I actually do have a USB-C to HDMI dongle, so we could use that computer, no problem. Let me go grab it.
Okay.
You guys gonna have a panel or two?
Yeah. We're gonna have a panel, yeah.
Do you have a preference what order we sit down in?
Not in the slightest.
Hi.
Good to see you.
Oops, sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah.
Earring danger. No, I don't mind at all. How's your day going?
Yeah, busy.
Yeah.
Harvest.
Yeah, and then here.
Well, harvest meetings. Then here.
Yeah. That's a long day. You're wearing a lot of hats, Maggie.
I am. Yeah. Too many of them already.
Yeah.
But it's fine. I got a massage on Monday night.
Oh, nice. Yeah. That's good. Do you have a person that you particularly like over
Yeah,
there?
someone right nearby, 10 minutes from us.
Oh,
I
that's
can
great.
just text and be like, can you do 2 days from now?
Yeah. You gotta find a masseuse at Poughkeepsie. I'm sure there's a good one.
Yeah, it's necessary.
I really, my primary dream for this year is to have a bathtub in our home. That's what I want.
I'm obsessed with it.
I am obsessed with baths. And we have one, but it's like, it holds this much water. You know, like the dudes are just like on top and freezing. It's really not nice. I do. You're like about to cry. Want to help? No.
Nope, I don't.
Are you there?
Oh, you have to stack it. Yeah, that's always the fun part.
How do you stack? Do you have a shed?
We just like have some pallets and built like a little. It's not anything.
Unfortunately, I don't have that
Okay,
dongle.
that's fine. I'm happy to use the one you guys already have. It's not a big deal. Do you know if there's a bottle of water I could grab somewhere? Though I know they had some in the other building. Maybe I'll just run over there and check.
Let me go ask Carrie.
It's like very. Yeah, like you were looking at a temporary thing. You were just temporarily on the like.
Yeah, but just stack it. Megan was sending me these pictures of building bubbles and housing like circular pyramid. It sounds really cool, but it's primarily just for drying.
No, I know. No, it's a good thing.
And then you move it
I just
to like a more permanent
Yeah.
solution.
Yeah. I mean, it's basically. Okay, have fun. Thanks.
questions, and I was like, I'm going to write the answers here, and then I was like, I think I know what I'm going to say. There's just blanks.
I'm the same way. This is my.
So I kind of have to be either like really over prepared and like have something memorized, or it has to be like totally in between. Stuff gets like really bad.
I agree. I think that's fair.
I am not going to make you guys go in order except for the first question. So, unless anyone says, please have us go in order down the line. We were just discussing what we were Oh, not.
I'm fine with it going in.
Does that work? I mean, yeah.
Just so we don't have awkward pauses.
If you feel inspired to add to something someone said, I just want
Yes,
people to feel like they have
that,
to
I love that. But if there's like a turn, that also feels fun.
I like that too. I feel this is a good. Excellent. All right. And I'm gonna go through the slides first. So you have some time to relax.
Like all of us are like,
Okay. Great. Okay, great. And if they don't use the mic, just repeat it so that it goes through the live stream. Okay.
I'll just do that if I can say just by myself for a few minutes.
It's already on.
You're on mute. Ready? Okay. All right. Hello, everyone. Thanks so much for coming to hear us all talk about our project, the Food Sovereignty Fund. I'm Megan Larmer. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm the Senior Director of Programs at the Glenwood Center for Regional Food and Farming. You're going to get a chance to meet our wonderful panelists in just a moment. I'm going to go through a brief orientation to what the Food Sovereignty Fund is, what our goals are, where it originated, what we're trying to do, how it's grown, and then we'll get into some questions for the panelists and questions for you about the project. So the first question to address, we have this really ambitious name, the Food Sovereignty Fund. So what is food sovereignty? I realize this may be preaching to the choir in this particular room, but the really key pieces that I want to pull out is that food sovereignty indicates the people who are growing and consuming the food are in charge of their food system rather than markets and corporations. So the empowerment and autonomy to choose how your food is grown, what food is grown, and how you get to eat and access that food with dignity. This project, like a lot of food access projects, came out of the context of the COVID pandemic. Glenwood, where I work, is in the lower Hudson Valley in Cold Spring. We are primarily an agricultural organization. So the challenges of food security were really brought to us by the farmers in our network, and particularly in this moment. So the context that those farmers and these food access partners that we have been developing a network with were facing prior to COVID, many of you are familiar with, around farms and production, thin profit margins, multiple barriers to entry for historically marginalized, aspiring farmers. In the hunger relief and food access world, the heavy reliance on wastes and donation from large agribusiness and large food producers, as well as the reliance on volunteer labor, so similarly quite small margins, if no margins, for their hard work. And then in the workforce and infrastructure development, we saw, particularly in infrastructure, an ongoing consolidation of infrastructure and distribution. This is not a new fact, but it's particularly challenging to the small and regenerative farmers that Glenwood prioritizes in our work. As well as across the food system, a lack of coordination and communication. These all were exacerbated during the COVID crisis. I'll point out both of these little diagrams have at their center the root causes of these problems: unequal distribution in resources, opportunities, and outcomes caused by systemic oppression. So the farms that we were working with, we're seeing a huge spike, a huge increase in demand for local product, even as they were losing their wholesale buyers like restaurants and some of their direct market customers like Farmers Market. The hunger relief and food access folks were experiencing a very inconsistent supply of fresh food, local food for hunger relief. Right, just want to make sure I was on the right slide back there. And an exponential increase in food insecurity during this lockdown phase and the loss of jobs and the health crisis. In the workforce and infrastructure development quadrant, it became so painfully aware to consumers who maybe had never thought of the dangers of a consolidated food system and consolidated item distribution when that chain began to break. And we saw that, one distributor stops supplying your area and suddenly the shelves are completely empty. So this reinforced for us who have been working in local food systems for a long time the need for this more diversified, more webbed system of distribution. There's also, of course, record high unemployment, particularly in the food service sector. So the premise of the Food Sovereignty Fund was that we wanted to work in community, and the germ of this project came very much from Maggie Cheney, who is on our panel today. They're one of the farm founders of Rocksteady Farm, and because they had been such leaders in combining local farming with food access, they were inundated with calls from both sides saying, what are we meant to do to get more food? What are we meant to do to get our food into the hands of people who need it? And quite smartly said, we're going to have one call where we can all talk about it together. So for several weeks, we held these community calls when Maggie was very much needed back in the fields. The group agreed to let me continue facilitating those calls, which led to about 36 calls over the course of that year. And through that community group, we really identified this premise, this working in community premise that we wanted to follow as we looked for a solution that was responding to the pandemic, but also taking into account those historical barriers and planning to move beyond this immediate emergency, knowing that food access and food hunger has not been a finite emergency in the United States. The term emergency is a misnomer because of its continual, durable challenges that we face. So, what do we mean working in community? Everyone has to be on board across the food system. Collaboration and communication with a wide variety of people and organizations is what will create the most enduring and effective work. And using the premise of biomimicry, looking to create ecosystems where individuals as well as organizations can work together into a sustaining ecosystem where everyone is coordinated and this ecosystem is modeled on the resilience of natural ecosystems. One of the reasons it made sense for Glenwood to take on this work, to act as a container for this community-led work, was expertise in coalition building and in leveraging resources so that we could advance equity in our regional food system. All right, the vision we came up with, we want to advance food sovereignty. We want to increase access during the COVID-19 pandemic and beyond, to fairly compensate and invest in historically marginalized farms, which we defined a little bit differently than the USDA as Black, Indigenous, people of color, farmers who are part of the LGBTQ+ community, and female identifying and beginning farmers. Through this work to transform the emergency feeding system to make it more accountable to small-scale farmers and to the grassroots hunger relief efforts. You may notice that I don't use terms like agencies, soup kitchens. That's because we really recognize the incredible diversity of hunger relief work that was happening, from community fridges to mutual aid grocery delivery. And we wanted to make sure that we could be a resource to all of those informal modes of help. And then to strategically integrate these systems, because as my wonderful colleague Michelle often says, the goal is to have one food system that feeds everyone, not these parallel food systems, right? This is totally impossible to read. Feel free to download it if you would like to see some numbers. These are for my stats fans. So this is just going through the years that the program's been in operation. In 2020, we worked with 10 farms to distribute a little over $17,000 worth of food. We thought this would be so easy, give farmers some food, they'll take it to some people. Through working in community, we were able to realize there were immense challenges at every point, right? And started to try to learn what those challenges were. To support the development of this program, a subset of folks who'd been in those community meetings were brought together as our Accountability Council. Everyone on the panel today is a member of that Accountability Council. They are all people who share identities with the identities we are prioritizing investment in as farmers and communities, and who have specific expertise at the nexus of local farming and food access. We have one of our former founding Accountability Council members in the audience too. Shout out to Dr. Gabby. And right, so we had these few farms. We thought it'd be really easy. It wasn't that easy. We learned a lot. 2021, we opened up a broader call after working on a rubric for how farms would be recruited and accepted. One of the biggest challenges we faced when trying to launch this program was funders and others saying there simply aren't enough farms to fill this criteria that you have of historically marginalized farmers. You'll never find enough farmers to participate. In that first year alone, we had 37 farms expressed interest, and we have had an increase of expression year on year. That year, we were able to work with 17 farms and 15 food access partners to distribute about 53,000 pounds of food, including animal protein, culturally appropriate, tender herbs, things that are very difficult to get through traditional donation systems. 2022, that number went up to 22 farms, 20 food access partners. 2023, we had again 22 farms, 20 returning, 2 new. The fund increased that year up to almost $300,000, 82,000 pounds of food, 21 food access partners. And in 2024, I was just checking these numbers because we've had some updates since this presentation was submitted. We now have 27 farms, and we'll distribute close to $400,000 worth of food. Those farms are currently contracted for that amount, and that will be distributed through 25 food access partners. Okay. Let me do a second. We also, as all of you know, saw challenges around cold storage and the cold chain and getting this farm fresh product. Also, just like the time of when a delivery can happen, can be accepted. So in 2021, we began the build out of 3 mini hubs. They're trailers that have been insulated, that have a refrigeration unit in them. They live with food access partners who are already doing incredible work to link farms and communities to that food. The Northeast Community Center in Millerton, Dutchess Outreach in Poughkeepsie, and Our Core in Newburgh. We set them up so that they're fully accessible remotely, so 2 humans don't have to be there at the same time for the food to come or go. And we have been trialing and working on a tracking system to see when that food's coming and where it's going. So the intent is that these will start to build a network of shared infrastructure for this group of farmers and food access partners. Totally impossible to read. Quick look at the season. April and May, the Accountability Council approves new farms and contract amounts. In the meetings with the Accountability Council, we really strive to be super transparent about where the funding's coming from, why farms are being chosen this way and that way, and they have full sign-off on everything that happens in the project. In January, the partnership evaluation process begins. February, we review those evaluations. It's a 360 evaluation, so the farm does their own self-evaluation, also evaluates their partner evaluates the farm and themselves, and then the person who's been providing TA also gives input on that partnership. And then in March, the contracts are over, and the farms are selected to interview for the next season. I'm going to keep moving. We could talk more about the season of this and some of the restrictions around it, things we'd like to improve. One of the core things that we realized was needed was what we have termed partnership management. So in each match between a farm and a food access partner, myself or Michelle or our colleague Kate is assigned as a partnership manager who walks them through the plan for the season, is on call if anything goes wrong, and helps them with that evaluation at the end of the season. This is because both farmers and food access workers are so strained, right? One thing goes wrong in the plan and it's like, I just can't, it's too much. So we're there to provide that support both at the front end and during the season. Great. And the last bit I want to share with you, we are soon to be coming out with an implementation guide from this project. Our vision has always been that we would like to see intentional duplication, intentional redundancy, a broad network of many actors, right, to counteract that centralized system that has failed all of us to provide food for our communities. We're hoping that this implementation guide can share some of the lessons we've learned. It's in its final draft. It will be getting its design soon, and if you would like to take a look at it, you can email me. My contact info is in, is somewhere. The organizers, I know my email is somewhere. I could share it too. And what it will primarily go over is the steps towards implementation, how you cultivate a community of practice. Language justice has been a core part of this work for us. How you sustain the work through funding and policy efforts. And then in our appendix, we'll have open source templates for all of the the work that we do, that we've created to do these MOUs and contracts and all the kind of administrative stuff that we hope people don't feel, or there's somewhere to start, so you don't have to reinvent the wheel there. So that's my quick summary to give you some perspective on the amazing work that this team of folks and all of the farmers and all of the food access partners we work with have created. So I'm going to hand it over to them to introduce themselves, ask a couple of questions, and then we'll bring it back to the audience for questions. All right. So maybe Styles, if we could start with you, if you could just do your name, pronouns, where you work, and I'd love to hear just briefly what is the most pressing barrier to food sovereignty, the most pressing need in the food access world from where you stand. Yeah.
Sure, thank you. So my name is Styles Najak. I am the Food Security Program Manager for Cornell Cooperative Extension in Orange County in the Hudson Valley. And my major program is a gleaning program. My pronouns are she, her, and I kind of view my role, I kind of view the Food Sovereignty Fund Accountability Council as we focus on creating healthy, sustainable connections between farms and agencies, and there's a lot that goes into that. And then persistent challenges, right?
Yeah, persistent challenges.
I hated this question. I hated it because I feel like I could get lost in and then this, and then this. Oh my God. And so I tried to boil it down to the most general that I could, and I kind of feel like when talking about food sovereignty, it's really, we're talking about a right to access and or a right to food, and access is often granted, and I feel like the work that we do is not really creating food sovereignty, it's creating a path to, and as the closer we get to ownership, the better, right? So I think that's it. We're just constantly struggling with ownership.
Hi, my name is Maggie. I'm one of the directors of Rocksteady Farm in Millerton, and I'm on the Sovereignty Accountability Council. I'm also one of the farmers. I'm one of 12 of us at Rocksteady who provides food for our local food pantries in the Millerton area. So wearing a couple hats in terms of the farmer perspective as well as someone who's been in this council since the jump. And I think for me, I think about challenges around land access to capital, especially in grant form for farmers to really get the startup funds to start their projects, and then also housing in the Hudson Valley and in the city, but I think housing is a big, big crisis in our area. So from a farmer's perspective, those three things really stand out amongst the many.
Hi, everyone. I'm Michelle Hughes. I'm the Director of Regional Food Programs at Glenwood, working closely with Megan. As Megan mentioned, I'm one of the partnership managers alongside our other colleague, Kate Anstreicher. And so I work really closely with the farms and the food access partners and make sure, as Megan was saying, that they have everything they need to be able to work effectively together. Use she, her pronouns. And so I think thinking about food sovereignty, through this program we're creating access to food. We're also investing in historically marginalized people through the farms. But I think, the right to define our own food systems is kind of the most lofty part of food sovereignty, and and really working for us all to have agency over the way that food is produced and distributed is it's kind of the trickiest part.
Great. Hi, everyone. My name is Sarah Salem. I use they, them pronouns, and I am a food systems strategy consultant, founder of the Hudson Valley Food Systems Coalition, member of the Accountability Council with the Food Sovereignty Fund, crafter of the implementation guide for the Food Sovereignty Fund, thanks to help with Megan and Michelle. And Yeah, I think that what I bring to the Food Sovereignty Fund effort is what I always bring to every project is the bigger picture. And I was kind of struggling with the same idea when I was thinking about food sovereignty and how it impacts so many parts of our local food systems and what really was causing that impact. And kind of relaying back to, what I heard earlier today in the summit, somebody said, and I've heard it before, but I'll say it again because this person said it again and they brought it up and they put it right at the top of my mind, and that is poverty is a policy choice. Lack of food sovereignty and access is a policy choice. The reason our local food systems are so weak right now is because of corporate control and greed. And so I think that we really have to start to direct policy, regulation, funding to small, local, BIPOC, marginalized, historically women-led farms and efforts that don't have access to land because they don't have money, they don't have power, they don't have economic authority in their lives. And I think that all kind of stems from policy and, of course, advocacy, organizing, and community control. I just keep thinking of, how we put power back into the hands of people in so many different ways, especially when it comes to what food they're able to choose to put on their table. And unfortunately, because of corporate control and greed, those choices have been diminished because a lot of the power goes to the larger institutions and policy favors the larger farms and the larger institutions, and of course the economy then follows. So when I think of what we can do or what are some of the biggest challenges impacting or limiting the food sovereignty in our communities, I just think of corporate greed.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jordan. I'm the food program director at the Northeast Community Center, which runs one of the mini hubs that Megan was talking about. So we have a weekly food pantry that we run ourselves. We also offer meal programs, especially the summer food service for the school district in our area. We're in Millerton, which is the same town that Rocksteady is in, and we work closely with Rocksteady. And then we also now distribute food sort of like that was part of the origin for understanding how this project could work was we were distributing food to smaller organizations in the area, and now through this program we've increased that distribution so that we're working with three farms in the Food Sovereignty Fund, and then we also are running, that food goes to our own food pantry, and then it also goes to 5 or 6 other pantries in our area. And my partner and I also run a grass-fed dairy farm, which is also a farm in the Food Sovereignty Fund, so wearing a few different hats. And I think everyone has really said, so many of the pressing issues are these, historic, systemic challenges with wealth inequity and racism that affect food sovereignty. And I think the way those translate currently into our small rural community that's struggling with food insecurity is, right, as Maggie was saying, just day-to-day pressure on household budgets because of housing, because of rising cost of living, and especially also related to immigration policy and ways in which, sort of inequitable resource distribution for folks that are immigrating. And just when we talk about the idea of agency, that key piece, how much of an impact those day-to-day stressors have on your capacity to have time and energy and creative freedom to engage with what a change in your food system would look like as a consumer. And so that's sort of how I see it affecting just the day-to-day and the folks that we work with.
Thank you. So my next question for this group, maybe should we start with Michelle so we switch it up a little bit? If you could talk about the professional or personal perspective that you bring to this work with the Food Sovereignty Fund.
Thought I was safe sitting in the middle. Not safe. Great. So, I started working at Glenwood at the end of 2020, so at the tail end of the first season of the Food Sovereignty Fund. And I was really excited to, for 20 years, I've been working with, or 20 years ago, I started working with farms, with people who had experienced farming in their home countries and who had immigrated to the U.S., living in New York City, and wanted, which work that Gabby wonderfully continued many years later. And so with people who wanted to start farms, and so I worked with with a lot of them to set up farms in the Hudson Valley, where we're working, and in the areas surrounding New York City. And so when I came to Glenwood, I was really excited to bring them into this work. They're growing a lot of very culturally specific vegetables that are really important to them personally and also to the communities where they're living. They have a really strong connection to Sunset Park in Brooklyn. A lot of them started working in Orange County. And so was able to, now we're contracting a lot of those farms to grow for the food access partners. And to be able to work with them, a lot of them are Spanish first speakers, primarily speak Spanish. We brought in a language justice component to be able, so that they can like fully participate. And yeah, I'll talk about that, I guess.
You can talk about it now.
I'll talk about it now. Okay, yeah. So, yeah, we have been working with the Hudson Valley Language Justice Collective, which started out of the Hudson Valley Farm Hub, with Wendelin Regalado and Adriana Perici. And they have really helped bring a perspective of not just providing translation interpretation, but also making sure that we have, I guess in their words, like a table, like the right table set for people to be able to fully participate. And so, yeah, so it kind of looks like on the day-to-day in those like onboarding meetings that we do with the farmers and the food access partners, we'll, have an interpreter present if we need one. We have, sometimes, I guess it's not directly related to language, but like a lot of people aren't familiar with a lot of like accounting systems or haven't really participated in wholesale, and so, we'll offer like template receipts for them to be able to report to us what was delivered, in the language that is most appropriate. So, yeah, it's been really great to bring these folks in, and through that, like they've been able to offer foods that people really want, and to work with their own communities, which wouldn't be possible without the language justice.
Same question down the line. Salem, you can go next.
Sure. So, wait, what was the question again?
The question is, what personal or professional perspective do you bring to the work?
Oh, right. Yeah, well, I said before, just thinking bigger, I think is something that I always love to bring to projects to complicate things, or just create complexities, which is positive. But for the Food Sovereignty Fund specifically, I mean, most directly working with you all in Glenwood on the implementation guide, I think one of the things we noticed early on was other organizations really wanted to replicate the work, but they weren't sure how, and they really kind of, wanted to give a nod to Glenwood, but also institute part of the tactics of using an accountability council to ensure community collaboration and to ensure accountability. And they wanted to really kind of, figure out ways they could engage with farms that weren't getting the same kind of support in their communities as, the larger farms and institutions. So putting together the implementation guide was really interesting because while I have been working with the Accountability Council from the early stages of the project, I wasn't really thinking of all of the pieces and the people involved. And I think this might be a question later on, but I want to answer it now anyways. Because one of the things that I, kept coming back to was the relationship building piece of the Food Sovereignty Fund and how critical it has been and how beautiful it has been. And, us all bringing the relationships that we held, creating new relationships, encouraging people to find ways to go out to places of the community that they weren't typically, going to encourage people to find that authority over their own food systems. Additionally, kind of more technically, I think I bring more of a strategy lens. I really, right now I'm working with a project with a local municipality creating a community food systems plan, and it helps the community plan for uncertainties, things that negatively impact food sovereignty, access, policy, regulations, land access, the list goes on. And so, working with this group and working in community in that way, I think gives me a different perspective of how we can really think about what strategies we can use for an uncertain world, that we're going to face. Yeah. And do I pass or do you want to choose?
You can pass.
Can I pass to you, Jordan?
Yeah. So professionally, I think, before sort of working into the more community nutrition side of things, I was growing vegetables for 10 years. And then my partner and I do run a dairy farm that we took over from her father 10 years ago. And so from the small farmer side, I think the economy can be really frustrating. So many people get into this work because they want to feed their community or all kind of facets of the community surrounding them, and then the cost of production and the barriers to staying in business are so high that you end up trending towards a high-end or a wealthy customer base, and that can be a really frustrating sort of and demoralizing experience, honestly, from the farmer side. And so I think what I've seen from, the experience that it's had on our staff and our farm, and working with our farm partners, is that it allows for, that kind of co-creation, that agency, that understanding of like who did you start out to feed and how can you be responsive to those communities is really empowering for the farmers too. And makes the work feel a lot more sustainable. And then on the food program director side, I think, this has been, we've learned so much from getting to be in active conversation with our farm partners and our community members and the accountability council in this way. And I'm very slowly, maybe almost done with my master's in public health nutrition. And I think in that sense, from thanks. Yeah, it's been a long road. When I think of how we approach nutrition in public health, I often think of it as a pretty frustrating example of gaslighting, where we create a system that is so challenging to navigate and has so many barriers to sort of healthful interaction for each of us individually, and then we work on education and working on behavior management within that system that is so dysfunctional as one of our primary approaches, when we really need to be working on how the environment or how the system is kind of foundationally set up to support health. And so that feels like when we move fresh food into a choice-based pantry system and we think of food as a kind of a community right, and we explore what it looks like to nourish each other in that way and to provide people agency on the consumer end, I feel like we take a step towards kind of experimenting with what an environment that supported health, nutritional health would really look like.
That was great. I really enjoyed that. So for 18 years, I've run a gleaning program. We have a small crew, 2.5 people, and 2.5 trucks, refrigerated, and we move roughly 400,000 pounds every season. Yeah, it's a lot. Did you hear the 2.5 people? And so you can imagine that what I bring to the table is logistics. I can get deep into how to move food. Yeah. And it's so important. It should not be underestimated, right? A relationship built between a farm and an agency will wither if it's too difficult. And so it really is important to pay attention to those things. And so I try to always bring that up when we chat. I'm going to keep mine short.
So I personally am a lifelong farmer. I grew up farming. My dad's a farmer, grandparent a farmer. And so I've been doing this professionally for now 22 years. And I think one of the reasons why Rocksteady developed in the way that it did was, we always started off as a co-op. We're queer and trans run. And we were, determined to figure out a way to pay ourselves as low-income people ourselves, as well as feed our community. When you start off, you've got a lot of great ideas, But the reality of trying to actually do that was unbelievably hard. And as a farmer, we're constantly trying to jump through hoops to be able to work with the system that we're a part of. It's incredibly challenging to make the bottom line actually work and to be able to keep giving ourselves raises and keep trying to secure housing and keep the farm afloat. And I think when we started, we used to do a lot of farmers markets and restaurants because that's what was available at the time. We were just trying to get your food out. We knew how to farm. There were outlets. We were trying to use them. But the experience, kind of as Jordan said, of just like how it feels to be feeding people who are only wealthy and catering to like high-end restaurants because it's the only option you have to pay yourself, it feels pretty bad. And for us as a group that is primarily BIPOC farmers, like, and queer and trans folks, we're just like, how can we shift this? How are we going to figure out a way to feed our community but still, you know, make a living? And it just didn't exist at the time because the only programs were like donation based. Like, okay, you donate to the food bank, you donate to this, or you're part of cleaning organizations, which, you know, we dabbled in and tried to make that work. But instead, we figured out ways to partner with allied organizations that we knew. So LGBTQ health centers, the LGBTQ Center in New York City, NECC from the very beginning, food pantries, and figured out ways to raise the money so that those organizations could pay us at the price we chose. And that was a higher price than our wholesale. That was a higher price than like institutional pricing is set at. But that's what we needed as folks who are leasing land, we don't own our land, we have a lot of overhead. And so the Food Sovereignty Fund was really like built off of the kind of years of Rocksteady trialing all these different models to try to get our food to our partners. And I'd say like, so now, like 9 years later, you know, 70% of our food goes to low-income folks, primarily queer and trans and BIPOC community, which is great. And a lot of our trainees who we train, we do a lot of education work, we're training farmers, now are like participating in the fund, which is awesome, which I think the financial stability of like upfront costs or upfront funds, right? If you're a new member of the fund, you get $10,000 upfront to grow the food and like distribute it. That guarantee to go directly to your community, that's like a big deal because so much is unpredictable, and there's like these finite kind of things that we have written that like if there's a natural disaster, you'll still get the funds. You know, like the peace of mind that can give farmers, especially beginner farmers or folks who've just gotten land, who are expert farmers, you know, the folks that Michelle has been working with, you know, that really, really allows farmers to just like, breathe a little bit and kind of lean into the type of work they want to be doing so that they can be actually growing for their communities. And maybe you have to additionally do the restaurants or whatever to like get by. But I think even if it's a portion of your food that you're actually serving the people in your direct community, that does a lot for the morale and like the kind of like the why. Because the work is so hard, you know, like I was up today at 6 harvesting, you know, for 3 hours today and then going into this work. It's like to sustain that every day, feeding folks that aren't looking like you, are not you, is not what kind of keeps you going in the long run. And that's what we need. We need farms to be doing this forever and ever and to feel supported and to feel like they have agency over what they're doing.
Thanks, Maggie. So I'm being conscious of time, so I'm going to share a little feedback on what I've heard while you all think of how to share an answer to the next question, something you've learned in the smallest bite possible. Then we'll give it over to our audience for questions. So I want to recognize that one of the voices that's really critical to this work who isn't up here is the folks who are asking for and receiving and eating this food. So I just wanted to share a little perspective. I mean, I am a lifelong farmer fan and find it incredibly powerful to hear how this has changed the mental health of farmers as well as the financial outcomes. And yeah, throughout that network, we've seen people hire more staff, build greenhouses, be able to quit their day jobs just because of the security of this. But we've also seen, there's a pantry in Manhattan, in Lower Manhattan, that serves primarily Asian American elders, primarily Chinese elders, and they're matched with a farmer who is committed to growing AAPI crops. And the distribution of these specific choys to that community is incredibly joyful, and the reliance that community can have that farm is coming back year after year to feed them the foods that they need and deserve with dignity is very powerful. So we're still looking for metrics, ways to capture some of the impact that we hear is happening with the folks who are eating the food, but just want to acknowledge that that voice isn't present today. All right. So, one lesson, lightning round. Jordan, you start.
Well, I think it's that relational piece that so many people have talked about, and it's the ability to actually take time in building those relationships. Some of the contracts that we've had with the farms that we work for are multi-year. We know that we'll be able to do kind of a call and response between the guests in our food programs, our staff at NECC, and the farmers, and that has really changed. I would say even in we've been working with Rocksteady for almost a decade now, but the types of crops that you all grow for us have changed, the type of communication we have with each other, the responsiveness, like just now this morning I was texting with the harvest manager, those being able to build that rapport and to do it year after year in an iterative way have been incredibly powerful.
Michelle and I just learned a new term last night. It's called, I think it's existed before, radical collaboration. It's radical. And that makes me think of building relationships, letting go of power, letting go of this idea of having to own something, giving it away, doing it for community. That's what the Food Sovereignty Fund and the work that all of you do has taught me most. So I was going to say one more thing, but radical collaboration.
Yeah, I guess, we're at Glenwood, and with my personal history, I've always been coming with this farm perspective, and I think to be able to learn from the food access organizations and especially the folks doing mutual aid. Mm-hmm. There's one I was just mentioning. There's a network of community fridges in Kingston that we've been able to work with through one of the farms. So just understanding the depth of that work, and also, that's one piece. Sorry, I'm going to say a couple of things, and then the other thing is just the depth of BIPOC queer farmers in the Hudson Valley is it's incredible. And just as Megan was saying, the folks who said, "Oh, you're never going to be able to find farms to fit that criteria," they're just absolutely wrong.
And I think I'll add on to that just something I've learned through organizing the fund and being on the council is the importance of the kind of technical assistance piece that's it's kind of this crucial role that allows the farmers to keep farming and keep doing the work that they do, get the support they need to connect with the right outlets without that kind of in between meetings and kind of going to the partner side all the time or trying to figure out invoices or maybe there are language barriers. And I think that was something I learned from the beginning of just you can have a fund and you can have farmers, but the connector is really important, and the technical assistance was really key to allowing the farms to actually succeed every single season and be in it for the last 4 years and meet those contracts, which is really awesome. and I've appreciated about kind of like the level of staffing that's given to the fund to allow that to happen.
If any funders are listening, more overhead, please.
Money.
I definitely like to build off of that. I think that I could be wrong, but I feel like right now in New York State is a very exciting time. There seems to be a lot of money available for purchasing food from local farms, which is amazing. But it also means that we're laying a lot of really new groundwork. These relationships may have existed in smaller ways and not as coordinated, but now there's lots of money, right? So I think one of the things that I really love about this program is that the Accountability Council exists, and it's intentional that we're going to sit and talk about these things and not just run out and meet outcomes, right? Which means that there's a wealth of information. I have learned so much from participating in these conversations. It's really been a joy being on the Zoom meetings and in person a few times. And I mean, just one quick example, just the other day we were talking about bringing on 2 farms that grow herbs. And my relationship with my experience with herbs in the gleaning program is it's really difficult to move an entire pallet of thyme. But that's not the experience that was shared. And you know, everybody opened up and was like, you know, we used up all of our herb budget last season, so we want more money for herbs, right? So it's you know, keeping me in check, which is great. You know, it's easy to forget that your experience isn't the only one.
Great.
So thank you.
Thank you all. It is truly such a pleasure and joy to get to do this work with you all. And I'm going to stop talking because we have 2 minutes left, but maybe we can go a tiny bit over if folks have any questions for this group or for me. Everyone's scared because there's only 2 minutes left.
Y'all can hear me without the microphone, right? Can you? No? Okay. Okay. Oh, great. Awesome. So how has the housing crisis, which you mentioned earlier, affected the way that the people who are working on the farms that you, like your farm or farms that you work with, how has that like affected everything? Like if they're not able to have housing and they're not able to work and vice versa. So like how has that played a point? Because it's like the people who are working on the farm are the ones that also probably need to receive the food or are in the same system or cycle that that everyone else exists in that needs the food.
Totally. Yeah, I think for us it's meant people having to leave the farm project because they couldn't afford housing, and the only housing they found was an hour away. It's meant us as a farm, we've had to lease 3 houses and negotiate all these leases and be the intermediary between like the owners of the homes and our farmers and like all the administration of that to like have housing for our staff, which is a huge lift. It's also meant it just wears you down. I'll speak for myself. I moved 6 times since I started Rocksteady, and that's exhausting. Like you move, you find, and I'm not alone, like most farmers are moving all the time trying to find housing and then like figuring out what they're gonna do. And the psychological experience of that in land work specifically, where you're trying to build long-term relationship with that land and that soil, where you yourself don't have a place to land, that's a disconnect, yeah.
I'll add to that because part of Glenwood's work is training new farmers that we've been doing for something like 17 years. And the farms across our network, I feel like we have this like amazing world of entrant farmers in the Hudson Valley, small farmers, and they are all saying to me like, this is the precipice. Like this is where all of that work that we did could just be wiped out in a minute because they can't get anyone who can afford to live and work at a farm in these places since the housing crisis has begun. Yeah.
And I'll just add, I know 3 farms who have had to close because they didn't have housing for their farmers.
Where are my policymakers at?
Yeah.
Housing is a human right.
All right. Any last question before I hand it over? We're done. Yeah. Back here, yeah.
I'm sorry if I missed this, but obviously it depends on how much funding you have to expand your network, but how do you decide who you bring into this system? Like, is there an application? How do you make that decision?
It's a really good question. So I'll do the little technical bit, and then if you guys want to jump in. So it definitely depends on the funding, and I don't want to gloss over the really hard work of fundraising to sign these contracts, fundraising with enough unrestricted funds, balancing them with restricted funds. It's a lot of jumping through hoops that I'm happy to, talk to the folks in that technical assistance fundraiser position about some of the loopholes we find to make that happen. But we have an open letter of expression form on our website that is always open. So any farm who hears about the project and wants to participate can answer it. We try to make it very short and very easy, so it's literally questions, hopefully it's answers you would know about your farm right off the top of your head. Then when we get to the point in the season where we have a good sense of how much we're going to have budgeted to use for the growing season, we check all of those applicants against a rubric, and then we bring everyone who passes that rubric, which again is very simple, forward to the Accountability Council. We assign people to interview those farms in person because we found that's a big cultural barrier. Filling out forms and bragging about yourself is not everyone's skill set and also is not culturally acceptable for some communities. So we have 2 people, interview them, they come back to the Accountability Council and basically act as like their advocates. They're like, this is what I learned about this farm. And one of the things I've really, really appreciated, we have people excuse themselves from interviews if they have a personal existing relationship with them. But actually working with people who do have those relationships is critical because they're doing the outreach. They can also provide some perspective sometimes on, that farm says they can only do this, but like, they're really good. I know they could do. They're not telling you how good they are. Or sometimes like, honestly, it's their first year on the land. I think they're being a little ambitious, and so it really helps us communally try to do what we think will be best for the farm long term.
Yeah, and I would just add, so the farms are sort of like they're contracted. We're working directly with them, and then the farms sometimes bring their own existing relationships with food access partners. That's sort of what we prioritize if there is already an existing relationship. And then some of it depends on the funding, where sometimes if a farm doesn't already have a food access partner, will where we link them will be sort of funding dependent, and sometimes there's like an identified community that farms know they want to work with, and we can help match them that way.
And we've actually seen a lot of the food access partners we work with, and even some of the farms start to do external fundraising, like outside of this contract, and continue those relationships, and that's been a very cool sort of ancillary outcome to it.
Yeah, and then sometimes even the pantries and the food access partners start to fundraise or to work directly with the farms.
Yeah, so the question was, where does the money go? The money goes directly to the farmers, all up front, all at once. And then we have, as Maggie was mentioning, some clauses in there for if there is a health emergency, a climate emergency, something beyond the farmer's control that prevents them from fulfilling the contract. We'll forgive up to a certain percentage or credit it to the next season for fulfillment then.
Yeah, and I would just say we just received NIFNIF funding for the first time in the second round. And I think what's a little bit challenging about that is that, because we're paying the farms up front, it's a little bit complicated. So if anyone's listening who has control over that, it would be great to just be able to have that funding sort of work in a different way.
Yeah. All right, thank you so much for your patience, letting us go over. Thanks to this incredible group and to the organizers. It's been really fun. just received notice that we're, meant to be contacting your food folks. That would be the first sleep downers, but we also have a food inspection office that will have food assistants be able to go over those items subcontractors. So there's all these kind of like little ways that it's hard to, of course, I want to totally illustrate that because we work in a
One down here too. Kids are out too.
Thanks.
Nope.
So first I'm going to talk, and then I'm going to sit right next to you, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so there's also a live stream, so there's people watching on Zoom.
Yeah, so it's not, a lot of people are, so the workshops are kind of like ending and starting again. So it's not too overwhelming, right? But it's going to be videoed so people can see it for the rest of their life.
Hello.
Are you afraid you're going to fall off the stage?
No, I think I'm going to do the question right.
Are you going to do from there?
Yeah,
Okay.
then you don't have to worry about numbers.
All right. Thank you, sweetheart. So then if we're going to do that, we should scooch down a seat.
Yes.
You're going to scooch. Keep scooching. Where's whose seat is, who are we missing? Where's Tyler sitting?
Tyler, we need Bella.
Tyler, Bella. Perfect. Are you guys too squished? You good? Okay, good. No, Lily's over. Yep, Lily, you're at the end.
Yes.
Hello.
We're ready. Okay, let's sit. You're down there. Let's sit down. Okay, we're going to get ready, guys. So scooch down. Huh? Scooch and scooch. Scooching and a scooching.
Yeah.
We're scooching and a scooching. Okay. Where'd she go? Ready? Okay. Start now? Okay. All right, everybody ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Hi, everybody. Thank you for joining our workshop today, Children Speak on Food Access. It's a true honor to join all of you as we come together to work for unity and community. My name is Tracy Keelar, and I'm the founder and executive director of the South End Children's Cafe. Although most days I say this with respect and joy, I think my friends to the right are directing me.
The idea of the South End Children's Cafe was imagined sitting around my kitchen table at my house with my husband and my teenage children. Simple as that. We were just sitting together and talking about what was important to us as a family. My husband valued sharing meals and cooking for people. I valued the South End of Albany, where I spent a good portion of my childhood, and working with children and families, where I spent the majority of my work. Weirdly enough, John Bon Jovi, any John Bon Jovi fans in the house? Weirdly enough, John Bon Jovi came into the conversation. Many of you may or may not know that John Bon Jovi has a program called the JBJ Soul Kitchen, and he has a restaurant where people can go and you can pay what you can pay. And the beauty of it is that everybody sits together and just shares a meal and gets to know each other, and I just love that concept. And the conversation and John Bon Jovi is what led to opening the Children's Cafe in 2015. We opened our space in a small church at 33 Rensselaer Street, and we really didn't know what was going to happen. We only knew that we wanted to cook and share dinner with children in an attempt to impact food security, food equity, and food justice. Fast forward to almost 9 years later, and we recently served our 270,000th meal. I don't even know if I said that right. Did I say it? 270000, right? All cooked by volunteers and staff, and all cooked with fresh ingredients, but mostly and most importantly, cooked with love. I'm going to let the children share with you what we do every day, but I think the most important thing that we do is share space and experiences with the incredible children who deserve the best, just like all children do. The children come every day bursting through the door. Very often the first question that they ask is, "What's for dinner?" And they come together and they have snack, get their homework done, play games, exercise. We go outside to the playground. We do a lot of arts and crafts, all in a multi-age space that is also technology-free. We've been technology-free since we opened in 2015. Some of the other things that we do that I think are wonderful to share is that we compost. Thanks to the Raddick Center, which is just down the street from us, we compost, and we're also able to share meals with the Raddick Center and enjoy their beautiful urban garden. Any of our extra food every day we put in our outdoor cupboards and at one of the free food fridges that are in the neighborhood. We also get a lot of our lettuce, well, actually all of our lettuce, and it's delicious, from Broadview's Hydroponic Farm. If you've had that, it's so yummy. And we also get our food from other farms, from donations, from Nourish New York, Regional Food Bank, and when we have donations of food or of funds, we use the funds to purchase our food, and that's basically how we get all the food together to serve dinner. In the summertime, we have a wonderful summer program, which we're all looking forward to. And during the summer program, local restaurants donate dinner. So we're not cooking in the summer, but we're enjoying wonderful food donated from local restaurants. And I'd like to share with you some of our great news, which is in March, we purchased 33 Rensselaer Street, which is the building that we opened in 2015. So we're going to be moving in September or October from 3,000 square feet to 10,000 square feet, which will help us double, maybe triple the amount of kids that can come to the Children's Cafe. We're really excited about that. At 5:30, which is the end of our day, we all come together and have dinner. As simple as that. We just sit together. The space is wonderful. It smells good. It's really noisy. It's really chaotic. There's wonderful, interesting, sometimes conversations you want to just keep walking by during, but they're just wonderful conversations and things happening during the dinner time that we just really, really appreciate being able to share. One of the most important messages that I'd like to share with you today is the South End Children's Cafe is truly about community and about sharing. It's about mutual aid, meaning coming together to meet each other's needs in a way that promotes dignity, values, and bringing everyone around the table. It's about finding out what we have in common rather than thinking about what we don't have in common. As we approach every day with the simple thought of how can we take care of each other. We welcome each other into our space, appreciating the uniqueness of every child and every adult that walks in the door. And it's only together that we can work for equity and justice and break down barriers that lead to disparities. Before I introduce our panel, I'd like to share a quote with you from one of my favorite, I guess it's not a person, one of my favorite characters, Winnie the Pooh. Winnie the Pooh said, "Any day spent with you is my favorite day." So today is my favorite day. So thank you very much. Now I'd like to introduce you to our esteemed panel. I'd first like to introduce Tony Santos. Miss Tony, as we refer to her, is our Vice President of our Board of Directors at the South End Children's Cafe. An active community member, a wonderful parent and grandparent, Miss Tony is also the kitchen manager for our volunteers and spends several days a week at the Children's Cafe cooking in the kitchen. If you hear today the kids referring to the quesadillas, that's because of Miss Tony. She's the quesadilla queen. And Miss Tony brought this special recipe and cooks for the children one of their favorite dishes. She's an incredible woman who leads with love and brings her experience of many years to guide the Children's Cafe, serve the children, and to mentor me every day. And I thank you, Miss Tony. Miss Tony cooks and serves with others about 125 meals every time she's there. And I thank you, Tony, and thank you for moderating our panel. Thank you. Okay. The next person that I'd like to introduce you to is Nair. So we're going to go down the line here. Nair, do you want to wave to everybody so we know it's you? Nair is about to graduate from 5th grade. He's the self-named president of the Children's Cafe. He has an amazing personality and is always willing to help. And if I ever lose my cell phone, glasses, or keys, Nair always has them safely for me. Thanks, Nair. Nairi's next. Nairi's about to graduate from middle school. She spends her days playing basketball on 2 teams, and this year in the 8th grade, she was recruited and brought up to the Albany High School basketball team. Nairi's always willing to lend a helping hand and is a real mentor to the little kids. Thank you, Nairi. Bella is an excellent student and is a member of our dance team, Inner Beauty Club, and joins the cooking class with the Albany Medical Center students. She has been lobbying with the Children's Cafe, and she is right now our youngest lobbyist who has gone into lobbied at the Capitol. And she's a big sister to 3 little girls and is getting ready to move on to 5th grade. Right? Yes, great. Javion, you're next, Javion. Javion is an incredible artist who's preparing to graduate, to move up to 8th grade from middle school. He's incredibly talented and one of the nicest people that I know. He's funny and smart and just wonderful to be around, and we're always proud of you, Javion. Tyler is about to graduate and move into the high school, and Tyler, I think, is going to be an engineer someday. He can build just about anything, and he is a Lego master. Tyler has a wonderful personality and imagination, and we love it when Tyler walks into the door. Tyler, we're so proud of you. Quayana is getting ready to enter the 8th grade, 7th grade. I knew I was going to get one of them wrong. 7th grade, and is such a wonderful person. She's always willing to help. She's a dancer and has an amazing sense of humor. Quayana is great with the little kids and is always willing to help them with homework or reading to them. And last but not least, Lily just turned 9 the other day and celebrated her birthday with Hello Kitty cupcakes. She's an artist and an animal lover and a friend to everyone. And she's going to perform a gymnastics routine at our upcoming talent show, and she's also going to gymnastics camp this summer. It is an honor to introduce you to the children from the South End Children's Cafe who are your speakers today. Thank you.
So, hi everyone, I'm Tony Santos, and as Tracy did the introduction anymore, I could throw away this first paper because it literally means nothing. She pretty much said everything. Okay, but anyway, I'm Tony at the Children's Cafe, and I'd like to thank, first of all, Tracy, and for inviting me here to be here with you as a guest, and also the Hunger Free New York Alliance. I want to thank you so much for inviting the cafe, and thank you for this honor. So what I'm going to end up doing is I'm going to ask the kids, by going down the row, I'm going to ask the kids questions, and if at the end we have any free time left, then if you have a question that you would like to address to the kids, you will have a chance. So, Nairi, I'd like to start with Nairi. Will you tell everyone what you think having dinner at the cafe, why you think having cafe at the dinner is so important. Sorry, I went to the wrong one. Go ahead.
Having dinner at the cafe is so important because some kids don't get food, and like they said the food is nasty, and like when you come in the cafe, they get good food and they like it.
Okay. What is one of your favorite meals at the cafe?
My favorite meal is the chicken nuggets.
The chicken nuggets. I thought I heard through the grapevine that you like green beans. No, okay. I thought it was green beans. I could be wrong about that. But you like the chicken nuggets? Let me ask you something. What does a day look like when you walk into the cafe? What do you use? What happens when you get off the bus?
So a day in the life of a cafe is we come here and you gotta do your homework if you have homework. Since school's ending, so some schools don't got it. And then we go somewhere else, like some kids split into groups and like we go to the park or go to the library and go somewhere else. Then we come back and have dinner and eat, then leave.
Good. Do you think that you spend enough time at the cafe, or if we extended the hours, you think you'd stick around?
It's a plenty of time to eat.
Yeah, okay, good. Thank you so much. Now, Miss Nairi, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, okay? So everyone knows that Nairi, I'm not sure if everyone knows, okay, but Nairi is getting an award this evening at an event immediately following this one. Nairi is receiving the Albany County Athlete of the Year Award at 4:30. We are so excited, so if you see us like jets heading for the door, we're going to the award ceremony because we're all excited for her. Yeah. So anyway, Nairi, can you tell us why healthy food is so important?
I think healthy food is important because you can get out of shape and it can help with your health issues and you can be very sick and yeah.
Good, excellent. Do we serve a lot of healthy food at the cafe? Do you think?
Yes.
Yeah. What's one of your favorite healthy foods that you have daily?
Broccoli.
Broccoli. Not the fruit?
Oh. Probably mashed potatoes.
Oh, okay. All right. Excellent. And are there any other favorite foods that you like?
I like the quesadillas.
Quesadillas? You like the quesadillas? Awesome. I'm glad. Okay, thank you very much. Bella. Hi, Bella. How are you?
Good.
Good. So Bella has been coming to the Children's Cafe since kindergarten. That means she has eaten over 1,200 meals at the cafe. Think about that. That's a lot of meals. So, because she looks so healthy, you could thank the cafe for that. Okay. That's part of the reason why. That's why she looks so gorgeous all the time. So, Bella, why do you think serving dinner at an after-school program is important?
Because some people might not eat at school.
Mm-hmm. Do you know any kids at school that are not eating?
Me.
Yeah. You rather. Go ahead.
And I don't eat sometimes there because it's undercooked or overcooked or unseasoned.
Mm-hmm. So you literally wait until you get to the cafe to eat?
Yep.
Is that why you're taking seconds all the time?
Mm-hmm.
Yep, good. That is a great reason. Do you have a favorite food?
I like Taco Tuesday.
Okay.
And the mashed potatoes with the barbecue chicken.
Excellent. So Taco Tuesday, we have our cooks that come in on the Tuesday date that they have all these separate ingredients for tacos, and the kids literally have a choice of the cheeses and everything, and it happens to be probably one of the hits for the cafe is Taco Tuesday. One of the great things that when Tracy was mentioning earlier, we're going to be moving to 33 Rensselaer. One of the features we'll have is we're going to have a fresh salad bar for the kids daily where they will be able to pick from lettuce and any kind of ingredients you could think of. We will actually have a salad bar that the kids will be able to use because right now we don't have the area that we can serve a really good bar, but when we move, we'll have plenty of space so that they could do that. So we're kind of looking forward to that. Bella, do you think before I finish with you, do you think there should be more programs like the Children's Cafe?
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think that how can we do that? How can we show more programs?
We could probably post on a lot of social media platforms about how other programs should have dinner and do more activities with the kids.
Okay. So are you talking about like maybe a YMCA or those kind of programs?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And if we advertise more, we'll be able to serve more kids?
Yeah.
Yeah? Good. Excellent. So thank you, Bella. That was great. That was excellent. Javion, you ready?
Yeah.
All right. Can you tell us what you like about the cafe?
What I like about the cafe is that it gives me somewhere to go after school besides the club that I go to, and I get to see my friends every day.
And you get what? I didn't hear you.
And I get to see my friends.
And you get to see your friends every day. What do you think kids do when they come in? What are some of the favorite activities, in other words, that kids get involved in?
Definitely playing with each other, going to the park, and most of the activities at the cafe.
Most of the activities? Do we have enough activities for the boys and girls, you think? Or do you think that possibly when we move to 33 Rensselaer, we'll have more room with the gym and everything?
I think we'll have enough room to do even more things.
Even more? Excellent. Good job. What is your favorite meal, Javion?
Definitely the mashed potatoes, green beans, and mac and cheese.
Okay. As you're one of the older kids at the cafe, do you think if we offered a food safety program for the older kids, maybe we taught you kitchen etiquette, how to prepare meals without using the stove, do you think that some of the older kids might be involved? Because I know it's something that Ms. Tracy has thought about for the older kids when we move.
I think, yeah, most of them will be involved.
Boys and girls or just the girls?
Both.
Both?
Why not?
Good. Very good. Okay. Thank you very much for that.
You're welcome.
Okay. Who else we got? Who's Tyler? Yeah. All right. Tyler. So everyone, this is Tyler. I could tell you stories about Tyler, but we just don't have that kind of time. Okay? But Tyler, no, he's one of our favorites. He's grown up. I've known him since I've walked into the cafe. What a gentleman. So Tyler, tell us one of your favorite meals at the cafe.
Personally, I don't really have a favorite meal because they're all really good.
Nothing that kind of sticks out?
No, they're all really good, but if I had to choose, I would say probably Taco Tuesday.
Taco Tuesday, another one for Taco Tuesday. Good, very good. We're thinking of offering a kitchen thing that I was just talking about, a kitchen class that I was just talking about for safety. But we're also thinking of having a garden outside, kind of a community garden, where you, the older kids mainly, would be in charge of the garden, but in the summertime, you'd be able to give out to any community members that wanted to come and get fresh fruits and vegetables that are in the garden. What do you think about that idea?
Personally, I think that's a great idea because that will help a lot of people.
Yeah? Okay. When you're going to school, do you also see that there are a lot of kids that are not eating or having a problem with getting food?
Yeah, a couple times at my school when we're getting served food, sometimes if you get a slice of pizza or whatever they're cooking or serving, it's raw.
Really?
And sometimes I skip out on lunch because I get a raw piece of the food.
You finding that more and more often?
Oh.
Are you finding that more and more often? Like you're
Yes.
not the only person?
I'm not the only person. Just today, I saw like 3 kids at my table with raw food.
Okay. All right. So some of the kids, when you're coming into school, have they eaten breakfast?
No.
No. Is breakfast offered at your school?
Yes, it is.
Is it offered to everyone? Is it free?
Yeah, it's free. It's offered to anybody.
Offered to anybody? Do a lot of kids participate in that program?
Not a lot of kids go for the breakfast.
Is there a reason why? Does anybody know a reason why? Go ahead.
Sometimes the milk be like inspired, and the bagels that they serve us like be like stale or like not good anymore.
Okay.
And sometimes the breakfast food is just probably old. And one time I had cereal there and it was already opened and it was stale.
Okay.
There's one encounter I've had with having breakfast at my school. The milk was stale. It was rotten. There's chunks in it.
Did you try and bring it back?
Yeah, but they told me I couldn't switch it out.
You couldn't switch it out? Okay. So not a lot of kids are getting involved in the breakfast, huh?
No.
No. So you would say that the after-school programs that include playing with the kids and making sure that they get dinner is really important?
Definitely, 100% yes, because they help a lot.
Perfect. Great job. Thank you, honey. Thank you. All right, Koyana. Okay, so a little tidbit about Koyana. She helped us in the kitchen a couple of weeks ago, and usually she likes to play and do her thing, but we kind of noticed that she has a great knack in the kitchen. It's kind of phenomenal when you see the kids growing up and you're not really sure if they would be interested. We weren't sure if she was going to stick it out, but she takes great direction, and she's really good in the kitchen. Do you like cooking?
Yeah.
You do? Good. You did such a great job. Do you think you'd be involved if we did have a program that you would get a certificate for cooking? You can't think about it. You think so?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. I'm glad. Very good. What's your favorite food at the kitchen, at the cafe?
Taco Tuesday, chicken nuggets, the hamburgers, the chicken, the lo mein noodles, and that's it.
And that's it? The lo mein noodles seem to be catching on pretty quick. Yeah, we might have to do that a little bit more. You think so? Everybody's kind of liking the noodles? Okay. Sometimes what Tracy will end up doing is she'll go to the kids and say, okay, give me an idea. Because like everyone in here, your food gets stale. Dinner gets stale if you're having the same thing all the time. So as we get the fresh stuff, the fresh fruits and vegetables, we try to think of ideas, and Tracy stated that she wanted to try lo mein, and lo and behold, it was something that the kids like. I know working in the kitchen, one of the things that we're noticing is that we have to season the food that we give them. Salt and pepper is not seasoning. Not to these kids. They need some seasoning. So we're noticing their palates are a little bit more extensive, that we have to throw them some really good fresh food, and the lo mein was one that was hitting. That was a real big hit. Hold on, Koyana. Yep. If someone in your school asked you where they could get a good dinner, what would you tell them?
I would tell them to come here because sometimes the school food is nasty. I don't really like it.
You don't eat the school food either?
Mm-mm.
So is anybody eating the school food? Can you put your hand up? You're eating it? Sometimes? Okay.
It's barely for me.
Barely? Okay. Is it nasty? Like, what's the worst meal that you think the school is serving that you really don't like?
It's either half-cooked, raw, or undercooked.
Okay. All right. Koyana? Is there a special food that you really don't touch, or kind of just most of it?
The only food I really don't touch is the hamburgers.
Okay. All right. Not cooked enough? Okay. All right. After-school programs are important, not only for food, but what else would you say is important about what we do at the cafe for other kids?
The only I'll take care of other kids outside of the cafe, and plus at the park you feed other kids and give them snacks.
Mm-hmm. What about because we have the education program. Have you ever used the education program at the cafe? So in other words, homework help?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So can you give us a brief overview of what the homework help is?
The homework help is
say if you need help with math, ELA, science, and work like that, they'll help you because all the people in the homework room got their education and some of the kids didn't. Well, don't.
No, very good, very good. Anybody else want to chime in on homework help? Go ahead.
When I was younger, I would use the homework help a lot because when I was younger, I had some trouble with doing my homework. Now, I don't really get homework at my school, but I do remember how nice they were with me and how calm they were. They weren't rushing me like other programs I've been to before.
Homework help does help a lot since not a lot of kids will do homework at home and can't get it at home.
Excellent. Bella, did you want to say anything?
Homework help is good because some kids might struggle on schoolwork and they don't understand it.
Excellent. That was it? Okay. All right. So I'm not sure if everyone in the audience realizes, but at the cafe, when the kids get off the school bus, immediately they're kind of asked, do you have homework for today? And if they do, that we take them into the back room where we have three. It depends on the day, 2 or 3 volunteers in the back, retired school teachers that help them with any kind of homework they have. They get snacks in the back, homework gets completed, and they're not only helping them, assisting them with the homework, but those retired teachers are also in touch with the school, and the school kind of keeps them in the know of how the student is doing. So at the cafe, we're not only just serving these babies a good meal, we're also giving them that homework help, so that by the time they get home, 6 o'clock at night or after, homework is done. Dinner has been fed, has been given to them, and it's kind of a full circle program that we provide at the cafe. I just want to say, I usually don't talk this much. This is I feel like awakened. I don't know. So anyway, okay. Who else we got? Lily? Oh, thank you, Koyana. Lily. All right, Lily. Is there anything that you would like to share with the audience in regards to the snacks? Do you like the snacks at the cafe?
Yes.
Yeah. What kind of snacks do you eat at the cafe?
Pretzels and fruits.
A lot of fruit, right? Yeah, good. You're one of our younger kids, younger children. You have to sit with some of the older kids at dinner time. Do you think it's a good idea for us to mix the older kids and the younger kids together when it comes for a meal? When they come for a meal?
Yes.
Yeah, why? Do you have friends that are older?
Yes.
Do you feel comfortable with eating with the older kids?
Yes.
Yeah? And who else sits at the table with you while you're eating?
My friend Gwen, sometimes my sister, and my friend Julia.
Good, excellent. How old is your sister?
7.
7, and does she seem to like the cafe? Is she getting along okay in the cafe?
Yes.
Yeah, excellent, excellent. What's your favorite meal?
I really love their mashed potatoes.
You like the mashed? I don't know. I've never known so many kids that like mashed potatoes. I didn't know that was such a hit. Oh, good, good. So if there was something that we could do at the cafe that you think would enhance our program or make our program better, what do you think we should do? You have any suggestions? No suggestions? We're doing okay? Yeah? Okay, all right. Well, that's good. Hold on, let me just make sure I got everything. So I think that's all the questions I have. I want to ask everyone on the panel, is there anything else anyone would like to say regarding the Children's Cafe, the food, the education program, or anything? Tyler?
I want to say one more thing. I love the Southern Children's Cafe, and I would recommend it to any of you if you have a kid.
Good. Okay, you could pass it.
I wanted to say that at the Children's Cafe, every day we either go to the park And when we go to the park, we have a fun time. We get to spend a good amount of time there. And sometimes we all get to play together, or sometimes other kids go to the library or probably to a different park.
I would like to say that I used to go to the YMCA, and where you had to wait for your parent to come pick you up. The cafe have a van that drives you home, which is very cool, because not a lot of parents are able to come get their kid after school.
I wanted to say one more thing. I used to go to the YMCA too, and they would make me sit in a corner. I did not like it at all. And I would recommend the cafe because they're way nicer. You accidentally do something, they won't go off on you or they won't get angry at you. They'll just either help you clean it up or whatever you did, they'll help you with it to fix it.
So I just want to, first of all, I want to thank the panel. Very opinionated. If anyone knows what's going on in the cafe, it's them. Sometimes we as the adults know nothing. It's them. Okay, we ask them what's going on. And when they were mentioning about the bus before, we do have a bus that was donated to the cafe, 15 passenger? It's a 15-passenger bus that it enables us to take the kids sometimes. We take separate groups to museums and on trips, but it also enables us, for those parents that don't have access to a vehicle, we ensure that the kids get home safely, so that's what we use the bus for. Yeah, absolutely.
I just wanted to also share that, Tyler, when you were speaking, I was thinking about the tomato story that I tell sometimes. So the children that we have, and that many of you that work with children have the privilege to work with, are, when you think about like the future, or our future, I find are the kindest, most giving, most thoughtful children that I've ever met. And you guys are always looking out for people. Whether we're outside or at the park, or you see somebody that needs something, you are the first group of people that will say, how can we help? And I really appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah. So years ago, we had these little cherry tomato plants outside of the cafe that we were growing, and the kids were little. Tyler, you were little. The kids were little, and sometimes they take the cherry tomatoes and put them in salads, or they pop them in their mouth or something. And this one day, I came to work, and the kids were there, and all the cherry tomato plants were gone. And I was so disappointed. I was just really heartbroken that our cherry tomatoes were gone. And Tyler said to me, Miss Tracy, don't be sad. Somebody else must have needed it for their families. And so I always remember that. And I feel like that's how you guys live. You live to take care of each other and to take care of other people. And I really am proud of you for that. So thank you.
In Southern Children's Cafe, we're all like one huge family. That's all I can really say about it. We won't try to be rude to each other, and sometimes it will happen, but we will apologize later. We're like a big, huge family, and that's nice in my opinion.
Very good. So everyone, that was all the questions that Tracy's posed to the group, that we've posed to the group. Are there any questions that anyone has out there? You jumped up really quick. You got me nervous. Oh, okay. Yes.
Hi, thanks, guys. You were so good at answering all the questions, and really appreciate your opinion on everything. My question is, with your new facility, you're going from a small amount of space to much larger. What's your capacity right now, and what can your capacity be now with your larger square footage and things like that?
Thank you for that question. So right now our capacity in our building is 64. We have 40 children that come every day, and then we have our volunteers in the kitchen and our staff. Some of our staff is here today, and also our board president, Miss Amanda, is here today. And so we are just about at capacity every day, and it's a pretty small space. The kitchen is, it's a nice-sized commercial kitchen, but the space is small, which is why we try to get the kids in and out every day. The new space, which is
triple the amount of space that we're moving into. Will hopefully, if funding permits, allow us to triple the amount of children that will come in. So we may go from putting out 120 meals a day to perhaps putting out 300. You guys know I'm terrible with math, but something like that, meals per day, and hopefully enable us to have community groups use the space, maybe host some community events, share our kitchen in ways that we haven't been able to. So we right now have a waiting list of anywhere from 30 to 40 children. Some kids have been on the waiting list for a year. The waiting list just breaks my heart. So to be able to take kids off of the waiting list, we're right across the street from Giffen Elementary School, to perhaps have youth coming from Giffen so that they don't have too far to go, is just going to be really, a game changer for us. So we're super excited. Thank you.
Okay, I have a big mouth, so I need to hold this away. I, too, want to thank you all for sitting there and talking with us. I was born and raised in the South End myself. I lived there until I was 19, and we never had anything like this, so I think you're turning out a wonderful community, and thank you for all your hard work. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Got one in the back.
Hi, thank you. You guys did an amazing job. I'm just curious, you mentioned funding. How are you funded?
So we have a diverse funding stream. We have personal donations that have come in since we opened in 2015. The community, the Albany City, Albany County, the community surrounding us has really supported us, not only with financial donations, but also with food. We stayed open during the entire pandemic, and some of you in the audience participated in helping food come in, food go out. We were able to stay open because of donations, and we're grateful for that. We receive food donations. We have fundraisers. We have a fundraiser tomorrow night, our big fundraiser called Recipe for Success. We do little fundraisers throughout the year, and we write grants. We all also apply for grants. So we really are so grateful that people have continued to support us, and so that we could keep our doors open. Thank you.
I have two questions and one statement. So the first question is, what are your hours of operation?
Okay.
Is that okay? So the kids can come the kids usually arrive between 3 and 4. The kids all come from separate schools, so they're arriving within that hour between 3 and 4. We eat dinner at 5:30, and then we end at 6. However, we have some community partners and also some evening programs. So, for example, Javion on Monday night, and Bella, and Nair went horseback riding with a program called Youth for Christ. And then on Tuesday, we have an Inner Beauty Club, which is a self-awareness and self-empowerment program. And then on Thursdays, and on Wednesday nights, Albany Medical Center's here. We have Albany Medical Center students come in and cook with the kids, and so they cook together and eat. And on Thursday nights, we have a dance program, and Miss Madeline's one of our dance teachers. So it really depends, but with our new place, we're really hoping that we can stay open later for the kids.
Oh, you will. Next question is, do y'all have any homeschoolers that come here?
Homeschoolers? We have had some homeschoolers in the past, and we've had some homeschoolers that then went on to go to the free school, the Albany Free School, and join us. So that's sort of been our connection with, but homeschoolers, that would be amazing too, yes. And so if somebody was, homeschooled and they had homework, we would be able to help with that. Is there any other way to answer that question, Amanda? Yeah, No. Okay, good. Okay, thank you. Yes. Are you a homeschool teacher?
No, but I have a granddaughter that's homeschooled.
Oh, awesome. Yes.
And so here's my statement, and my mouth is big enough. I think that your panel is definitely representative of unity and love, And I believe that we all need to stand up and give them a standing ovation.
That's for you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Because I did.
Okay, were there any other questions? Anyone else? Yeah. So Amanda, did you want to say something? I think Amanda wants to say something.
Thank you so much. First, just to say that I am so proud of all of y'all. Fantastic way to represent the cafe and just to like share your thoughts and your feelings and your understanding of like of food and where you get good food and where you don't get great food. And hearing that, sitting here, both as a part of the South End Children's Cafe community, also someone who used to work in public school and now someone who's still working with youth in my like day-to-day 9 to 5. It just makes me wonder about more collaboration with spaces where oftentimes we don't think that those places offer good food. And so when I think about like our growth as an organization, it's important to be critical and to offer feedback to the places where we don't get what we want in terms of quality of food. But I'm also wondering, and this is like really just like a dreaming and visioning question, is like what can we do as an organization where we serve delicious mashed potatoes and the Taco Tuesdays are bussin', as they say. How can we offer either feedback to those other institutions, or is it like come into our space and see how we cook, or is it that we're providing surveys that we can then share with the school districts? Just thinking about other ways that we can inform and support the distribution of good, healthy, delicious, well-cooked, not undercooked, as y'all said, food in all these other places. So just wondering like what your thoughts are, Tracy, about like what our role is in that moving forward.
Thank you.
Is it on?
I don't know what I did. I touched it. Thank you, Amanda. I'd like to ask the kids if they want to answer that. So thinking about how can we partner, collaborate, teach, share resources with maybe some of the schools or some other programs so that we can enhance the food, which is something that you guys have talked about.
There's this season, I forgot what it's called now. It's a special store called Salt. I can't remember what it's called. It's supposed to enhance flavor in food, is what I heard.
But how could we? How could we partner or let your voices be heard in a respectful and understanding way so that some of the schools or the schools that you're in could learn and could learn from you because you guys are teachers?
Probably sending one of the cafe cooks over to try and teach them.
I think that we should tell like I forgot what she's called, like the city of Albany, like the mayor. Yeah, the mayor.
Okay,
We should tell the mayor that about the schools, and I think she should like talk to them about it.
Okay.
I think that the South End Children's Cafe should talk to school principals or lunch people and tell them some of the tips that you guys use to cook so they can know how to cook.
Or we could write letters to the mayor and do a lot of things to give other people food.
I think that we should go to the cooks in our schools and talk to them about the food and everything. I started to say sometimes at Myers, the food's either raw, undercooked, or overcooked. So I think we should talk to the cooks there.
I just want to say a movie quote that I have heard before. When a tough person cries, it does not mean they're not tough. It just means they're so tired of being strong.
That's good. That's good, Tyra.
Thank you. That's beautiful. So thank you, Amanda, for bringing that up. We love our community. We love to partner. There's nothing that we can do if we do it alone. There's so much that we can do if we work together. And so thank you for that. And thank you guys for your ideas.
I hear these same complaints about school food from my daughter who's in 6th grade, and I'm always saying, you have a phone. Take a picture of it, please. Send me a picture of it. The school board meetings are open to the public for public comment. You guys can put together a presentation, and just like you went and you lobbied and you advocated with your politicians, you can go and you can talk to the school board and say, look at what we're eating. This is not nourishing us. This is not making us healthy. And I think you could really affect change if you were to, gather your evidence and go together as a group to say, hey, you got to listen to us. So that would be my suggestion, is that take it to the school board.
So is that, can I ask, is that the last question? Were there any other questions? So, okay, so first and foremost, thank you very much for having us. Thank you for taking out the time to listening to the babies and their opinions and thoughts. I would just like to share that as we are moving to 33 Rensselaer, hopefully by September, October, I'm going to send out an open invitation. Come and help us. If you'd like to volunteer and come to the kitchen, we'll always take anyone that has the time. Come visit us. Come see our program. Come and spend the day with these kids, and you'll understand why this program like this should be expanded, not only through Albany, it should be expanded through New York State. Okay? So thank you very much, everyone. Is it on? There.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all for being here.
Thank you so much for having us here today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I have to turn it back on. Goodbye.
I'm hungry.
Very nice. I was going to say South End Strong. Okay.
Hi, everyone. So we're going to give a few moments for folks to come back, for those who are coming back for the closing remarks. So at 4 o'clock, we'll finish off our day together. So take a few minutes. We'll start chatting again at 4. Okay, everybody. I know some folks have had to take off to drive home or catch trains. But for those of you who've come back around, I'd love to wrap up this busy day, hopefully inspiring and meaningful to you all. Just wanted to take a few minutes. Is Peyton in here? Where's Peyton York? Peyton, Paige and Peyton. I want to give a big thanks to Peyton York. This is an incredible effort, and they were the organizational mastermind. So thank you so much for organizing this day today. Along with Peyton, we have an incredible team at the Food Pantries for the Capital District and the Alliance for Hunger-Free New York who have pitched in above and beyond to make this day happen. I want to thank our entire team. Thank you. I want to thank all of the volunteers. And the volunteers did so many different things before the event, working with the speakers. All of the speakers were volunteers, spent their own time coming here to share information. This really is like a grassroots summit. We don't have a big budget, and so it takes all of us to make this happen, and I'm so grateful for all of you volunteering your time to come today. So thank you for that. I want to thank Sage for hosting us. They do this as an in-kind support, and having this space is incredible. Thank you, Sage. And again, our sponsors, they help us pay for the things that we do need to pay. Again, our co-presenting sponsors, Broadview and CDPHP. But I also want to mention Plentiful, Price Chopper, Market 32, Schenectady Foundation, Eat Well, Unite Us, United Way of the Greater Capital Region, The Healthy Cafe, Umoja, and Healthy Alliance. Thank you. And so I've got the business side of this. The business side of this is please tell us. Please give us feedback. It helps us. We only do this every other year because I think our team would quit if I said we were doing this every year, because sometimes I'm like, we need to do this every year, and they all look at me like, Natasha, it's a lot of work. So we're going to do it every other year. You all heard me say that, so I'm accountable to every other year. But please tell us how we did. At the back page of the program, there's a QR code that says, tell us how we did. Your feedback really is important for us. It is a lot of work to do this, and we want to make sure that it's a meaningful, impactful day for you. So please let us know. So next go around, we can fine-tune it. We know what topics are of interest and things like that. If you're on the virtual intrawebs live stream watching us, we will be sending out an email with a link to the survey as well. Please provide us feedback. We were grateful to be able to provide the virtual option this year, in addition to being in person. I just wanted to take a minute, and don't be shy, come on up. For me, I wanted to share some of the things that kind of I'm taking away from today, and I know it's a lot to process, but the things that have kind of stuck with me is don't give up. Don't give up. And I think part of it is this is my first year hitting New York State budget pretty hard, and I had a rough go of things. I'm used to working in community where we have a lot more control over our projects and our programs, and we can make things happen tomorrow if we need to. And so knowing that first year out, sometimes it can take years to accomplish where you're trying to go in a larger systemic policy and budget perspective. So I really appreciated hearing don't give up. That was good. I also really appreciated one of the kiddos from the South End Children Cafe. For those of you who are in here, really incredible children. He said when a tough person cries, it doesn't mean they aren't tough. It means they're tired of being so strong. I I appreciated that. I'm telling you this stuff. This is about me. I want to hear what you guys, because I have been crying a lot lately. For those of you who work with me, because I do care, and when we can't change the world today, it's heartbreaking when you see how much there is still to do. And so I appreciated those words of wisdom as well. Someone, I think it was Sarah Salem, shared the word radical collaboration. I want to learn more about what radical collaboration means, because we talk a lot about collective impact, about collaboration. I want to know what radical collaboration is. So that's something for me to kind of ponder. And another term that's newer to me, and I've been doing food security work for 13 years, but I'm always learning. And I think one of the valuable things about the Food Summit is that we try to bring people together from different parts of the charitable food system with different experience and expertise. And the mutual aid concept is something I want to incorporate more into like my own personal language and understanding the concept. I think I used to say, and I'm going to call out Greg Silverman, who's in the back. I don't know if he can hear me, but I was talking about, I want to work myself out of a job. And Greg's like, no, that's not what you should say. Do you remember this, Greg? and his vision about the strong role that we play, and I might be misrepresenting what you said, but for a long time, I work myself out of this job. That's my vision. That's my goal. And it's like, no, look at what we're accomplishing and the role that we play, and kind of along with Greg's, yellow brick road, and how about we're creating new roads and new paths, and maybe I want to toy with that idea a little bit about, okay, maybe I don't have to work myself out of a job, or maybe I do, or maybe the job changes. What is the role that we're all playing in our prospective parts of the charitable food system, the government, federal food system? There's a lot of different movements happening towards local food systems, food as medicine. There's a lot of different opportunity for us to continue forging a path forward on many different roads. So these are just some of my initial kind of takeaways, and I wanted to just give a minute for folks, for you guys, because this is me. I want to hear, if anybody, please use the mic, but does anybody want to share something that you learned, or like a takeaway, or something you want to think about, something you want to do? Would love to hear kind of some of your thoughts, and please use the mic. And I'll start calling out people personally if you do not choose to volunteer to speak. I'm just joking, kind of. Does anybody want to share? Or are you still taking it all in? Here comes someone. No, you're not. Yes, you are. It was a great event. It was a great event. Thank you. Aideen, you have something to share. Look, I'm calling people out. No? Okay. All right. I won't force it. I'm not going to force it. Anybody? Going once, going twice? Okay, here comes someone. There's a mic right now. Thank you.
So we do this work every day, right? But there's so many resources that we don't know about or that we can expand on. And I think that today really brought that to the forefront. And I hope to be a part of this again.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate that. I do appreciate that. There are a lot of resources and a lot of people working at ending hunger and, moving towards nutrition security in a lot of different ways. And bringing us all together and collaborating and learning is important. Thank you. Marla's coming up.
So I always say I'm very honored to be able to do this work, but I also love that when I come here and in conferences and summits like this, I feel like I'm meeting my friends, like genuine people that I've developed relationships with through the years, and it's just wonderful because there's the shared value thing. It's the genuineness of everybody who comes here. You know that, their heart's here. So I really appreciate it. I always love seeing my friends here and meeting new ones. So thank you.
Great. Thank you, Marla.
A microphone that's the right height. That almost never happens. I'm actually here from an organization that doesn't primarily do food provision, but it's part of the literacy programming we do. And I thought we would sort of stand out like a sore thumb, and we didn't. And there's apparently a lot of people who are thankfully getting the food aspect of all the other issues and recognizing how it's all connected, it's all integral, and so that made me feel like we're on the right track. And you can't, like, the radical collaboration is, having somebody who is a professional in nutrition and food insecurity help us with that aspect of our curriculum. We would be grateful for that, and there's a lot of that out there. So I have resources that we're walking away and
Thank you so much for sharing that. I think meeting people where they're at, bringing the resources to people where they're at in programs they're already involved in the community through transportation has so much value. So thank you for sharing that. Does anybody else want to share? It's like everybody's waiting for the teacher to be like, it's recess time or beat traffic. Okay, well, yeah, come on.
Hey, everybody.
All right.
I'm sort of an encourager and cheerleader. This is my first year on the Food Council. I love you, Natasha. This is my first year on the Food Council. I joined in August, so I'm getting my feet wet. But I do want to say this. Being here today, seeing all these people here, woo, it revives me. It energizes me. It says we can do this. So I'm always saying we can, we will, and we are making a difference. Do not despise small beginners, because we are well on our way. We need to pat ourselves on the back for the job that we are doing. Keep going, y'all. Yeah.
I love that energy. It's infectious. It's infectious. And with that, I don't think we could end this a better way other than we can do this. So thank you, everybody. We'll be in touch. Have a great evening.